What is up? There we go. All right. I'm in a black void. Getting set up here. How's everyone doing this morning? Well, my morning. Hi, Pure. Good to see you. How are you doing, Pure? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. I'm just doing what I can here, just to get going here. Just woke up, need coffee? Yeah. Yeah, I hope you and the family are doing all right. Zada, how's it going, Zada? Good to see you. What's up? What's up? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. It's gonna be one hell of a day. I can tell you that much. All right, I'm just getting everything going here. Hang on, hang on. I've got somebody coming on later. Jay Larkey. I don't know if any of you recognize that name. Um, but Jay Larkey on X. Um, yeah, and we're going to talk about web components and React and things like that. He's got some interesting perspectives. I'm not looking at chat right now. I apologize. I am just making sure I've got things that I need here. And then later, I'm going to go on a chat with a um, someone called Fernand, also on X, and he's going to interview me about my take on the h1b stuff, since I got some attention on that, doing that Eric Weinstein thing, and then we're just going to be building stuff. It's going to be a little bit of a boring building stream, but well, you never know. You never know what's going to happen. Okay, I think I've got everything I need. Let me switch over. Let me check in on chat. Yeah, looking good. Let me check in on chat. Hey Tack, good to see you. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, you're doing all right, Pure. Good to see you. Um, I'm glad to hear that you're doing all right. British American, not even true. Me? No, I'm not British American. Much interview today. Much interview today. There's a lot going on. Hey Sean on TikTok, if you're still there. How you doing? Everybody on TikTok, everybody on LinkedIn, everybody on Rumble, all the other 6 million places. Here, let me get the today's a green screen day, yeah. Rant about it. Rant about what, Zada? Let me get Twitch ads out of the way. Might as well just do that. Yeah. And then All right. Cool, cool, cool. Um, what am I working on today? Well, since it's a long day, I'm gonna try and get a bunch of stuff done, and then it probably won't stream tomorrow. I've got work to do. But if try and get a few things out of the way today if I can. Let me put my hoodie up. Otherwise, we ain't ready. All right. So what are we doing? We're gonna tackle a few things while we're going here. Um, we did talk yesterday about the fact that I'm using flat arrays everywhere, and we came to the conclusion as a team, as a group of people, that I could just use structs and pretty much see no difference in performance. As long as I'm careful about how I structure the structs, um, it will have pretty much no difference. And so what we did. Let me see. Are the Twitch ads over another 30 seconds on Twitch? All right. I'll show everybody. I'll do a proper overview from yesterday because I think it's worth reviewing as kind of like a little bit of an intro. You know what, Laugh? Okay, nobody asked for your opinion. All right, Laugh, on Twitch. Nobody asked for it. Sup, everyone on YouTube? How's it going? Hope you're having a good morning. Let me take a sip of coffee. All right. So yeah, it's gonna be a crazy day today. Um, I've got a couple of kind of like interviewee style things happening today. Um, but around those interviews, I've got one in an hour and a half. So Jay Larkey on X will join, and then a few hours after that, I'm going to be on an X space with someone called Fernand, and we're going to talk about the h1b tech stuff. But to fill in the time, what we're going to do is well, first we'll do a little bit of a review yesterday because I think it was a fun thing. If you're nerdy, um, which if you're watching me, I hope you are. I discovered that if we go on Godbolt here, and I don't even know how to do a proper struct, but anyways, um, yeah. If we go on Godbolt here and we take a look at the difference between the way that I'm doing arrays and the way that structs would be structured, right? Thus struct. The way that the lookup, like the way that its assembly essentially kind of indicates the data is put together, and the way that we do lookup, is essentially the same. There's almost no difference. Although now that I do look at this, um, there is a little bit of a difference here, isn't there? This didn't show up yesterday, and I think it's because I didn't actually implement this properly. It was erroring out because I was trying to do pointers like an idiot. Interesting. It does a multiplication of 4. Oh, this is interesting. Oh no. What have I stumbled into? I mean, I guess it's all like arithmetic. It's all math. But I'm trying to think if that would actually be a fundamental difference. Would it be different to do a multiplicative offset as opposed to maybe a simpler math op? I'm not sure if there would actually be a performance difference here. BP array of arrays. And I wonder why this is like, what if I do like a optimization? If I went, I'll just borrow from Casey's book here. Nah, there's no way. That doesn't seem right. Nah. Okay, what if we did, well, I guess let's just make sure. Yeah, no, it's multiplicative. So now I do wonder the way that I'm doing it. Right about. Oh, I see. I'm dumb. Huh, I see. The multiplication's happening because I'm doing the multiplication. That's why. It's empty because it's all unused, so it's optimized away. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Okay. So then, I wonder which would actually be faster, or if you could even determine such a thing. Like, it would a multiplication uh a operation be slower or faster than a plus or minus? I don't think it would matter. Um, so I guess it's fine. Hang on. Hang on. I'm just gonna check a message here. Okay, I don't have to worry about that. um, Even with the return, it can optimize it to just return 35. True, right? Because it can tell what's going on. Um, so I actually think that I actually think maybe the way I'm doing it is just like a touch, not as fast. Because I guess what it would have to do is if I'm doing a multiplication offset, which is exactly what I'm doing in my code, over here, it's offset plus. Like if I just look at like offset plus like this, which is multiplied, right? Then what essentially I'm asking, let's say the CPU to do, is to put this value into a new memory address, um, and ensure that it's accessible. No, wait. Put these two values into well, maybe put these two values maybe into an address, and then do the multiplication on them, and then you'd have to put a new place with a new value, and then add an an additional addition operation. Whereas if I just do the straight up, like this would have to go somewhere, right? This can't just be assembly kind of like it doesn't show all the I guess all the operations that would happen, but just in terms of like where it would live on hardware, it would have to. Hey CD, how's it going, CD? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Like this value has to be sorted out, um, and placed somewhere and then added. Whereas this is just two straight up values that's already like pre-sorted. So there's like it's super negligible, but it's just a I think it's just a tiny bit more performant. Doing all right? Been a minute? Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Well, I guess yeah, you are. You said doing all right. I didn't read it properly. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, it's been a while. Um, yeah, so if I'm thinking about the way that the CPU would have to operate on these, then I might it might actually behoove me. I might actually be behooved, benefited to do structs. Damn. Hey, developer JS on YouTube, how are you doing? I mean, but I don't know if it would be, super insignificant, but it might be. Anyway, okay. This is what we talked about yesterday, and we came up with essentially structs are not a bad thing for me in the context of the way I'm using them, and that they don't really they're not going to necessarily be any less or more performant than my big flat arrays with offsets. Um, Aside from maybe a little bit of benefit without not having to do the multiplication for the offset here, that might be better. Yeah, I'd be behooved and benefited to do React. Yeah. Developer JS, do I hear you? No, it's impossible for me to hear you, but I can read your messages. What game am I making? So I'm rebuilding a game from a long time ago. My favorite game of all time. It's called Uncharted Waters: New Horizons for the Super Nintendo. Essentially, this was a crazy complex game. You travel the world. You have to build up a fleet of ships. You travel the world. You explore, trade. You could be a pirate. All of the above. There's like an entire economy system. You have to manage each fleet. Sorry, each ship in your fleet, their cargo, their crew, their captains. There's like wind conditions, things like that. I'm building it using C compiled to WebAssembly and then rendered on the browser with vanilla JS, CSS, and DOM elements. So there's not no hardware acceleration, no GPU, no frameworks, no libraries, nothing like that. It's quite it's very like raw dogged. No Unity, no, nope, ain't doing that. All right. So if I wanted to, if I wanted to test this out, which I kind of do, then what I would do is just take one of these flat arrays, convert it to a struct, and just see how it would play out. Developer JS says, I'm also familiar with JavaScript and DOM, HTML, CSS. I'm very happy. Keep it up. Thanks, developer. Yeah, you too, man. Yeah. I'm just trying to like, push the boundaries of what people normally do, which is reach for the big libraries and the big frameworks and the big engines and things like that. And I'm just a crazy person over here trying to see how far I can take things without it, how difficult it is or not, things like that. It's been fun. Yeah. Hey, Justin on YouTube, good to see you, man. Good to see you. So if I'm gonna create a struct, you know what I'm thinking? We have to do entity anyways. Um, I hope you're doing well, Justin, by the way, and thanks for popping in, Developer JS. I appreciate it. If I'm gonna have to do entity anyways, in order to do the whole switching of worlds, maybe I just make entity a struct and we just like give it a go, just see how far we get. And I mean, ultimately, is anybody going to notice like a multiplier instead of just a straight addition or subtraction? No, no one's really going to notice that. But for the principles of the project, we're trying to stay disciplined to the goals. And I think maybe the multiplier with the array offsets might go against the principles of the project. So this will be a good test if we convert the entities over here. Hey, Jodim, man, long time no see. How you doing, Jodim? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Early morning streaming. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've got a lot going on today. So I figured I'd just do a day-long stream and then probably take a few days and take a break, just work on stuff. Uh, okay. What I need to do, I need to go over my froggy throat. I need to get over my froggy throat. Let's go find the entity portion. I think it's when we generate the world here at the very, very end. Pretty sure. Yeah, right here. We need an entity right here. Entity struct replacement. It's just a way for me to reference that. We're going to take this whole array and we're gonna make a struct instead, and we're just gonna see what that looks like. So I'm going to go over to, I think it's global entity data. So right here, we can keep this. That's fine. It's okay to keep it. But we can probably create a struct. And you know what I would rather do? I'd rather go over to the enum portion and just put the struct right next to the enum, because that's where we define our entity. Here we go. That's where we define our entity anyways, so might as well just do that. Good. I've been so busy in past months that I can only watch your VODs. Bro, it's all good. I appreciate it. You don't even have to do that. But that's, yeah. Hopefully they've been, somewhat worth it. It can be long and tedious and boring. Okay, so what we're gonna want to do is hang on, I gotta answer this. Okay, here, that's fine. All right, so what we want to do is take all the member yeah, take all the members of this enum and essentially copy them to a struct. So it'd be struct. We can just call it struct entity, and we will do something like these are all going to be U32s. So be name ID is interactable, right? Yeah, I think this is correct. We'll figure it out. Interaction on step over interaction scene world position X. I don't know how I feel about putting world position X directly into the entity. That's something I'll deal with later. All right, I'm pretty sure that's all I need. Let's just see if this compiles, and it sure doesn't. Why is that? Subscripted value is not an array, pointer, or vector. Oh. Oh, I see. Incompatible. Right. Of course it's incompatible because it's not initializing. And it's not initializing because I'm not setting up data, the array properly. Okay, why don't I just go and clear that? We're not going to use it anyways, right? So let's just go like this. See how far that gets us. Okay, good. You're saving an unhinged rant for next stream. Okay. Actually, I have the build process right here, don't I? I sure do. Okay. Okay, Pure. I'll try and come up with something. I don't want to miss the progress in the game, even if this blue screen of death color scheme always makes me uneasy. Yeah. Yeah. It's I apologize, but I also don't. Hey Rex, man. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you, Rex. Okay. So I hope you're doing well, by the way, Rex. So that does seem to compile. So I probably created the struct correctly then. And now what I can do is go down here and essentially just create a struct inline here. We'll eventually want an array of structs, I guess. That's probably the way we want to do it. But let's go with, so we'll go struct entity. Let's just call it, let's call it test entity. And then yeah, okay. And then we're just going to copy over load test world. That's what we had up there. We're going to go true, 8 and 8. Now, the issue here is that I want is interactable true. I want is solid false. Right? And so this is the thing, is that I kind of have to like remember the order if I essentially want to set this up proper. The scene false is interactable is solid. This is wrong. Is solid is false. Interaction on step over. Yes. Interaction scene. It would just be century value for now. And then world position 8 and 8. That's what we have. Let's just see if this works as a starting point. It does. Okay. Let me load up the game too and make sure. Yeah, nothing weird happens. Yeah, okay. So, good. How's the PC holding up? It's funny that Pirate Software was on Intel 14th and hopped to AMD in a day. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as I mean it's been good for hardware improvements. Like there's been, quite a few good hardware improvements, but yeah. Yeah, funny how quickly people jump ship, eh? But understandable. Is this the game that you're working on? Yeah. It's not an engine or a framework, no. It's I'm handwriting it, everything. So I'm building literally the game without any crutches. There's not even hardware acceleration, so I'm literally just hand building it straight up. And I'm not even building an engine for it. It just is what it is. I code the code and make the game happen. Um, all right. So I should be able to go around like position 8-8. I might need to add some debugging output though. It might be nice to be able to see the coordinates and stuff, for example. Maybe down here, just like yeah, like some buttons to toggle some things on and off. Hey Ghost, how you doing? Good to see ya. Um, hard coded. Damn, that's a John Carmack level. I'm no John Carmack. No, I'm not a John Carmack. Um, eh, I wish that guy's like hardcore. It's awesome. That would be fantastic. But I'm just trying to see how far I can push it. I'm pushing some boundaries here. See how far I can take this. That's all. Um, uh, yeah. Okay. Um, hang on. I screwed something up here. Heck, even John Romero, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I'll take whatever. Okay. So in order for me, okay, here's what I can do. Console log format. So what I want to do is I want to test and make sure. Test entity name ID, and it'll go like this, and then we'll go test entity dot name ID, and we're gonna see if we can just reference it in here. Build. Let me just. Yeah. All right. And we'll go here, and then we'll go. Oh, we don't have our string set up, do we? We do not. Let's go do that. Entity layer. And then we need another string for load test world. Load test world. These are just kind of dummy strings, so it's fine. We'll build it. There's an error. What's the error? What? I copied it. How did I do that? Um, all right, let's type it in again. Test, test entity name ID, D, and then test entity dot name ID. Build, please. All right. There we go. Sweet. Okay, we've got a struct working. Instead of game maker, you're limited by your flaws, not in a bad way. I am limited. I actually am limited by my flaws. If you think about it, isn't everyone? Isn't everybody limited by their flaws? Um, yeah. And my flaw is that I'm pretty dumb. Pretty dumb. So yeah, that's a pretty big limitation. Um, Now I think the other thing I can do, because this is kind of annoying to have to remember the order of like the named members. I think I should be able to do something like this. Pretty sure. Yeah. All right. That helps make things a bit easier. We'll clean this up. Traction scene, world position X, and Y. Okay, let's make sure this works. Still good? Sweet. Okay, that's going to make life a lot easier. I was thinking of learning how to code from CS50X and then making a game in Source. Yeah, you'll learn a lot even if you don't like finish it, or get it done the way you want to or things like that. You're going to learn like a crazy amount of things. So you should absolutely give it a shot. And I think video games are a great way to learn a whole bunch of different paradigms that overlap with a whole bunch of other things in web and software. It's like a fantastic way, and it's fun. You're building a video game. So yeah. Okay, so that works out great. Now, my only issue here is that we now have a problem where we need to reference this entity um, in a global place somewhere. So well, that's one problem. The other problem is that we need to set some default values, and I guess what we need to do is like create a set default entity, I suppose, function. Half-Life 3 confirmed, yeah. Um, yeah. Let's just kind of pseudocode it right here. So it would be it'd probably be okay, void set default entity, and you'd probably have to pass in the struct of entity like this, but then you have to pass in the like e like that, and I guess a pointer to it. Yeah, it would be a pointer to it, and then what you would do is go through, yeah, name ID. Oh no, it wouldn't be dot. I think it would be like this. And then just literally uh oh, holy crap, talk about fluke getting the exact right number. It'd be kind of like this. Does this build? It does. Can we then use this? Let's just try it out. So we'd initialize the entity, right? Like this. Then we'd go set default entity, pass the pointer to test entity. And then we'd go we would go, here it is before before set, right? Do that, and then we go after set. And we have a problem. And the problem is expected expression. Oh, I see. Okay, right. Once it's set, this is right. We're trying to initialize twice. This will not work. Once we initialize, we need to, yeah. I don't know crap about code. I'm a bit of a tech person like LTT or Steve or even Tom or Bitwit Kyle. Yeah, I recognize some of those names. I don't know much about source development or making textures. I'd make a game using the dead mouse. It can't hurt, um even if you gave it a shot, and you didn't do it the traditional way. You'll learn a lot. Can I like this? Yeah, does that work? Hang on. I use an arrow here. Oh, I see. It's an indirection through pointers. I think I understand what's going on here. Okay, so before set, there's our sentinel value. After set, there it is. Change to classes next, yeah. Okay, okay, that's good. Um, so at this point, I should consider an array of structs somewhere global. I think I have I think I have like a Google alarm or something going on. Hang on. Let me go turn that off. All right. There was a Google alarm. Forgot I had that on. Uh, so I'm going to put my array of structs here as well. So an array of structs would just be, I think, okay, so struct entity, the same way that you would initialize a single one, you initialize an array. It'd be, let's say, ng entity structs, and we could do like 10 of them. Okay, and then what we would do, okay, first of all, let's just see if that works. It does. And we'd want to update default entity and pass it an ID to the entity that we want to default out. Okay, so let's just, okay. What if instead of this, we passed in entity ID as an integer value, which is an offset to the struct. All these would have to be, yeah, periods, and then you'd go copy this entity ID. This is kind of a weird, yeah, looks a little bit weird, but let's just see if this works. So I would say 0, and then I would go 0 like this, and I'd update this one as well, and I would update this one as well. Does this compile even? 7 errors, of course. Why? Okay, first of all, order of operations. Ah, that's it. That's all it was. We were trying to reference something before we generated it. Um, I mean, if Gary Newman of Gary's Mod made Gary's Mod as a teen, why can't I make something in Source 1 or 2? It'd be a nice learning experience, but first I gotta learn how to code. It's really not that hard, Rex. It really isn't. Um, it just starts somewhere. It's literally just pick something that's of interest to you and just start going for it. And you're gonna pick up a lot of stuff. And what I would recommend, um, keep it interesting for yourself. So if you want to do something crazy, like you're like, oh, it would be so cool if I built this like crazy complicated game. That's fine. Um, go for those. Go, attempt to do that. Um, but it's okay if you don't get there. What matters is that you're like learning along the way. Okay, well, let's see if, yeah, we now have structs and we have a global set of structs and we clear them out. All right. So I'm going to get rid of all this. Actually, no. Okay, for now, what we're going to do, we're going to update the values that we care about. Actually, Sentry is fine for that. Interaction on step over, we want that to be true. And then we want world position. X and Y. There we go. All right, still good. Now, get viewport value at coordinates. Now comes this. I essentially have to assume that all my entities are loaded up. With the world. And if I ask WebAssembly, hey, is there an entity at this XY coordinate for the entity layer? I have to do exactly what I'm doing for the NPC layer. Except we're going to read through the structs now. Let's give it a shot. It would help if I knew how to type. So it'd be entity layer, machine name. Then we're going to go 32. I'm going to have to replace all those unit 32 stuff, but that's fine. I think I set it to 10. We'll make a constant out of that. No, you do plus plus I, okay? You do plus plus I. And then we'll go if I have already forgotten the name of my array. Here we go. If I dot world position x is equal to x offset, copy this. There we go. Y offset. We return I. Otherwise, we return Sentry. Let's build. It looks like it built correctly. Then we're going to go over to where we're rendering our layers. Just layer 1, and that gets me in the right direction, in the right ballpark. Here we go. Now I want to do my entity layers at the very, very last. Right here. So we'll go entity layer. Layer value. Layer element, layer entity, layer value. Okay. If I just leave this alone, what should happen is I should be seeing like something unexpected right about here. Something that kind of shouldn't be there. Oh, I have to. Uh-huh. I screwed up. What else is new? Oh, interesting. It's rendering it at coordinate 0, 0. Well, that's not right. Why is it doing that? Nani? What else have I messed up here? Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. Stingray by Source Engine and licensing. Not having access to Source 1 and 2. A bunch of stuff I don't want to get into. Yeah, Rex, keep it simple. Yeah. Um, it's not the most terrible thing if you use Unity or Unreal. It's not like you're doing something bad. Exactly. As long as you're learning from it, um, it just use it as like a jumping off point to get into stuff. You'll be fine. I don't know about other engines, but I heard Godot is good. Yeah, I've heard the same. I haven't actually used it very well. I guess I have used it a little bit. It's not bad. Yeah, yeah. Just pick something that's interesting to you and go for it. That's much better than being paralyzed by like what you think you should do or shouldn't do. Um, okay. I think the problem here is that I'm not. I have to like initialize uh all the entities to the sentry values. So I have to do a init uh structs. Yeah, init structs entities. Probably something like this. Go over each one. Then and then actually, you know what? We can just set default just like this. And if that works, then we probably don't need to do this. And if that works, then we can do initialize game, and then right here with the init structs entities. Let's see if this even builds. It does. Okay, that's better. Now, there we go. That's where it is. When I go invisible, it's right there. Sweet. Let's give it a. Let's give it a different look, right? Let me just see if I can figure this out. I think it's over here. No, it's right here. Layer element, layer element, layer element. No. Oh, there we go. The layer entity. Yeah, now we're talking. Oh, yeah. Sucks. It's going to be 12. OSY. Let's go with 1. Yeah. Let's just do that. Layer entity. What's the layer value? 0. Let's just CSS it. That's what we have it for. One. There it is. We now have an entity. Okay, it'll be invisible in real life, but we have structs working. Sweet. The other thing we want to do is we want to do the step over. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Since we're here, max global entities. Might as well get this out of the way right now. Like that. Is there anywhere else we're doing anything like that? We're not. All good, all good. We'll go like this. Clear out the console logs. We could run this just to clear all our entities. Sure, maybe we'll just keep that for now. Perfect. Perfect. And then the last thing I want to do is hang on. I'm trying to think here. We've got the value, yeah. Oh yeah, the stepping over. Right. So we need to go move player whatever. Yeah. This is an interaction for when you actually walk up to something that's interactable, but that's not what we want. We want when you move a player. So it'd be after we move a player. Again, the assumption would be that all my entities are loaded up in the world is. Hey Lawler, good to see you. Yeah, I'll be live, Lawler. Yeah. Good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in. Love you too, Lawler, I guess. So the assumption would be that all my entities are cleared out and loaded on world update. So I guess just look through them. And then go if Gentity structs I don't like the naming of that. Well, Gentity structs isn't like the worst name, I guess. Get player in world X. I'm pretty sure I have to pass that in. Let's just go have a quick look. Yeah, I have to pass in the player ID. So here we go. Like this. Then and oh yeah, and is interactables true? And interaction on step over is true. Then what we're going to do is go step on me. And we're gonna stupidly, naively just brute force copy this until we are sure that we are in the right direction. Something happened. Something happened. Let's go up to the top. Unexpected global expression. Or expected expression. It would help if I defined a value, wouldn't it? That brought down the error count. Yeah. Uh, declaration of function. Oh, do I need to forward declare? Yeah, I've got a forward declare. So let's go to our forward declarations. It'd be here. Go like this. This. We have to declare the functions, otherwise it doesn't know what to do. Come on. All right. Now, I should see step on me. Hell yeah. Let's go. Sweet. So we're now using structs and we've got entities. That's pretty awesome. I like it. I have to admit that the struct system is kind of nicer to work with. Again, that's like purely subjective, but it is kind of nicer to work with, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Now, I've lost my place. Okay, this. What we can do. Sid, the IT guy on YouTube, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Shouldn't you be getting ready for a honeymoon or something? What the hell are you doing watching this dope writing C code, man? I hope you're doing well, Sid. It's good to see you. Hang on. Okay. What? You're back from honeymoon, Sid? No way. How did it go? Did you have a good time? Just tonight? Oh, bro. Well, congratulations. I hope you had a great time, man. I'm sure you did. That's fantastic. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah. You gonna get back in the swing of things now? Or are you still taking some time off, Sid? I'll just do a little bit of cleanup code while I have a little side convo with Sid there. It's I'm kind of proud of Sid. 5 days planned. Pretty fun. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad. You're fully back, yeah? Oh, sweet. Are you gonna do a stream later? A return from honeymoon stream? Tomorrow working and streams like usual. Sweet. Well, I'm gonna tune in, man. I'm gonna tune in and say hi to you. As long as I'm not like asleep or something, I'll catch you. That's awesome. Welcome back. Glad you had a good time, man. That's great. Good for you. All right, we'll put that in here. I'll just quietly work away on this. Just want to make sure. Sand player ID. Player ID. Hey Khalifa on Twitch, how you doing? Good to see you. Be like this. 0. B. You could return like it did step on. Right. Do this. Then it just makes this like a lot easier. You can do like special things if you actually did step on it. It was just to simplify the code here, just a touch. Right here, like that. Make sure it builds. It does not build because I probably screwed something up. There's no return value. Right, I'm not returning anything. It'd be this, otherwise be Sentry. Yeah. There we go. Good, man. It's been a while. I missed your streams. I appreciate that, Khalifa. Yeah, it has been a while. Yeah, life's been very, very strange for me lately. The last few months, it's been very strange, and yeah, up and down. And it's I've had to focus on dealing with that stuff instead of streaming. And life continues to be strange as I'm streaming. It's just it's weird. Not all bad, not all good, but just strange. Okay, good. Uh, Bro, that's life. I know. It is. It's life. I'm gonna get rid of the Enum. Yeah. Well, I hope you're doing well. And it has been a while since I talked to you on stream. I hope you're doing well at least. Yeah, I mean, overall, um, everybody's like healthy here and generally happy and all that, and no serious issues, just stuff with work and interpersonal things and things like that. It has been a little weird. I can't lie. But yeah, yeah, I don't have much to complain about. I've definitely been in worse situations, much worse situations, as per the title of the stream. Yeah, Sam. Yeah, man. Strange times. Strange times. I just need a place to put this, and it's gotta be here like this, and we're gonna go like that, and that's where our entity structs are. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to trying to multitask. But yeah, I'm glad to see you, Khalifa. There's a few people that I haven't talked to in a while. This should go into a section for entities. Let's just go down here. We kind of generalize sections for different things. Like we could put it right here. Thanks, man. Yeah. Thanks for coming on and saying hi. I'm glad you did. Entities. Whoa. What have I done? Oh, I have. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh, I see. Because I cleared out the entity structs. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We don't need this anymore. All right. G stats data. ALS. Hey, how's it going? Ray on YouTube. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Uh, yeah. My editor got even more blue. Yeah. I'm all right, man. How you doing? How are you doing, ALS? Yeah, I'm doing well, Ray. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you, Ray. You're good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Into uni in the background. Nice. Did I accidentally remove stats? No. Which model of laptop? It's an Asus. It's an Asus ROG. I don't remember the exact model. So it's like one of the gaming laptops. Why? You looking for one? Looking for one, Ray? What use of undeclared identifier G entity data size? Do you mean? Oh, I have to remove it from here as well. That's why. All right, like that, and then init data entity can go, and there we go, and there it is. Back to normal. Sweet, sweet. Man, like a bajillion notifications for absolutely nothing. No wonder people have ADHD. Okay, sweet. It's all working. So for completely educational purposes, I can kind of mix and match structs with flat arrays because it's an interesting topic to bring up and talk about, like why you might want to do one over the other. Um, and when it comes to referencing those on the client side in the browser, like makes no difference. It's good. Got a dying ROG from 2019. Don't use my desktop anymore, so you want to go full laptop. Yeah, I it's an older, like it's probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 years old. Um, Asus ROG. Um, I just don't remember the exact model. Try, yeah, I'd have to I'd have to pull everything apart, like the entire setup, and ruin the stream if I was going to do that. Actually, I wonder if I can just do like system info here. ROG G713, I think. Strix G713. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I could be wrong about that, but yeah. But it works great for me. It's perfect. Perfectly perfect. The host name doesn't always give you the full specs, but yeah. I would still prefer to go desktop personally. It's just me personally. But I don't have a lot of space up here. We don't live in luxury. It's a pretty small space, and there's a few of us here with my family, so laptops it is for now to max on space. Yeah, right. No problem, man. No problem. Good luck on tracking down what you want to track down there. for a laptop. All right. So we have entities, and we have a thing it detects when you step over an entity. I would like to. Maybe I don't want to store a variable here for no reason until later. However, one thing that I do want to do is right in here. It would have to be interaction scene. This. And we would have to trigger this. Trigger a scene change in the game. And in our case, the scene change would be an offload of one world and an onload of another world, which means we need to create another world. Oh, yeah. At some point, I'm going to want to figure out which chunks of data I want to convert to a struct and which ones I want to keep as an array. I already think I have some idea of that. Let's not worry about that right now. What we're going to do, we'll come up with a new world, and we're going to call this world, let's call it, I got to think of a name. We're going to call it, I know what we're going to call it. What's it called? Dingosaur development. Yeah, okay. So we're going to call it Dingus Land. Yeah. And we're going to have to clear a whole bunch of data. This is going to get a bit gnarly. We'll have to clear a whole bunch of data. We'll have to assume that generating the world needs to clear the data. We're making a lot of assumptions now. All right, let's start with some basic stuff. We'll kind of work our way down. Okay. Previous game mode would be whatever. Import. We'll make that assumption. World data. What am I putting here? Oh, the current world ID. Cannot find world. Okay, we'll copy this over. Dingus Land. Which means over here, we need to create the string for it. Create string. Dingus Land. Oh, come on. We're going to call it this. We need to clear the global world data. We need to clear all the different layers. Which we do with global world data. That's what we do. So that works out fine. We need to set our world width and height, and we're just going to start with a background layer. And that's all we're going to do. It's just going to be a background layer. That's it. Now, we also need to actually set up our world just like we have here. So we're going to have to copy this, clear our world data, Dingus land. Sure, 50-50. Yeah. We'll start with 0 and sure 1 for now. Huh, no errors. Can't believe it. Okay. All right. Can I just load up Dingus Land straight out the gate? I can. I can. I probably just didn't do an initialization properly, but yeah. All right. That means when I go to step on Moldy, what's up, man? Moldy on YouTube, how are you doing? What the heck was that function called? Let's just go move player. Yeah, check player. Player stopped. There we go. We are gonna assume Dingus Land, and we're gonna have to forward declare it. Fine. Let's just add it here. Great. Are you doing great, Moldy? Nice. Oh, yes. I can't believe that worked as well as it did. That's it. It's just a blank world. Oh, hot diggity damn. Do we have the world name inside? Yeah, World Dingus Land. Holy crap. It's okay. So let's visually represent it just a little bit differently. We'll just make sure. Let me just zoom out a little bit. We'll go World Dingus Land layer. I think it's well, I don't have to guess. I can just go layer background layer and value. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Here. World Dingus Land layer background layer value 1. Got it. All right. 1. And we can go here. Now it should look like whatever the heck I did here. Which is probably going to look very strange. Did I build it though? I don't think I. Yeah, I don't think I built it. Here we go. No. No, did I? Is this? Am I wrong? I'm probably wrong. Because you know, I'm a dingus. Tile element. Layer element world. World dingus land layer value 1. It is doing the thing. Huh. Oh, I'm not setting. Oh, of course. Of course. I'm not setting a an atlas on it, or a background position calc. That would make sense. Where am I doing that? No, it's not here. I must be doing it. Yeah, here. In the background layer. Yeah, I'm just leaving it whatever. All right. So here's what I do then. We'll go. Is it an absolute? It is. So we only want the background position. Now, what I want to do is instead of doing this right here in JavaScript, we're going to have to move it out to CSS because it's going to be faster. And so um, we'll go back to the CSS. We'll go go back down here and we'll set the background position manually for now, and then we'll clean it up like this. All right, let's hope that that's adequate. There it is. Yeah, and the entity sticks, probably because I haven't cleared the entity properly. But yeah, we're loading up an entirely different world. Okay. Damn. That's great. That's great. I've got that working. So cleanup. Cleanup will kind of suck. There's a lot to clean up. But check that out. Now, here's what would be an interesting way to test? Can we go back to the other world? I want to test that. How would I test that? I suppose I could test. Let me see. Do I have user input right bumper is not a function? Or okay, we're gonna make it a function. We're gonna make user input right bumper a function. This is extremely dumb. I should never do this. But we're doing it. All right. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna load up Dingus Land, and then I'm gonna hit E, I think it is, and I should go back to the previous world. Holy crap! Freaking hell! Flat arrays, folks. Vanilla C, no standard libs, barely any structs, and we're jumping between worlds. Oh, that's so dope. There's probably some kind of memory leak. I'm probably not clearing all the entities correctly. There's probably like some issues, but damn, it's working. That's fantastic. That's so cool. First came the structs, then came the pointers, and then came the dreaded V tables. Don't laugh. Don't. Bro. Don't. Please, bro. You don't clear memory because that's good for performance. It's true. It's true. You're right. There's a bunch of memory that I'm not going to clear. Um, but it'll probably cause a few leaks. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Now, out of curiosity, one sec. I'm gonna test something. If I go to Dingus Land and then I toggle 3D, it works. Yeah, sweet. Dingus oriented 3D programming. It's vanilla CSS. That is so cool. Now, okay, now the next test. If I go back to the previous world, does the 3D stick? It sure does. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That is actually really cool. That's so cool. We have so freaking cool. Yeah, I dig. Um, there is a weird thing at coordinate 00 at the top left, but that's probably just an entity I didn't clear, or maybe that's the player position. I'm not sure, but yeah. Global world data not big enough for layer data. Yeah, so because I'm not clearing array arrays properly, I can't even trigger oh, I can. I'm just dumb. That makes sense. I can trigger menus. I'm just a dumb dumb. Yeah, so let's try this again. Okay, and then go back. Yeah, there we go. Can I start a battle? I can. So cool. The rendering's a little weird there. Wonder why. Huh. Why is it double rendering? Let me see if that happens. Oh, that's weird. Okay, I've got a little rendering bug there, but all right. Yeah, board the ship here. See if what happens if anybody like steps over it. Nothing should happen. Okay, so there's one down. Okay, so now if I just purposefully go for it. Yeah, da 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 da. No, end turn. Nothing should happen. There we go. Sweet. Huh. That's great. All right, we got it. Oh, I didn't think it would work that well. I thought I was going to be spending all day doing world offload and onload, but that worked out really well. Okay. um, Let me take a minute here and make sure I'm all set up for our guest to arrive. Let me go over here. Okay, so just give me a sec, folks. We're gonna have someone pop on through Discord in a minute. We're gonna talk about web components and HTMX and stuff. Have a few laughs. Um, okay, so I gotta make sure that people can hear Discord. So we'll do that. Move over. Okay, I'll block it for now. And then what I need to do is like that. So what should be happening is the screen should be showing, but if I want to pop out, nope, nope, I'll do this. Yeah, all right. Let me put that back on like that. Okay, and then if there we go. Okay, if that worked out well, then I should be able to hear, and then if in a minute we get this right, everyone else should also be able to hear. Okay. Wherever you are. I'll move this down. Okay, so now it's just a blank screen. I'll just move myself over there, and then we'll figure it out. We'll figure out what we're doing when we get on the call. Hang tight, folks. Hang tight. Hang tight. I'm going to let's go like if I do this, I'll go like this. Take it out. I'm gonna. Okay, we'll update the title. All right. I think that's right. Okay, title updated. We're good. Okay. So I'll just wait. Uh, I'm just waiting for him to say he's ready, and then we're gonna chat. Um, okay, so this should be interesting. I'll just wait for him to tell me he's ready. So this is uh this is Jay Larkey. All right. Um, so he's got some interesting takes on web stuff. So he um wanted to give it a shot, talking to me about it. We'll see where it goes. We kind of got introduced by somebody we mutually follow, and he's done a whole bunch of different things, as you can see, including HTMX, but like other stuff too, like React and Angular and all that. And um, I don't know. We'll see what he thinks. I'm pretty sure he knows kind of what my stance is on kind of like the state of web in particular. And I don't think I don't think he. If I had to guess, I would say he probably doesn't fully disagree. He might just have more nuanced points, right? So we're about to find out. Um, see what happens here. Okay, he's asking for five. He's asking for five. No problem. No problem. I think my first question is going to, hey, Vibrant Games, thanks for the follow just now. I appreciate it. I think my first question is going to be, why is HTMX the best library, best framework ever? I think that's what it has to be. Why is what's the best front end library framework, and why is that HTMX? Let me get rid of ads on Twitch side. I'll play the ads. That'll buy us some time. Yeah, he's not on yet, Ghost. Yeah, he just needs a few minutes. So I'm just killing time. Yeah, that's fine. Mm, okay. Give everyone a minute to roll in. Okay, I'm testing sound. All right. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how far we got on on the game here. Just while we're waiting for Jay Larkey. It's so cool. Yeah, nice. So after this, there's still a minute left on the Twitch ads. I'll let those go. But after we're done with, after I don't think Jay Larkey's going to stay for very long. For very long, he'll be like I don't know, 30, maybe 60 minutes, something like that. Um, and we'll talk about the state of web and yada yada. And then when he takes off, we'll get back to plugging away on the game, and then later on, I'll be on an X space, talking about the H1b visa stuff with someone on X there, and I'll just stream that at the same time, um, and then I'll call it a day. So I'll pop this back up. I like that. I like that. That's his banner. Rich Harris just like calling him out. All right, we're gonna give this a try. Let's see what happens. We'll do. Let me start up a voice call. Okay, you can do video. All right. Okay. I'm pretty sure that you should be able to hear me. Uh, I think I can hear you. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hang on, chat. We're just let me turn it off and then let me turn it on. I don't know. You might not be able to see me on camera. Right. Let me try one more time. So if I start, and then what I'll do is while we're here, I'll also turn on the sound. So at the very least, people can hear you, and then I'll put you on screen in a second.
Okay.
Why don't you say hi to chat?
Hello, hello. I don't know if that's going to work because I changed my mic.
Yeah, it should work. It should be fine.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm going to try this one more time.
Yeah, I'm seeing your stream now.
Okay, okay, you're seeing. Okay, that's good enough. We'll go with that. And then
Okay.
what I'll do is I'll pop out the video.
Why are you punching React?
Well, we can talk about that. We
Yeah.
can talk. We can talk about why I'm punching. We can talk about whatever you like. So there we go. So can someone on chat side just confirm that you can hear Jay Larky over here?
Yeah. And sorry for the mess. We're moving soon, so there are like some boxes. I don't know if I can you can see it, but
Yeah,
maybe
it's
not.
okay. It's all good. We can't see very much. Yeah, you can hear him. Okay, perfect. All
Yeah.
right. Well, I'll move myself a little bit off of the. I'm kind of in a weird spot here. I'll go like, I'll do this. There we go. All right. So welcome. So I just want to make sure Jay Larky is okay. Is there something else you prefer? I call you different names, whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm a man of different names on the internet. I think most people know me as JLRK, so it feels fine. It's
Yeah. All right. Okay. Sounds good. Well, thanks for popping on. Um.
Sure. Thanks for the invitation.
Yeah. Yeah. So we kind of have like somebody we mutually follow on X. And the suggestion was made that you and I should talk for reasons. I guess insert reasons here. Um. Probably to do with the all the rants that I have about front end web development and whatnot. Um,
So I've
so
heard.
yeah, it's like something I'm a little bit famous for. Um, uh, so here I turned up the Discord there so that people can hear you a little bit better on the stream. Um, and I know you know you have a background in web development as well. So how about we just start with kind of like why don't you give us a little bit of background on yourself and your experience, and we'll just see where we go.
Yeah. So I I don't like to. It's like those like bands that don't like to be set to a genre, right? It's like
Yeah.
I don't like to call myself kind of like a very specific things because like I started the first like language I learned was like Basic, and I just had like a book about Basic. I didn't have a computer back then, so like I just like ran all of that stuff in my mind. So like I never written like a line of Basic like on the computer, right? Then I learned like Pascal. Again, like I just asked my like teacher to give me like a pirated like Turbo Pascal, and just read through the documentation in like a mixed like English and Russian until I can like figure it out enough, right? So one of my like first applications that like people used were like in Delphi,
Right.
and then in university, I kind of like started doing kind of like more web stuff. So at that time, that meant like LAMP, kind of like
Yeah.
PHP, jQuery, and all that stuff. I did a bit of Ruby. I was sure that like Python and Ruby are going to be like a bigger languages than PHP and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
I I did a lot, and when Go was coming out, I already knew Erlang, and I'm convinced that like Rob Pike was like very inspired by Erlang when he was doing Go. So it was like, oh, this is a feature from Erlang. This is a feature from Erlang. So
Right.
it like I was like sure that I would probably like spend my career doing Go at that time.
Right.
But I got a job at startup, and they were looking for like Erlang engineers. And because of like how small the community is, like the hiring process for like Erlang jobs is along the lines of like, hey, do you know Erlang? Yes. Oh, cool. Everyone else said no. So like you're hired.
Right. Right. Yeah.
So and around like 2015, we were working on an app with Knockout JS. So all the like signal stuff is like very like at home. So we were working on Knockout JS, and we had like a lot of like kind of like issues with like just like using JavaScript and the kind of like the string based templating where you like on click like this string, and it's like I hope that this isn't function name, but like who knows, and I hope that it
Right.
takes like one argument and not three, and like who knows, right?
Right.
But that was a thing where like me and our like CTO, we were like just discussing like kind of like what can we do here. And his thing was like we should do TypeScript because like well this like this string based stuff is like not great,
Right.
right? Let's do TypeScript. And I was the one who like in 2014, like the end of the year, I think React just like was just out for like less than a year at that time. I was like convincing him to use React for our new project instead of
Yeah.
Knockout, right? So I'm not like one of those like engineers who kind of like had to use React because someone else told them to.
Right.
I was the one who like had to make a case, right, for like to adopt this new unproven technology that no one knows, and so on, right? So
Right.
so that puts me in a very like funny position, and it also like as stuff happened in that company, like I was starting doing like more and more front end, and by the time that we were kind of like pivoting and launching like a new project, they were like, oh, you had this like idea with React, like you do that. Just
Right.
so they gave me kind of like the whole front end of like our new application. And that's kind of like how I became like the front end guy for some reason.
Yeah,
After
of
like
course.
10
Yeah.
years, maybe not 10 years, but like maybe like 5 years working on like a back end. And it's like, hey, now you're the front end guy.
Right.
And yeah, so depends on depends on the time, depends on like what you want to think, right? I can be anyone, and uh that's why it's I'm finding myself into like this fun position, like on Twitter's, right, where uh I think that like HTMX is good because that's kind of like how I started building apps, right? But also I might kind of like know some of the things how like front end is built, right? On high enough level where kind of like where like Rich Harris could be upset with me, right?
Of course. Yeah.
It-
Yeah. Yeah. I like how you have that banner right at the very top of your X profile there. I think I have it right here. It's right here.
yeah,
Why are you like this? It's great. I like it. Yeah,
yeah. I
okay.
think now it's up to like almost like 400 likes.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, that's going to get attention, right? It's like the person who's doing the micro benchmarks on all the different languages, and Casey Moratori is just like completely annoyed by those benchmarks. Like it's a good way to get some attention. You annoy someone who has some gravitas, and then you get some attention yourself. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like you have like more of like a varied background. It's not that you're necessarily a back end, front end, in uh, a box, so to speak.
right.
Um, so
I like
I'm
to joke that I'm like if anything I'm like a webmaster,
yeah,
but this is also like selling it a bit short because like I did like some native development, right?
right,
I'm writing like some CLI applications and all that stuff. So like
right,
I used to work in like a very small startup for like kind of like most of my career, and you do everything that needs to be done there, right?
right,
It's like it's not like you're put inside of like a big team and like you solve tickets, right? It's like that's
right,
that's all that you do, right?
right,
And a small startup is like, well, you need like React Native application, like someone has to write it.
right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. So, a poly programmer of sorts. You're not afraid to jump into a variety of different things.
Right.
That would be fair to say. Okay.
Yeah, I thought my bar was kind of like don't do PHP and Java, but I still did PHP and Java, so it's like
Yeah, 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 yeah. So, okay. I mean, I have like a billion questions, but um, so tell me the difference between from your perspective, when you would reach for something like React and when you would reach for something like HTMX. Maybe let's start there.
right. Yeah, so I would say it's always like it's not as easy, right? And there is this like kind of like worse is better, like I say from like 50 years ago, right? It's
Right.
like those Lisp guys, they were doing everything the best way possible, and those like I forgot who was he was like referring to. Maybe like C guys, I guess, like right, like the Unix guys. So and
Right.
like those Unix guys are like scrappy. They're doing everything kind of like by the uh by like thin margins. It's like it barely works, but like who kind of like won, right?
Right.
So there's always kind of like uh, there's always real world, right? It's like and that's funny. Like Ryan Carniato, who I kind of like follow a lot. He just did his article about like kind of like a review of like framework kind of like state in 2024, right? And like the like one of the last kind of like paragraphs that he has is like, well, sometimes the best framework to choose is not the best framework, right?
Right.
Like something along those lines. But that's kind of like the thing that you have to keep in mind is that like, well, you can kind of like calculate and figure out is like, well, that's the best thing, right? Like
Right.
it works the best, it's fastest, it's like whatever, right? But like for business, um for business decisions, you have to use micro front ends or something like that, right? And
Right.
like micro front ends are never the best solution.
Yeah.
They're always a solution for a problem where you exhausted all the other options, right?
Right. Right. Okay. So
So I'm giving like no answer basically, right?
you're being politically
It's
neutral.
tricky,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, eh, I guess like to turn it into an answer is like you have to know like what your company is doing, right? And uh, overall, like I always try to make some sort of bets. It's like, well, that this is maybe like a thing that like is not popular right now, right? But like will be popular later, right? And you just have to make sure that your bets like don't become like the biggest the biggest issue, right? In your project, right? They are like contained somehow. And as of right now, right, the React seems safe and HTMX seems risky,
Right.
right? So, and like what do you do if you have a situation like that? Well, you use HTMX in like in places where it's not risky, right?
Right.
So that's why a lot of people uh using HTMX in like a in just like a smaller project, right? Where you can just like, well, I can probably write that like the whole thing in 1 week, right? And
Right.
just like do it. Or they're using it in some sort of like internal tools where some amount of like polish, like it is expected that like when you click on something like the spinner is not going to show up or something like that, and it's like,
Right.
well, like it's if you're doing something like that, it's like it's much easier to do it in like in HTMX than something else.
Right. Right. Okay. Um. So how do you? Okay. So then, why don't you give us your perspective on what you think about things like web components or even just in general not using frameworks or libraries and when that's like a good thing.
Right. This happened like too long time ago, probably like no one remembers, but at the time of uh at the time when jQuery was like in the position where React is right now, right? When it was like the default option, like people like to turn off their brains, right? Like they like to give kind of like AI all their tasks. They like to give like Stack Overflow all their tasks, right? And like the thing that I remember was you would go to Stack Overflow and like the top questions were like, how do I sort arrays in jQuery? How do I like, right? It's like
Yeah.
and we are at the point right now is like how do I sort arrays in React,
React.
right? And
Yeah.
it's like, well, there is actually kind of like a nuance to it, right? Like, well, you would sort arrays in JavaScript, not React, but it's like, well, if you're actually doing like this thing, right, you need to add keys and like and so on, right? So it's like it's 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 funny because like it just shows that like people don't understand what they're doing, and that's true for like everyone, right?
Right.
And uh, all of those questions of like how do I sort arrays in jQuery, how do I sort arrays in React, right? It just it well, the thing that I was going to bring up is the like there was a website back in the day that was like vanilla JS framework. So you go to that, and that was in the time of like jQuery UI. And in jQuery UI, what you would do is like you would say like, oh, I need like modals, dialogues, popovers. Like you will put like a few check marks, and you press download, and it will like kind of like bundle the thing for you. So you would have
Right.
like a like .js file that you can put in your like server, right?
That's right.
And it's
That's
like
right.
someone did this thing for vanilla JS, and so they were like, oh, he wanted to sort arrays, just like add a checkbox. Oh, he wanted to like do this, and it's like it's all the features that are just like built in the browser, right? And you just put a bunch of checkboxes, and in the end, it just gives you like an empty like file, and it's like, yeah, it's all built in.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So the like the that framework, the vanilla JS framework, it like every year it gets better,
Yeah.
right? Every year it can do more and more stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like now it can sort arrays without like mutating arrays, right? And
Right.
now it can do kind of like this and that. And it is important to realize once you're typing to your chat GPT is like how to sort arrays in React is like, what am I doing? Like, why am I so out of touch of like what is going on with the platform,
Right.
right? And I I will go there first. So I think my biggest kind of like issue with the platform is that people will say seriously, believing in what they're saying, stuff like, well, I will use the platform because I know that like this component is going to work in like 100 years from now.
Right.
And I think this is the stupidest thing ever that you can say because
Yeah.
first of all, is that I used a bunch of like platform tools that like those websites don't work anymore,
Right.
right? There were like some security kind of like consideration of like, well, we can't do this way anymore, right? Like I remember the web before course, right? Like some of the websites that like they won't work today, right? Because they like the course didn't exist yet, and like you
Right.
could do some things that like are not possible today, right? And similarly, I used some of the like the service workers API before they were service workers. They were like cache management APIs or something like that. I don't remember the names, but like
Yeah.
I have a website that like doesn't work anymore because it was using the platform, right? So like I like on the first part is like this website is going to work in 100 years. No, it's like there are a bunch of examples of like stuff like stopping working, right? Or there are like kind of like backward compatible ways of like work modes or quick modes. I don't remember how to with
Cork.
like
Yeah. Yeah.
they would have something like that, or you have like a use strict right now, like declaratives for your JavaScript, or like top module, right?
Right.
Is like there are some things that like used to work in JavaScript that like but don't work today anymore, right? And
Right.
it's like in JavaScript and HTML and CSS, like you whatever, like you pick it. It's like there were features that like were deprecated from the platform in like different ways, right?
Yes.
And on the other hand, is like, well, if I have my React application and I compiled it to JavaScript, that JavaScript is going to work for exactly the same 100 years, maybe more, right? Because if it uses less of APIs, right? If the only thing that it uses is like append child or something like that, right?
Right.
Instead of like create registry or something like that for like web components, right? Like that app will actually probably work for longer than your web components, right? Because web components relies on more features, and like there's a higher chance of like some of those features getting duplicated.
Right.
So this is just I wanted to rant for the about this. It's like
Right.
this is like a kind of like a stupid argument about like, well, my thing is going to work for 100 years. It's like no, like I've been all here long enough that like I remember stuff that was deprecated from the platform, and it will happen again, right? Like that's the fun part is like, oh, like once we get um I don't know, like signals, observables, like whatever, right? Like once we get them in the browser, like they will stay there forever in the exact same shape. And it's like, well, maybe not. Like
Right.
there were examples kind of like of that or the other.
Right.
In uh, and the argument that like React is not vanilla is also kind of like funny to me because it's like, well, it compiles down to vanilla, right? Like it compiles down to the same thing, right? And probably again, like probably even lower level. They a lot of frameworks will do this for like E11 support or whatever, right? Like
Right.
they will have things that like you yourself wouldn't probably write, but like the compiler will like down compile it to something else, right? So like, well, and now I have like support of the browser that like I wouldn't probably do it myself if I was doing it vanilla. And
Right.
that's the same argument for kind of like jQuery back in the day, right? So like, why did jQuery kind of like rise to the top? Because it was so annoying to write vanilla, right? And once vanilla kind of like caught up to everything that jQuery can do, you could not use jQuery if you didn't care about like older browser support, right?
Right.
So like it's still it was still like better to use jQuery if you wanted those browsers, but we were like actively like saying like please make sure that your website doesn't work in EA6, right? Like show the banner, please, like please turn off your
So yeah,
browser,
that's
right?
right. Yeah.
That was like a just like a movement, right? It's just like people just decided that this was like a better way. They actively were working against accessibility, right? You would make your site kind of like less accessible, like less users would go to your website, but it was for like what seemed like a greater good,
Right.
right? So, uh, having said all that, I think uh, I think that argument is like a bit silly, but like I hear that kind of like a lot, right? And it also like the way that you hear it is like, well, I would have used React if it would compile to web components, right? Like this way it would be like better somehow, or like this way it would like be like in line with the platform or like better supported by the platform. But like the thing is that like compiling to JavaScript is supported by the platform. Like creating DOM nodes is a thing that like the platform is good at, right? It's like why is using this set of APIs is better than using this set of APIs, right? Like they are both in the platform. Like why are
Right.
we talking about it at kind of like in that again? Like you haven't said any of those things, but this is just like
Yeah,
this is
what
the
you
like darkness.
hear, yeah.
Yeah, this is the arguments that you hear.
Right.
So, uh, so I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid, right? Like I'm not from like any hose. Like
Right.
I'm using tech for what it is, and in terms of web components, I would say there are like kind of like two. There are like two features that web components do that is harder to do like uh, some other way, right? So first way is like custom elements, right? So when you declare a tag, you can have like a callback that is going to be called when this tag is like declared, right?
Right.
This is a feature that you would have to do like jQuery.live,
Right.
right? Where you would have to do like mutation observers and all that stuff. So like this is a feature that is actually kind of like overall cool feature. Like that sort of stuff that you want to see in the platform, right? It's like it just makes the pattern that like you would use anyway just like more accessible, right? So like um I find this feature useful, right? But it's not a feature that like framework needs, right? Like framework, because of the like the way that they do everything, they have like control of everything anyway. So like they don't expect you to just like randomly put like insert like a new component somewhere in the middle of a tree, right? It's like they're like, well, we are the one who is inserting the components. We will know when this component shows up, so we will know how to call that callback, right?
Right.
So like that's the feature that like they don't care,
Right.
right? And it also implies like a specific architecture, right? So like the building your application using custom elements is like a thing that you have to do explicitly, right? You can't just like kind of like accidentally do it.
Right.
And the shape of that application is going to be much more close to like PHP jQuery shape, right? It's
Right.
like I'm generating HTML on the server. I have like a script.js file on the client, and like they need to kind of like to talk to each other, right? It's like when I'm showing the I like yesterday I was going through Fireship. I don't know. You probably know
Yeah.
him,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So Fireship did his like F-Kit,
Yeah.
like his stack of like how to use like Svelte and Hugo. Was like I'm generating most of my stuff kind of like statically in Hugo, but I have like a kind of like bits of interactivity with web components, right?
Right.
And um, like that's the architecture that like I think the web components are the best. I think his approach is actually not the best. Like I'm working right now on a thing that like will do that better. Because when you're using Svelte for what he's using, it actually doesn't kind of like jive as well with like the kind of like HTML kind of like first approach because it's living in that world where like everything is kind of like handled by the framework, so it's like limited on in amounts of in like in the features that you can use there.
Right.
I'm probably like too abstracted, like it would probably like better to be shown as a code. But
Right.
for example, he has like a button that can open a model, right? And he would produce the button tag with Hugo,
Uh,
right? But he needs to add kind of like on click on that button with Svelte, right? What he does is that he will have like a model action or whatever, like it's called the model action custom element, right? And it will take that button as a child. What uh, he has to do, right, is uh, he creates a span that has on click, and inside of that span there is a button. So it's like, well, like why? Well, it's like why? Because like if you want to add on click in Svelte, right? It has to be inside of the framework. Like you can't just like go into inside of your child and add on click
yeah.
there, right? So like this is the sort of like mismatch that I was like seeing. I tried solid element, which is like very similar to like how kind of like Svelte works and all that stuff. And I'm like, you guys haven't seen jQuery, I think. Just like you're not
Yeah.
doing the thing that like I need to do here,
Right.
right? And so this is I think that like the custom elements like that allow you to like just go through like all of your children, like find the button that is like your direct descendant and like add event listener on that child, and like if you're unmounted just like remove that listener and all that stuff. It's like I think this is like great feature. I think like the first way that they introduced it was like through mutation observers, right? But like now they have like custom elements, and I think this is the thing that like is cool, except for the part that like it requires you like to have like a special kind of like shape of the app, right? But it's not that rare of a shape, right? Like a lot of the web is done with this kind of like PHP jQuery style where like I would say if you have like your PHP jQuery site, like rewriting it to web components will like make your life easier. It will make a lot of the this like component thinking, right? There's like, well, if I have like a model, I don't have to say like ID model one, ID model two, right? I can just like have it own kind of like be its own component, and if I have like five of them, they know how to like not step on each other's toes, right? So
Yeah.
like so that's but that's the shape that like no one knows anymore.
Yeah.
Right? It's like if you're talking to someone just like randomly on Twitter, like they like they will if they will try to do something like that, they will end up with something that like Fireship did, right?
Right.
Like they still believe in their frameworks kind of like too much, so they will add like a span with on click instead of like adding like event listener on the button, right? Like they
Right.
just like don't think about it in that way anymore.
Right. Right. So
And uh-huh.
i-
Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to say like this the second part is like the like the kind of like the whole kind of like Shadow Dome story.
yeah, I mean, yeah, the Shadow Dom stuff is, I mean, it's cool, but it's also frustrating in some ways as well. Um, but that's a whole, that's much newer. Um, and
Well,
it's,
what do you mean?
well, like it's been I guess it's all the Shadow DOM has kind of existed for a long time, but when you're talking about it in web components, it's been updated to fit into the web component model, and maybe expanded from what, like, it's expanded beyond what it has been in the past by, I would say, a considerable amount because of web components specifically.
Right. Yeah. Well, uh, the history of web components is interesting. And they're like I did this kind of like a deeper dive into web components because I was working on this kind of like the jQuery style like a library, and now that I did it, now I realize that it's not jQuery. It's like a stimulus or like a GitHub
Mm.
Catalyst style. It turns
Mm-hmm.
out I didn't know that when I started. I
Right.
didn't know about those tools because like I'm not in the Ruby for like more than 10 years now.
Mm.
But uh, okay, I lost where I'm going with this. But yeah, web components. So the like history of web components is that they they started working on web components in a lot of kind of like ways inspired by Angular. And if it's funny that like if you go and watch that like original Angular talk where Mishko is bare feet and he's like talking about
Yeah.
about Angular, he's like, well, we think that browsers suck and we will do like a better browser. We will just like implement a browser in JavaScript and that browser is going to be better, right? Like no one will say stuff like that kind of like anymore, but that was the feeling that like that everyone had like back when they had to support Internet Explorer, right? It's like,
Right.
well, it's actually cheaper to just like implement the whole browser, right? But where it started, right, is like I have a link and it goes to like to a different page, and it's like, no, you don't know how to do that, browser. You're very bad at it. It's like the experience is terrible. We will do like a better link, right? So like that's why Angular had like a router, right? React didn't do it, but like uh, so so that was a thing for like browsers, right? It's like, hey, browsers, we think you suck, and like we don't like you, right? And what browsers heard is like, oh no, we might get disappeared here, right? If like if everything that you do is done through Angular, right? Is like, well, you could do like Angular native. You could do Angular desktop, right? So like, why do you need a browser for any of this stuff, right? So like, if the language that you're right, if like the platform that you're using is Angular, like the browser is like a kind of like implementation detail, right? It can
Right.
be replaced at any time, right? So that started like a mad rush of like trying to appease frameworks, right? And in the end, what they thought was a good idea is to just like, well, if Angular is trying to build browser into JavaScript, we will just build like Angular back into browser. So we'll like build a browser inside of a browser,
Yeah.
and that's going to be like a part of the platform. And there is a lot of just like thinking of that time there. A lot of the assumptions that were like kind of like true then, but like they're not true now. And the the kind of like the unfortunate reality of like trying to put Angular into browser, it was that like, well, no one wanted to do that, right? Is like, yes, you at Google, maybe you want to put like Angular into browser, right? But like we at Apple or we at Firefox and so on, like we don't want we,
Yeah.
we don't want to do that. And they started asking questions which some people think were like unreasonable, some people think they were reasonable, right? But they were along the lines of like, well, why would we do everything in exactly the same shape? I think that's kind of like how it ended up being, right? So like web components at that time, it was like four things. It was shadow DOM, custom elements, um, HTML imports, and like some other one. I forgot. Right? But all the browser vendors, they were kind of like convinced by like, well, this thing kind of makes sense, right? Like in that kind of like jQuery thinking is like, well, actually kind of like custom elements as just a way to kind of like encode your callbacks, and like assign them to tags and all that stuff. Like that kind of like makes sense, right? With Shadow DOM, there was like a bigger fight because Shadow DOM was designed by the way that it was implemented in Chrome at the time, right? So that was like, well, it's easy for you to do Shadow DOM because like
Because
that's just like your internal implementation,
yeah, yeah, that's right.
right? But like for us to like adopt all of your quirks, how you do it, and all that stuff, like that's not great. So like the Shadow DOM was like slower to adopt, but it was still like one of the pillars of web components. So it was like right away. It was like, well, if you're building kind of like a kind of like Angular in the browser, right? Like it has to be there.
Yeah,
um, and the one that didn't go like didn't happen was HTML imports, right?
right.
So HTML imports as like a nuclear fusion, right? It will happen like at any at any time now,
Right around the corner. Yeah,
right? But like that was the feature that was like the most kind of like out of the left field, right? It's like, and I think also like that's not even how Angular worked. I think, as far as I remember. So they're like, well, like this part is fine, this part is fine, but like the HTML imports is like it's like completely kind of like out of the left field. Like, why are you trying to do this?
hmm
So, uh, what was the first one? I forgot. But I think it's like interesting right now, right? It's like how would how everything would have played out if like Google kind of like had it way, right? And like everything as they can like imagine would have been just like implemented by everyone, and like what would be the world of like kind of like Polymer one, right? Like Web Components v0,
yeah,
it was called back then, right? So like
yeah.
would that be fine? Would that kind of like work? But like it didn't happen. Like the like
Right.
web components as they were set out in like 2011, 2012, 2013, 14, and so like and a few more years, right? The way that they were set out, like it just like didn't happen, right? And out of the ashes of that project, we have Lead, right? And Lead is not like trying to build Angular into a browser, but trying to build like React class components like from 2014, right? Like trying to build that into a browser. Again, this is my like personal opinion. Not everyone can like who
Sure.
cares
Yeah.
about the components
hmm
agrees with that. But like that's kind of like how I see it. Is like, well, let's just build like built in React into browser. And first of all, is like React team was never on board with that. Like they never wanted to have React built into a browser in any shape.
Right. I wonder why. That's a question I would want to know. It's you can guess why. There's you could take a stab at like why they wouldn't want that, but unless
Well,
you're in their heads.
I think it's like the like the history of like last 10 years of like React being React, right? They're like they don't want to do that because they don't think React is finished, right? Like they don't think that like observables, for example, right? They're like very simple pattern. It's like you have a constructor, you have subscribe, next, and like unsubscribe, right? It's like
hmm
so there are like three callbacks and like whatnot, and like signals are a bit more complicated, right? You have like kind of create signals, create derived, and it's like, well, also there's like a batching and all that stuff. So like signals are like kind of like at the amount of like react signals, like that's probably where like browsers will like not even like try to put them in, right? Promises were better because it was like two callbacks. It's like better than the observables. It's
Yeah.
just two callbacks,
Yeah. So
right?
yeah.
So that's where we know that like it can get into browsers. But React is like too big and too it's doing too much to ever try to be inserted into a browser, right? And the version of React that they had in 2014, right? It had like at least like three changes kind of like since then,
hmm
right? And it's like, would it be cool if you had like React 0.13 in your browser and like none of the websites are using that anymore, right? It's like, what's the point? Like, what does it give you to you,
Right.
right? And but like they're trying, right? The like lead is kind of like an attempt of doing that, and that's why they have like some flag from like fast web components framework right now, right? So fast was written like about 5 years ago. I don't remember, but like it was already built on like on the some of the ideas from Solid and all that stuff, right? And they're like, well, actually, like this is like a better architecture. Like, why are we doing like React from 2014 in the browser, right? If like
Right.
this is actually like more performant and like more straight to the DOM and all that stuff. So um, yeah, I'm one of those people who like agree kind of like with Ryan Corniato is like in oh sorry with Ryan Corniato on like kind of like on the like probably not building in like kind of like solid into a browser. And I agree with like React team of like, well, let's not build kind of like React into a browser,
Right.
right? Just give us the APIs that kind of like make sense on their own, right? And we will build the components as we want them, right? The component kind of like model by itself is like too fuzzy to put it to kind of like to cast it in stone, right? It's like, well, that's what it has to be. And the like the one of the consequences of that right now, right, is like you can't have a like a web component that is responsible for like a title tag or like a meta tag, right? Because
Right.
the components can only be inside of the body, right? And that was like perfect um, way of thinking about it in 2014, right? When they were doing the like the show you the like when you go to Gmail, it shows you loading, right?
Yeah.
And then you're kind of like in the application, and everything is like handled by application, right? But it doesn't feel right in the age of like Next.js and Astra and all that stuff. It's like you don't know the title on the server when you do the request. What are you like? What are you thinking about it, right? But
Right.
like at that time, it felt like the component is a thing that is happening client side, right? And if you go to Shoelace right now, like the first thing that they're telling you is like, oh, by the way, like just like hide all of your components until like you have the JavaScript for them, right? Just show the loading bar as in Gmail in 2005. Like what's so wrong about that,
Right.
right? And it's like, well, that felt like a good idea at the time, but like now no one is going to kind of like see through that, right?
Right.
so so the components like as an idea turned out to be like a much wider variety of things than like a component as it is defined in web components, right?
Right.
It's like, well, the web components are like a very specific, very like kind of like product of its time and all that stuff,
Right.
right? But the component that you have in like Solid, the component that you have in like in Svelte 3 or Svelte 5, right? Like those are going to be different. And the component that you have like in React or the component that you have in like in React Server components, right? Like they are all are completely different things. And the definition of component as it's given by web components seems like completely outdated, like in our terms, right? So that's why you will hear a lot of like web components people is saying, oh well, don't worry about the component parts. It's like
Right.
we don't like that word anymore.
Right. Right. It's fallen out of favor. Yeah. Okay. So I think my from hearing everything you're talking about, um, we probably agree on like a vast, huge amount of things more than we disagree. And I think one of the prominent things that I'm hearing from you, like you're like explaining some of the history and explaining some of your personal history through some of these things, is that generally speaking, these libraries and frameworks on at least on the web um, are attempting to solve problems that people are running up against when they're working with the web. And some of it sometimes is working around what's already in the browser, and sometimes it's creating something that's not in the browser and you need it. But regardless of which thing you're trying to solve, whether it exists or not. You're trying to solve something. The issue that I have is that most people cannot speak to the degree that you and others like Ryan, for example, or there are other people who I've talked to that who are quite smart and have like a good breadth of knowledge. They can't speak to the reasons why these things even exist in the first place, like at all. Period. What they know is that it does exist, and what they hear is um, I'm going to use the word propaganda because sometimes that's what it is. It's propaganda for use this thing because um, then you don't exactly what you said. Then you can just turn your brain off, bro. Do you really want to go through what Jay Larkey went through, and you want to have all this history, and you want to deal with all these different? No, man, someone else figured it out for you. Someone figured out that you needed jQuery to do like your element selectors in a nicer way. Somebody figured out in React that you have to layer on like a DOM management system over top of your DOM management system. But don't worry about those things. Just use the thing. We had a problem. Go solve it. And I I would argue that you have brought up some good reasons why these things do exist. For example, why jQuery came out in the first place was to solve some things that were missing in the browser, for example. And then it was a good thing because we got query selector all out of that. It pushed the browser to be like, wait, you guys in jQuery land are doing this and you hate us for not giving you this ability? Fine, we'll add this ability in the browser, and now we get to benefit from document.querySelector and document.querySelector all, which came essentially from jQuery, right? Those are good things. But we've gone too far. That's where I currently stand. We've gone too far into the world of we're going to solve a bunch of problems for you, uh, and all you have to do is turn off your brain, and you don't have to understand why you're even here in the first place. Just come on in and do your thing, and we got you covered. And what that leads to is it's a necessary lead into people no longer understand exactly what you said, why they're doing what they're doing, and so they're looking up how to sort an array in this framework, which is really just, bro, have you not done JavaScript at all? It should be a basic 101 thing. And it's even worse then when you compound it with not just the libraries pushing this and obfuscating or indirecting these things, but you also have things like computer science degrees which don't teach you these basics. You have boot camps that don't teach you these basics. Not all, there are exceptions where you taught well, but it seems mostly not. And so you look around a room of people who like know React, and when there's a fundamental problem of like, wait, how do we solve this outside of React? Because say React can't do it, Svelte can't do it, whatever it is, everyone goes, I don't know, I know how to solve it in React, but now I don't know what to do, right? So is that like, am I kind of not too
Yeah,
far
and
off base?
I'm seeing that kind of like all the time. Again, I think it was like in one of Prime videos about like, well, back in the time, like they were called sub routines. So like introduction of like functions and the functions having like states and arguments and like returning like all that stuff, right? That was like pure overhead, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't think about it as that anymore, right? But and it's like if you're using like Java, like just like why don't you have a function? You have like a V table lookup before you get the method, right? It's like that's pure overhead. Like why would you do that? So it's like
Yeah.
it's kind of like crazy to think about like some of those abstractions that you kind of like jumping kind of like in and out, right? And it's like once you're like 7 layers removed from all of that stuff, right? Like not everyone kind of like writes shaders every day and all that stuff, right? It's like
Yeah.
you don't think about those things anymore, right? You're like, well, my FPS is low, but like, oh, apparently I was like creating like a ton of objects like on each loop, all of that stuff. And it was like, oh, actually, all of those patterns that I learned about like immutability that help like make code like more maintainable, I need to cut down on some of those, like pull the objects or like reuse some of the like stuff, right? Like use mutable structures and all that stuff because like that's how actually like the computer works, right?
Right.
And like in React, right? It's like most people like they just like don't think about like the layer that is going kind of like lower than React, right? They're
Yeah.
like, well, this is how you do it in React. And it's like unless you see uh, like someone like Aiden who shows like, oh, by the way, I type one character and there's like 1,000 like re-renders. It's
Yeah.
like unless you see that, you don't even have to like think about it, right? And like, and the point of React and like the point of like what they're working on is to make sure that you have to think about it like less and less, right? And you have to understand that like a lot of the decisions that how like React team kind of like thinks about it or like how they are working on, they're like, why did they have like concurrent mode? Why are they having like a compiler now, right? Like why are they doing more stuff on the server? Is that for the application that they're writing, for the level of like engineering that they have, right? Even though every one of them can solve like 1,000 lead codes in like 5 minutes, right? When they introduce like compiler, they see practical like performance improvements, right? When they introduce like this and that, they see that like the code that they are the like the experts in, right? Like they still forgot to memorize here. They still forgot to like to think about like this callback there, right? So like they are working on a platform that will give you the tool that you can use wrong 90% of the time, right? And it will still provide like the proper result in the same way as operating systems. Like the yes, I forgot how it's called, but like there's like a cooperative, like a multi-threading and like not multi-threading, maybe multi-threading. Yeah, I don't remember those like lower terms, but like there is a multitasking. Yeah, yeah. So you have like a multitasking operating system, right? And like one of them is cooperative, where like once you finished your work, you are kind of like giving out like the control to operating system. But
Right.
there's like another one that like does interruptions, and like no matter where you were in like in
Right.
the stack, it will like stop you and like give the control to operating system itself, right?
Right.
Like the other one is much more performant. That's why, like in DOS and all that stuff, like that's what they were using it. But it's not as stable, right? And React is kind of like a that operating system that even if you have a software that takes 100% CPU, it's like it would have killed your like DOS machine, right? The rest of the application will still work
Right.
because that's just a component that you took from another team, right? And
Right.
like, well, that's how they wrote it. Like you can't always like fix all of their bugs. You just want to have like a box that you can put it in, right? And it's like limit the kind of like the exposure to those slower like or whatever things, right? So like if you think about React is in that sense, is like it's an operating system for your components to live in a browser so that like one component can't kill like the whole application.
Yeah.
Like all of those decisions make perfect sense. And it's like, yeah, sure. Like, would it have been better to not send 100 kilobytes of JavaScript? Sure. But when you're in an application that has 2 megabytes of JavaScript, like that doesn't matter anymore.
Right. Right. So so I would like I take a pretty hard stance on the opposite end, where I just ask the question, why do you need why do you need to have that in the first place? Like my question would be, why are you creating an application on the web that um runs into that problem in the first place, where you have a
Right,
component or some portion of the page that kills everything else, thus
right,
requiring that, hey, the React people are like, well, this is a problem, let's solve it, right? And so to kind of like to agree in part with what you're saying, when you look at these problems in a vacuum and you go, well, how do we solve this problem? I can agree, like, sure, that makes perfect sense why you would want to build this thing to solve that problem. My stance goes one step farther. Why are you in that problem space in the first place?
Right. Exactly.
And do you know how to solve that problem without your library or your framework? Can you even answer why you're there in the first place to begin with? Because then if you can't even answer that, then you don't know how to solve it beyond the thing that you're working with, right? And I would I would actually be okay with more people using libraries and frameworks if more programmers in general could answer
Would
the question of
articulate
like
why they're using it. Yeah.
why am I doing what's going on here, right? But that's not what we're seeing, right? So and
Yeah.
that's where I take a harder stance against. Well, I think React in particular is the worst offender. I don't really have any like quantifiable data to prove that.
Right.
It's just what I see, right?
Yeah, and I will just say that, like, right, is like I'm like, well, actually, like in a bigger team where you're like sending 2 megabytes of JavaScript anyway, and it's like most of it is like third party, so they don't even like control like what's going on
Right.
there, right? It's like,
Right.
well, in that situation, like React is actually like a kind of like quote unquote a good thing,
Right.
right? But like, why are you in that situation in the first place?
Right.
And there is the same kind of like line that is happening about like micro frontends. There are like different definitions about like micro frontends. So the one that I like to use is like along the lines of module federation. So the idea is that the application that you're loading on the page is built from modules that are built from like different teams, right? And
Yeah.
if you can do that kind of like during build time, that's like along the lines of like monorepos and all that stuff. But
Right.
if you have to use like runtime that like your like node application like pulls in like JavaScript code from like some sort of registry based on like the latest version and like what is compatible as you all of you, and like that sort of stuff is like what I'm calling micro frontends here, right? It's
Yeah.
like this like speaking of like pointers and like objects and all that stuff,
Yeah.
right? Is like, well, this is stupidly huge overhead that makes everything 10 times more like complicated for like no reason. Like, why would anyone do that, right? And
Right.
it's like, well, what they want to do is that they want to have like a common like a chat support widget thing, right? And they want to go and like change the like the greeting like happy holidays, right? And it's
Right.
like they don't want to redeploy 10,000 applications that all are using this package. They want this to be like its own kind of like thing, right? That you are kind of like pulling in, right? And
Right.
it's like if you are at that scale, if that's the problem that you're solving, right? Micro frontends look like a solution, right? It's like,
Right.
and most of engineers should kind of like be striving toward like not being into that problem like at all, right? So it's like,
Right.
well, if your problem is like I don't want to rebuild 10,000 apps, is like, well, why do you have 10,000 apps? And why do
Yeah.
you need to rebuild them, right? Like
That's
why
right.
that part is not simpler, like
Right.
and like sure, if you are in that situation, the like micro front end seems like module federation seems like a good solution, right?
Right.
But like why are you in that situation? And this is the same thing for React, right? It's like pendulum definitely swung like all the way to kind of like to SPAs, right? Like
Yeah.
everything has to be an SPA, like and well, the like half of the problem is that like, well, all the kind of like bootcamp graduates, that's what they learned, right? And like we have to kind of like we have to like wait through that period until they caught up to like to the like the real world, right?
Right.
And if you are if you are in a like in this like swing where everything has to be in React. And it's like, why? Well, everyone else is doing React, but like, why? Well, because it's popular. Why?
Yeah.
Because it got popular. Like, I don't know, right?
Yeah.
So like, if we are using microservices or like micro frontends or React, if that's like a given, right? You will have a lot of people who will see that like that wasn't the right solution, right?
Right.
Like it is the same way as like 10 years ago, everyone was raving about microservices, right? Now everyone is like, well, we actually tried that, it sucked, and here's like why you shouldn't use microservices, right? We are now in that kind of like wave of like, well, everything should be an SPA. Like we tried that and it sucks, right? And
Right.
it's like we are now living through that kind of like through that wave of like people kind of like disillusions with the like default
Oh,
kind of like solution,
yeah.
right? And it's like, well, of course, that's what's going to happen, right? So, like in the same way, uh, in the same way as like people like that was like a kind of like a huge kind of like Twitter drama, right? Where
Yeah.
like Rich Harris, who like built like the whole kind of like API structure of Svelte, parodying like the web components kind of like spec, right?
Yeah.
He went out like last year, and he's like, "Well, that was a stupid mistake. We shouldn't have done that. Like web components suck." Right,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh no,
Yeah.
well, you were the one who was leading that thing of like use the platform and all of that stuff, right? So like,
Right.
and now you're kind of like disillusioned because you actually tried to use it, and like you saw all the ugly kind of like sides of it, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, and of course it's going to happen with kind of like React and that kind of like SPA first mentality, right? It's like
Right.
in 2000, let's say like 18 or like 19, right? Like when you would say, oh, by the way, I just finished my blog using React, everyone would say, yes, that's such a great idea, let me hire you, right?
Yeah. So
That
true.
doesn't sound as reasonable today anymore,
Right.
right? And it's like, did like the tech change that much kind of like since then? Like was React better then? And it's like no, right? It's like there were like more there were just like more people trying it. There were and the I think the I think we wouldn't have been going so much hard from like kind of like backlash from like a whiplash or whatever it's called,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
from like SPAs back to kind of like server rendered stuff if it wasn't for mobile devices. I think what happened is like what Alex Russell. I don't agree with Alex Russell on a lot of things, but like this is the thing that I agree on.
Uh-huh.
This is the like the chart that he shows, right? Like when the web components were happening, when we were trying to put a browser inside of a browser with Angular, right? Everyone was using desktops, and Moore law was like at its highest, and if something was slow today, just wait a year and it's going to be fast,
Right.
right? When that formula broke with like tablets and phones and all of that stuff, and especially like kind of like cheap Android phones, when
Yep.
that formula broke, that's where a lot of the default assumptions of like, well, just do everything client side only, right? Let's just do everything in React. That's where it like started to crumble. When we had like 10 years of like Android, like a lower end, like $200 lower end kind of like Android devices, for 10 years, they like didn't change like the performance, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Like none of our stuff is usable because everyone has like M1 MacBook. It works great on their computer, but
Yeah.
like if you try to open it on your like middle kind of like of the range Android, like nothing works,
Right.
right? And that's like I like that's how I'm like justifying the like the performance work that I'm like doing at work and all that
Right.
stuff, right? I was like, well, it's cool, but like if someone is opening your blog on the phone and they have to wait from like a loading spinner, that sounds kind of like out of touch, right?
Yeah. 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 So man, I'm finding it difficult to disagree with you. So there's there's two things that I want to add to what you're saying. I think you're right. Like a lot of the reasons why certain things got pushed are because at the time there were hardware limitations, or you could even point to like software specifications that didn't exist, like we talked about before, etc. And you're trying to solve those. But to exactly to your point, if to me it seems silly that if you're a business who wants to have as many eyeballs as possible on your website in order to try and convert those to sales, that you would by definition limit the access to eyeballs by having something that will not operate well on, say, a large swath of the world, literally the world. Like I think it's over
Right.
30% who do not have the devices that we are have the luxury of having in North America. So
Right.
if you want to make more money, if that's your goal and you want to pay people more money, why are you supporting these kinds of things, right? Just to add to that. And then one more thing that stands out to me is as you're describing, as you're explaining, like, hey, there's a bit of like backlash or whiplash from we went all the way in. We went just straight like pedal to the metal, you know, I have microservices all the way. And then you go, oh, we're off the cliff now, you know, it's too late. There's no stopping. We're gonna crash and we're
Yeah,
gonna have to
that
build a new
sketch
shop.
where it's like the Galacticus doesn't like deploy for next 2 weeks. We
That's
can't.
right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. So to me, I feel like there are certain industries where that kind of whiplash is an understandable whiplash where you can't move faster than understanding where you're at. But we're in a particular industry where we build our own tools for ourselves, first of all, which is kind of a rare thing. So we're kind of the masters of our own domain in terms of everything that we build is basically by our own hands, including the things that we use to build those things. And we are heavily data driven, maybe not 100%, but we depend on like, you know, a lot more objective, like even just the way that you program things is like a purely like a logical entailment of series A, B, C, D, E, right? And yet we seem to be operating every time this cycle comes and goes on vibes, what
Right.
feels good, right? And we never look back and go, wait, what are the things that we learned last time? Oh, maybe we shouldn't be adding complications here and there. Maybe we should be asking the question why. Maybe we shouldn't be making things easier or harder, things like that. But we just somehow we tend to forget that.
Right.
And then just to kind of bring it to like, this is why I like HTMX, because HTMX is one of the few libraries that has come out in, I don't know, maybe five-ish years, maybe a bit more, where the using HTMX might be like, I don't actually need this, but the encouragement behind HTMX is to encourage you to actually discover why you don't need it. It's not to
All right.
discover why you're dependent on it. It doesn't lock you in, like, unlike React, which I feel like once you get into it, it's like that's it, I'm done. Now I'm locked in, right? Whereas HTMX is like, no, 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 you're going to give this a shot, and if you like it and you want to continue using it, we're here. But actually, what we're really encouraging you to do is understand why you're doing this weird thing that we're telling you to do, and it leads the programmer into understanding better what's going on under the hood, right? So I just gunshotted those points over to you.
Yeah, and I again like because of my position of like I opted in into React, right? I opted in into like this and that, and like I had to make that decision. I had to like weigh in, kind of like, is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Right? It's like uh, kind of like I I wouldn't say like I would like just like write my own React or something like that, but like at the time it felt like none of the abstractions that the like React was bringing in, none of them seemed kind of like extra, right? It's
Right,
like uh and coming from that background where it all kind of like made sense, it all was like gradual and all that stuff. It's like a different thing from like person who probably like didn't have even like a decision to
right,
look into any of that stuff, right? They just like they were just like dropped into it and they just had to like inherit all the complexity, right? It's like of course my kind of like vision of it is not going to be the same
same,
as
yeah,
someone else, right? It's like when React Server components were introduced, I was like, oh cool, this is like will help me like solve this pattern, right? And people who like never heard about the server before, they just like don't even understand where it like starts, like what the issue it solves and all that stuff.
right,
I will bring up this thing is like what makes React kind of like more what makes React kind of like harder in this situation is that like the kind of like the framework, the UI framework, or like this component model, it is like different from like like kind of like older web. It is a thing that you can't kind of like easily kind of like opt in and out of. It's not like um it's hard kind of like for me to say it, but like that's why I'm working on like my kind of like web components library, and maybe if we have like another call, we can talk more about it.
Yeah,
But
totally. Yeah.
that's a thing that like I had like this kind of like I had this frustration with like all the web components users were using web components as like kind of like a facsimile of React. And it's like, well, if I wanted React, I would have just used React. Like React is better at React than like that what you are trying to do here, right? Like you
Right.
have to you have to jump through like more hoops to kind of like to get there, right? So it's like I don't want any of that. I want the DOM kind of like APIs. It's just like I wanna find a button and I wanna add like an event listener on it, right? So like
Right.
just give me that. And it was like none of them gave me that. And it was like, why are you so why is it so hard? Why is it so it's like why is that approach that was like very easy to do like in jQuery days?
Right.
Why is it kind of like impossible to I forgot the word, but like to do the same approach here, right? So like, why does Fireship has to add on click on span, right? Instead of like just like adding on click on button,
Yeah.
and that's the thing that like got me through last like 6 months probably now,
Yeah.
just like figuring out all the landscape of like all the web components or all the that kind of like semi-declarative kind of like HTMXy things where you're like, well, I'm going to like express what I'm trying to do through an attribute that's controlled through HTML, right? As opposed to like kind of like having everything in JavaScript. But having everything in JavaScript has its own benefits, and this is especially true for React or Solid. It's less true for like for stuff that tries to like be like more kind of like HTML-y,
Right.
where you have like in Vue, right? Everything is like valid HTML, right? So like it's just v if something, like
Yeah.
v each and all that stuff. And it's like, cool, this is like a nice abstraction, but what I lose here is like I don't like everything is a string again, as it was like in knockout days, right? So
Yeah.
like how do I know if that variable exists, right? Like, can I hover over it and see the types and all that stuff? That's what I
Right.
get from like a kind of like real programming language,
Right.
like what I get from JSX, right? And that allows me to have like I have a ref, right? And that ref has to be mentioned kind of like twice. Like it has to be mentioned here where it checks the types that like this element can be assigned to this ref, and it's checked there where I'm like adding like event listener on the ref, right? It's like all of those things that are like not just HTML strings, but like actually kind of like a TypeScript or runtime checks and all that stuff. That's the sort of thing uh, that like frameworks give it that like you can't get right. A simple example is HTMX, right? HX get equals URL. Like, what if this URL doesn't exist, right?
Right.
Like who is going to check that? And because HTMX doesn't take ownership over that, like they're not going to check it, right?
Right.
Like that's like for you to figure out like a system to solve it. If in React with server functions I can do form action equals, and I'm importing the action, right? Like the TypeScript checker, the bundler and all of that stuff, like they will check that like all the stuff that I'm referencing actually exists and all that stuff, right? So like I'm getting all of the static checking that you would get from like a if you're using like Go or like a Java or whatnot, is like, oh, I'm using type safe language, cool, and HX get a string. It's like, is
Right.
that string checked? No, it's string. I know that's a
Right.
string, it's not a number, right? But like
Right.
that's how much my like type checking goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's like a going back all the way back to like your original question, like
Yeah.
where would you use React, where would you use like HTMX, and like this is the sort of like stuff of like how many checks do you want to do, right? Like how many things do you want to like rely on framework for you to check, or like bundler for you to check, or TypeScript for you to check,
Right.
as opposed to like just like having like a test or like whatever, right? Or just like
Right.
better reporting if
Right.
stuff goes wrong. So it's not as easy, right? It's a similar question of like, do you use TypeScript, do you use JavaScript? And for like a bigger company that it has more chances to use React because they need this like multi-threading kind of like a thing, right? For a bigger company that has more chances to use micro frontends and the module federation and like whatnot, right? Like
Yeah.
for them, the answer is going to be React, just because it gives more kind of like checks, more opportunities to kind of like to check your homework, right? It like it don't hope for everything to be there and for all the strings to be there, right? And it's like
Right.
I started with JavaScript when I didn't have any types, right? And it's like
Right.
you just hope that you named your like function unique enough that you can like string replace it, and like that's you're changing the right one instead of
Yeah.
like some other one,
Right.
right? So well,
Yeah. So so I can agree that like these tools are good for automating away things that you would have to like manually discover are issues and then manually sort through if you need to make changes or whatever. Um, I find the argument for that these days in particular not as appealing though, because the consequences of using this are quite clear. So what's being like what you're describing is more of like it's a subjective preference. So to me, all that's happened is that you've swapped in, I don't want to deal with does this string or URL exist, and instead what I'll do is I'll deal with like a bigger build tool chain, slower compilation times, or other problems that come with this library or framework. And that's kind of why it's in a different landscape where programmers were far more versed, like you are, about like the reasons why and whatnot. That would be a more compelling. I would be okay with that explanation. But just these days, I'm like, well, what the consequence of making people's lives easier by not having to worry about, did I name this right? Does this URL exist? Is that we don't have the ability to like essentially nurture programmers who might otherwise be extremely talented and smart if they had the opportunities to go beyond the thing they're using, right? I'm trying to keep in mind that of the time because I know you don't have a lot of time, but
yeah, I will probably do like two more things. So first one is like, do do developers can like realize what they're opting into, right? It's like they probably can't like even express what I just said, right?
right.
They're just like they just heard from YouTubers that like they should be using React and
Yeah.
Next, and right, and it
Yeah.
solves everything, and
Yeah.
they just have to kind of like appeal to authority and just like go with that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Uh, do what do I do, right? Is I'm trying to kind of like opt in into things that I need and opt out of the things that I don't need, right? It's like, for example, is like, do I want to pay for kind of like a runtime cost of React on the page if all that I need is like check that like this string is the same as this string? It's like, no. What can I do for that? I can use React in like server only mode, right? I can compile it to HTML kind of like once, right? And like don't have to worry about it in runtime, right? Or I can like use Solid instead of React, for example, right? And like if I what I'm getting is like TypeScript and Java and JSX, right? It's like, well, I can just use like a smaller framework that can do TypeScript, it can do JSX, right? So
Right.
like that's kind of like how I was dealing with that.
Yeah.
um, okay, so for kind of like new developers, I think new developers don't get like enough credit, right? So a lot of decisions were done kind of like for them, right? And one of those decisions is that you're using subroutines instead of just like directly inlining everything, right? It's like
Yeah.
there are so many layers of stuff that like new developers don't have a say on, right? It's like, well, someone choose like a Linux and Docker and Kubernetes and like 10 other things like for them, right? It's like, do they have to like figure out that one first, right? Like, do you have to know how your like observability through open telecom or like whatever it's called, right? Like,
Yeah.
do you have to know that? Like,
Yeah.
how is that more or less important than to know how to like sort arrays without jQuery, right?
Of course.
It's
Yeah.
it's a, it's a, it's like a complicated thing for developers, right?
Yeah.
And the usual kind of like advice is like, well, kind of like at least know a bit about the kind of like one layer below, right? That you're actively like touching, and do whatever is interesting for you, right? Like if you're deploying like a stuff on like Kubernetes and the Kubernetes is like interesting to you, just like go and learn about it, right? If you're writing a function and you know that's like, oh, actually, if I don't do like React on click, instead I do like a use effect and like inline the like event listener inside of use effect, this will like make my like application 10 times faster. If you know how to do that, right? Like do that, like learn more about it and so on. So yeah, so new developers, it's kind of like more complicated than it's I don't feel comfortable saying, oh, by the way, you need to learn like this lower level thing instead of this lower level thing because you're a web developer. Is like,
Right.
well, learn whatever you feel like it. But it does seem silly when it's like when I kind of like day to day talk to like React developers and they don't know HTML, they don't know CSS, they don't know JavaScript, they know React, and that
Yeah.
feels wrong. But that's the job that they're in, right? Like
Yeah.
they're in the job of like doing React, and I guess they know React or like they know how to ask AI about React.
Yeah.
So one other thing is that it's kind of following from that, but this is kind of like there was like some other questions before I wanted
Sure.
to
Sure.
to
Yeah.
say then, but um, my like a bit of like my problem with the kind of like I forget how it's called. There's like a game development like a trend where they do like everything from scratch, something from scratch.
Handmade.
Handmade, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So like all of this like handmade stuff, right? Is like, well, of course Unity is like bad, right? Of course, even like Godot is bad and so on, right? Of course, the thing that you're going to do for like your game that is going to be like specific for your game, you can like you can do it so that you don't inherit all the crap, right? That you don't need, and you can do the things that you need like better or like faster or more straightforward, all that
Yeah.
stuff, right? But like how far does it go, right? Like if I was building a game for Nintendo, like do I also build a cartridge? Do I also build a like hardware for it? Like why did you stop at C? Like that seems like an arbitrary like line, right? It's like why didn't you go and like create your own hardware, right?
Right.
Why don't you manipulate the like the CRT like tube, right? Like that
Yeah.
seems like a fun problem that you can probably solve. Like if you have access to that level, you will probably solve it much better, right? You can skip the scan lines because you can directly go back to like rendering your frame, right?
Right.
It's
Right.
like it's the same thing about like the having functions, all that stuff. It's
Yeah.
like it is cool to learn all of that stuff. It is good to learn all of that stuff, but I don't think it's by default better. So that's the same argument that I said before, right? About like, well, I'm using the platform, so like my thing is better. And it's like, well, 9 times out of 10 is not. There was just this podcast that was I kind of like listened to the half of it and I couldn't anymore. There's guy
It's probably
he
one of
was
mine,
on
I bet.
there was this guy from on JavaScript Jabber podcast, and he's like, "Let me teach you about like PWAs, and like PWAs are the platform. They are the best. Everyone who's using like not the platform, they are like stupid and like and ugly, right?
Yeah.
And their mom doesn't like them." And I like the few things that he said, right? He's like, "Oh, I have this website, I have this website," and it's like I clicked on all of them. They all look like they were designed in 2014. They all have the like all the layout shifts that are like that are bad and like that are that like, you can have like with or without React or like and like
Yeah.
So just because you use the platform, right? Just because you think that you are like educating someone about something, it doesn't mean that you know everything. It doesn't
Right.
mean your stuff is like better, right? Like I opened his application on my phone, and on my phone there's like the toolbar or whatever, like it wasn't positioned correctly, right? And it's like, well, that sort of stuff, right? It's going to be kind of like wrong or right, like no matter the technology. And I listen more to people who care about users.
Right.
I listen more to people who care about like the end product being good
Right.
than to people who are like peddling the like exact solution, right?
Right.
And it goes all the ways. It goes all the ways from like use the platform because it's better. No, it's not. It's better if you do it better, and it's worse if you do it worse, right?
Right.
And all the way to like kind of like Next.js, right? So like, hey, we have like a image optimization and so on, right? And it's like, have you tested it? Does it actually work better? Like, are you sure? Right? It's like, well, it does it for you, but like, does it do it good?
Right.
And it like an image optimization is the thing that like I tried so many frameworks and like all of them do it like slightly bad, right? And it's like, well, I guess it was like good enough for them to close that ticket or whatever, right? But
Yeah.
like I would rather kind of like listen to people who said, okay, I tried this built-in thing, like this is how to make it actually work, right? Or I tried to this like platformy way, and this is how to like to make it actually work. I think that like the tech is like people don't see the tech, people see the like the experiences, right? If I click on something, does like spinner show up, right?
Right.
If I click on something, can I go back and like not lose my state, right? And it's like I don't care if it's local first, I don't care if
Yeah.
it's like server driven, like none of those things are like what I care, right? I care that you wrote it kind of like right, you tested it and it like didn't break kind of like later on, and that's why I probably like care about stuff like the references to things like staying like correct, right? Then
Yeah.
like, well, it was like that's why I would have stuff like a string loading as like a status, right? So like so that I know or like satisfies, I guess, like in our TypeScript, right? Like loading satisfies like this type. It's not just a string loading. It's a string that has like a very specific meaning and refers to this type. So if I change this type like somewhere else, I know all the places that are using it, all the places are referring it.
Yeah.
And yes, I spent like more time writing all of that stuff, right? But like that's the time that I like spent on like maintenance down the line. So
Right.
yeah, that's like yeah, it's a small rant about like I don't actually care about tech that much.
Yeah. No, I think I mean to sum it up, React sucks and HTMX is the best. That would be the conclusion. Of course,
Yes,
yeah. Uh, no, I think in general, I would say um, if there's a fine balance between the trade-off of the thing you're using and the thing you're learning, and we've leaned too much into the thing you're using, and if people understood more about like why they're doing certain things certain ways and what the problem spaces are and whatnot, it would be a lot better overall, and it would almost make whether you're using thing A or not thing A somewhat irrelevant, or even or more irrelevant than it is today, and I would be okay even with that. And I think it sounds like you agree with that. It's like it doesn't necessarily mean that like um, you know, in such a world, if we had a magic button, we could enter that world. React might still be around, but it might be very different, and it might be used in different cases, and it would and ideally it would be used far more knowledgeably than what we have today, which is just let's just go for it because who cares. I think we both agree that that's kind of like the ideal space that we should be in, and we seem to
right.
not be.
Yeah, and there's like the joke that I think Primogen said is like everyone is saying that they're using the right tool for the job, but like what they actually do is they find like the job that can let them use this tool,
Oh
right? And, like
yeah.
that's
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's very true. Yeah, okay. Well, I have like I could talk about this with you for quite a while, but I know you have to go because I've kept you more than I thought I would, and I appreciate your time. Um but I would like to chat with you again if you're up for it.
Yeah,
And
yeah, sounds great. Yeah, thank you for inviting me in, and thank you. I think it was Max who kind of like
yeah, that's
kind
right.
of like mentioned
Yeah.
us kind of like to each other on Twitter, and yeah, I think it's uh, it's rare where people who kind of like how do I say it? Usually, the people who you hear the loudest, they have like a very like one-sided kind of like opinion,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? And people who people who give like a more like a weighted opinions, right? They don't get as much limelight. It's like it's a harder clips to kind of like
Yeah.
to share on social media.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for kind of like listening to my like not hot takes.
Yeah, no, no. You know what? I mean, I sit here on stream sometimes and I go over like literally like academic journals on software stuff, like statistics and stuff like that. It's boring as heck. But what I want to be having these conversations, I want people to actually push back and argue with me, and I want to do it publicly because the whole point is that at least if you're having the argument, you're trying to solve a problem together. And if you can do so and walk away at the end and be like, okay, cool, like maybe we argued and it got heated. This one obviously didn't, but um, that's better than not talking at all or just hearing the one side and never hearing any pushback because it gets
Right.
blocked or just
Yeah.
ignored or
Once you
whatever.
mute every account about React on Twitter, you're like you're doing pretty well, and that's kind of like what happened to like Mastodon or like Blue Sky, right? Like
Yes.
everyone who's like who likes web components, they're like on Mastodon now, right?
Yeah.
So like they happy there, like they
Yeah.
don't see any disagreements now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're among friends. What are you going to argue about? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, this is good. I'm glad we did this and I want to do this more. And I'll try, now that we've talked about this, I'll try and come up with some different questions to kind of like push back on you. Maybe we could actually get into a little bit more of like an argument now that we've kind of laid out the groundwork here. I think that would be fun and interesting. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that sounds great.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate you coming on and your time. And yeah, we're gonna do this again. I'm gonna reach out to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
bye.
Thanks, Jay Larky. We'll see you later. I'm gonna end this call now. Um, that was good. That was really good. Let me end that. There we go. Okay, so let me just clean up now. Um, that was a really good. That was a really good chat. Um, I thought it was gonna go well just from like the little back and forth he and I had off screen. But that went even better than I thought it was gonna go. And he brought up some good points, and it was good to hear from someone who is like a bit more rounded about their why they do or why they make certain decisions. There he is, parasocial fix. Thanks, Jay Lucky. I appreciate it, man. Um, so yeah, there you go. Shout out to parasocial fix. Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate it. We'll do it again. But that was good because uh instead of just like a hard stance for or against, it was a lot more rounded, which I appreciate. But I think Jay Larky would be like a really good person to kind of like artificially create a hard stance, because he would actually, I think he would be able to articulate arguments for either side really really well, after talking with him here. So I'm gonna think on that and see if there's like a fun way that we can talk about, like, you know maybe we'll set ourselves up in the position of like he takes a pro or anti position on something, and I'm on the opposite, and we just kind of like try and have it out a bit, because hearing hearing that from people that are clearly knowledgeable and hearing their viewpoints and opinions and reasons why they would or wouldn't do certain things. It should benefit people who are interested in programming just in general and who want to learn more. I don't think we see enough of that. Um, I think what we see is, well, I mean, a lot of things are solved. It's solved already. What? Why bother? Just go use this thing or go do this thing, and you're gonna be fine. And you don't hear from people like Jay Larkey. I think he's right at the end there. The people who have more rounded opinions, or even people like me, honestly, who, like, I purposefully take a very, like, positional stance against a lot of these things on purpose. Um, you don't really hear from them, and I don't think that's good. We need to be having these things out in a positive way. You don't want to be yelling at each other and, like, you know fomenting hate and whatnot. But it's a lot better than not having the conversation at all and just running with what's there. He's gonna slay me. Oh yeah, he absolutely will for sure. He will 100% absolutely destroy me. But I'll put up a good fight. How about that? I'll put up a good fight. I know my way around an argument or two. All right, I'm not a complete noob. Yeah, that was good. That was very good. So yeah, thanks, Jay Larky. I really appreciate that. We'll do that again. I know how to be salty too. Yeah, yeah. We good. Yeah, pull mom into that. Of course, we can't forget about the moms, right? Can't forget about the moms. That would just be terrible if we forgot about the moms. How could we? Um, let me. There we go. I'm just getting a couple of things set up here so I can go back to coding. Okay. So yeah, that was good. I hopefully have more people who are willing to come on and talk about these things, and hopefully they are all people who would utterly demolish me, with my opinions on things. That'd be great. That's what we want to be doing. Um, okay, I think I have everything back to normal. I'm pretty sure I do, and I'll just chat about this a little bit more. Um, okay, cool. That's good. I can see chat again. Cool. Everything's good. Sergeant, I think there is also a level of divide that has also emerged just by the age of people being in the workforce in the space. A reason I say that is usually people that I hear with similar opinions to Jay Larkey are usually familiar with what it was like in the days when some of these frameworks problems didn't exist. Yeah, there is a lived experience thing, right? Where, and I remember this. I remember when, well, I remember using JavaScript without frameworks, just like Jay Larkey did, right? Um, I'm not saying it's a problem. I started coding for web in 97, so these arguments vibe with me. Yeah. Yeah. When you, like, it definitely helps when you've had that experience in the past and you remember the pain points as well as the good points. And to hear it from, like, an old timer, like me or Sergeant, about, like, the good old days and what it was like, it's not the same as having gone through it. Um, I understand that. So that's why you need to be hearing from these people as long as they're willing to come out and talk about it, like Jay Larkey. Um, because there's insight into, like, that history, and like I said, it goes into like we don't seem to be learning from our mistakes. We seem to be repeating them almost like decadally. And it's so strange that in our industry where we have a lot of power over our own power, so to speak, we seem to be forgetting that a lot of the reasons why we did or didn't do things and why things did work out or didn't work out. And it's just such a heavy it's such a heavy pendulum shift. So I don't know. It's tough, right? But yeah, at least having these conversations is good, and hopefully it resonates with people. And I wish that that we took the things we learned and somehow, I don't know, enshrined it into the way that we like practice in the industry. It used to be that way. If you think about it, for the entire history of mankind, how do people learn how from each other in terms of like you could think about, I don't know, farming, blacksmithing, things like that. You would apprentice, you would hear that, your whoever you're working with would tell you all the stories and the things they've learned along the way, and then you'd learn the things not to do and things to do, and maybe you'd come up with a different way because you have a different perspective and things like that. But we don't really seem to do that. We just go, here's this magical tool, it does like a million things for you, don't worry about why or how, just go for it. It's a completely different thing than somebody showing you like, why you would farm using this technique, or why you got to till the soil this way or whatever. I don't know anything about farming, I'm making crap up right now, but you know what I mean. It's hard to impart these perspectives to a group of people that have not seen some of the issues and have only had a very narrow experience because all their jobs have been React. Yes. Or um there's a dichotomy. There's a at least two. Okay, no, not a dichotomy. Okay, there's all kinds of different people, but there's at least two. There's there's a person out there who will ask the question, what should what should I do? So if they're learning, like they're jumping into programming and they want to learn, they're going to ask, like, help me. We have people who jump in chat, for example, here, and they'll just be like, hey, I'm trying to learn this or that. What do you think? And they will ask that question, and you're more likely to get a more reasonable response if you ask. Not guaranteed, but it's more likely if you just kind of put yourself out there and ask. But then there's the people who don't ask. And the people who don't ask are usually people who do things like they'll watch someone, like a YouTuber or whatever, whoever it is, doesn't matter who, anybody, and they will immediately assume, due to some popularity measurement, whether a thing is popular or a person is popular or both, that they don't need to ask the question, that the question has already been answered. What should I be doing? Well, I'm watching it, or people are doing it in front of me. And so that's their answer. It's a I'm going with what I see play out in front of me. And that, I think, is the more dangerous way to approach this. And we have to be, I don't have all the answers, but we have to have, at the very least, we have to have more conversations like Jay Larkey and I did. And I hope he has many more conversations with people beyond me to kind of impress on people, in particular programmers, because that's what we're talking about here, that it is okay to ask the question. That just because you see your favorite YouTuber or your favorite personality, or because an entire massive company uses something, or whatever reason it is that you're like leaning towards looking into something, just because it's there and it's popular and so on, doesn't mean that you have to do that. It's okay to ask why. And it's actually not just okay. It's actually like almost necessary. You should ask why. Do you need to know all the ins and outs? No, you don't. You don't have to understand everything under the sun. Nobody can. But we're not encouraging that question of like that, we're not encouraging people to ask why. We're what instead we seem to be doing. I use the general term "we," is it's okay. You don't have to ask questions. We got it. We got it covered for you, bro. You're all good. And it's not a good thing. Also, or they just don't care enough to want to understand or even realize that there are issues with what they believe is the front end panacea. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I think Jay Larkey has he has a much more reasoned approach to how he approaches front end problems because it sounded like he tends to look at problems as the problem, not the tool to solve this problem. And then he'll go look at the tools and go, well, is there a tool that solves X problem? And then he can look at it at a higher level and go, well, given the set of problems, what should I probably do? And yeah, sometimes it's like, yeah, he's going to use React, and sometimes he's not. That I would be way happy. I wouldn't even be streaming if at least a larger population of programmers had that kind of like were encouraged to have that kind of thinking. And I don't think it takes like a particularly high IQ person to think this way. I think most programmers are capable of doing this. I think most programmers are capable of asking like, these basic questions and being like, why am I doing this? What should I be, at least ask the question. That's all. Crash. I've somehow managed to never have to work in front end or traditional web dev. The whole going back and forth over frameworks just seems weird to me. It's because um uh I think a part of it is the back and forth, I mean, is the forgetting of how we got to where we got, or what happened, and somebody else comes in and they didn't ask the questions of like, why does this other thing exist, or does even another thing exist, and then they go and they reinvent a solution, because there's a paradigm of thinking. And Jay Larkey hinted at this, and I might bring this up maybe next time I talk to him about this. um he said um that other frameworks were created, and they or other things, at the very least, other things were created that were essentially doing what React was doing, more or less. And then I believe he said, well, at that point, why aren't you just using React? And that's why I think React is the worst offender, because it's the most popularized. And what's happened is that everybody suffers from React brain, even when they're not using React. So you see problems through the React paradigm, because especially if you're in front end, for example, you're going to go, well, what's the biggest library doing to solve a problem? And so then you're going to just copy that, right? Well, I mean, I guess React got this right. So, this new thing I'm building is just going to do this the same way, pretty much, maybe with some variants. My opinion is use what works best for the project. Generally, yeah. But there's an implied judgment value there, and I don't think we are we're in a state in the industry where we have a lot of programmers who are able to make that judgment value of what is actually best for your project, right? Now you don't even have discussion of what to use. Yeah, yeah, in a lot of cases, yeah. Sometimes what works best is just a question of the talent pool's proficiency. Yes, but that comes at a cost, right? If everybody is proficient in something that is absolutely bad for the thing that you want to solve, or the problem you're trying to solve, um, you're substituting one cost for another cost. Which one of those is greater? You still have to make a judgment value on What happens when you're catering to proficiency versus catering to solving the problem at hand, and the long-term consequences of both, and all of those things, right? There still has to be enough awareness that a judgment value has to be made. And do we have the people who can make that kind of judgment properly? I would say it's extremely few, and not because we don't have people with the brain to do it, but because we've neutered the industry so that people who can do it don't do it. Yeah, that's right approach. Use it's right. I think one of the problems is that not everyone gets to participate in the decision making process on development teams. In teams, that's usually done by a small group of people or persons. So, unless they're doing that process on their own, a lot of people don't get exposed to that level of decision making. This is true. Yeah. And so you'll have like tech leadership, like programmer leadership, right? So uh, uh, lead like principal software developers, right? And they're going to come with their own viewpoint, which is perfectly fine. But they will generally be the ones to make the decisions, and you kind of just yeah, you kind of go with it. And I think we have also set up a structure where we haven't explicitly said this, but we've implicitly said it. And again, I use the general term we, or where we tell programmers who are not in leadership positions or in senior positions, you don't really need to ask questions. There's an implied sense of that. Don't ask questions. Look, so it's an appeal to authority essentially. Don't ask questions. You're not even you're a junior. Like you're lucky you have your foot in the door. Yeah, like if you think about it from the junior perspective, especially these days, you're bombarded with, geez, it's so difficult to get your foot in the door because you're a junior. And then once you get your foot in the door, are you seriously going to start asking questions about why a senior decided to use a thing? But we don't say that. It's not like you sit there and tell the programmer like, yeah, you're lucky you even got in here. Don't be rocking no boats, right? But I think it's okay. It's okay. That's what we want. We want programmers to be asking questions whether they're junior or not. It should be okay to do that. Anyway, that was a good convo. That was a really good convo. I really appreciate that. Um, I definitely want to have him on again and talk some more and hash out some ideas. I think that was great. Um, hang on. I just gotta make sure I've got. Okay, we're good. We're good. PHP, MySQL, jQuery. Don't ask questions. 20 years later, the same. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know. I think if we did a better job dealing with these kinds of things, yeah. Hang on. Crash sent a message and it got stuck in mod status. Hang on. It depends. If someone is asking out of pure intellectual curiosity to learn why something was chosen, sure. If someone is coming off as a zealot, f off. Right, but we've suppressed both. That I think that's the problem, Crash. We've suppressed both. Um, and that's a detriment. You can always, if someone comes off in zealot terms, that's fine. You can deal with that. But if nobody asks any questions, that's a worse consequence than asking all questions. Okay, so I need to one sec, folks. I need to send I need to just send a confirmation message. Okay, for my other my other chat later today. I'm just gonna make sure I'm all good for that. Um, a lot of the time, the answer is just tech debt, unless it's a greenfield blue sky project. I mean, I guess in some form or another, you're gonna deal with tech debt. It's probably unavoidable. Um, but I think a better question is not um, whether you're going to have tech debt. I think a better question is which tech debt is preferable. Which tech debt um, is going to be more costly to you. In a you could even talk about it financially, right? Sometimes tech debt has like very serious financial implications, for example, or real world implications on people's lives, things like that. So, which but again, you have to have people who can make those kinds of value judgments. We need more people like that. I don't think we have enough. Okay, okay. That was good. That was really good. I really appreciated that. Um. All right. So what was I doing here? We'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming. Uh, all right. So now that I have worlds loading and not loading, or like sorry, offloading, and I have structs working, which is fantastic. That is fantastic. And now we're really programming in C. Now we're true C programmers. I think I think I could consider myself a master C programmer. I'm pretty sure. I think I've just reached GigaChad level C programmer just because I used that one struct that one time. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, right? We've got that. So maybe just start building out a second world. Uh, sure. So, what if I go and find the right background for this world? I want a very particular background. Here, let me see if I can find it. No. Is it two? Yeah, this is more what I want. Uh, let's say I have a company that is paying me to port Perl to Python because that's the programmers they can find. I tried to tell them they could just have one of their guys learn Perl to port it, but no one wanted to. Seems weird to me, but I like money. Yeah, isn't that the problem? You can't always like you can't always convince everybody. Um, and everybody has their own like weirdness around decision making. Um, it can be, yeah, it can be frustrating. But most people understand money. Oh, this is the one I'm looking for, 33 and 0. And if you can talk about it in terms of like financial terms, which usually is not that hard. Yeah, sometimes that's all you need to do. There we go. There we go. Okay. Because if you could say like, well, if you hire one person to do the Perl port, you'd save a whole bunch of money here or there. That might be a better sell, but that you have to like kind of understand how to understand the technical process so that you can convert that into some dollars saved or some time saved or something like that, and then work your way through there. But I mean, even then, there's no guarantee. But if more people could do that, that would be a lot better. But these days, you don't even have that kind of having the conversation like you had, Crash, is not even like a common thing. It's more common to just be like, oh yeah, okay, like yeah, we're using React here. That's it. Why? It doesn't even come up. Would it save money to not use React? Long term, short term, whatever. Doesn't even come up. Okay, so I I want to add some NPCs. That I set up the inventory and then I go and I get the NPC data and then I do this. All right, why don't we just copy this guy and then see if we can bring it in like that. Just see what happens here out of sheer curiosity. So now if I go and load up another world, okay. So I have to render these other aspects, okay, and then the value would be whatever the bank teller value is. I'm pretty sure I have this. We'll just copy this. And then we'll go Dingus Land. And then we'll do, well, actually, we have NPC layer already. All right, let's build it. Yeah, there we go. We moved an NPC. Nice. From one world to another, and it worked. Oh, sweet. Okay. Well, what I said would already happen already is. So I port it. Then their guy wants to know how something originally worked to try and understand why it's doing what it's doing. Then I end up showing him the Perl code anyways. Yeah. They don't want Perl because it's dead. And if you want to have a job, you need to have long experience in a language. Switching technologies doesn't pay off. Same way everybody wants to write in React all the time. I mean, there is definitely a financial incentive where, like, yeah, for sure, exactly what you're describing. There's a financial reason for the business in general, in terms of like hireability, who people, what people can be hired for your business to come in and do things, cost of hiring those people, things like that. Um, but I think those financial losses or gains are short sighted right now. We have like at some point someone's going to have to speak up and say like, hey, you don't actually need to do this to make money, or doing this loses you money, or both, right? I don't mind Python, although a person kill for yeah. Yeah, you were advocating that they have one of their better programmers learn Perl. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense to me. That makes complete sense to me. Yeah. But now imagine if all the programmers in your team said that, right? Imagine if they all did. It would probably happen because that seems like a sensible take. And that might be where the problem is that it's not it's just not like that. All right. Um, it's kind of weird that I can't move around here. I guess I'm not clearing NPC data. Let's go have a look. Yeah, I mean, there is a problem with the hiring process. Absolutely. Absolutely is a problem with the hiring process. Yeah. Okay. There's got to be somewhere where I'm storing all world NPCs. Let me go have a look. Um, yeah, there it is. Nope, that's not it. This is it. So let me clear data. Let's clear this entire global NPC data array. Let's see if that removes the all the other NPCs here. Okay, so we'll go down here like this, and then nope, didn't seem to do anything. Um, if you spend 2 years writing Perl, nobody will hire you for Python, even if you might have more experience in general. That is definitely at least sometimes true, for sure. Yeah. Seems like a good way to forever be maintaining the same 30 lines of code in some enterprise module. Some people do get stuck in that position. It's a completely legitimate um what would you call it? Like it happens. It absolutely happens. Yeah. But that is a problem with like hiring. Okay. Oh, huh. I didn't clear it on the wrong. I cleared it on the wrong world. I need to clear it up here. Spiro right here. And let's see if this. Yeah, that's right. There we go. No NPCs. Perfect. And then Great World NPC. And then should redraw everything. And let's see what happens now. Yeah, okay. And I want to add in my player NPC. I should do that. Here. Player 0. And then we'll just start cleaning this up. Yeah, now we're talking. Sweet. So I did everything. Cleared all the NPCs, cleared the blockers, cleared the entity. Entity doesn't do anything. The previous NPCs are gone. Sweet. Everything's good. Unfortunately, I haven't had to look for a job since 2008, so I may be out of touch. Um, I mean, it kind of depends on what you're doing, what you're talking about. Hey, iHeartMe on TikTok. I'm building a video game. That's what I'm doing. Programming a video game. Feel free to ask questions about it. I'm not. I'm. Some things have changed since 2008, and some things have not. So, yeah. I do sysadmin stuff at the data center level. We'd never hire someone who only knew one thing. Sysadmin stuff at the data center. Yeah, right. You would probably be quite limited if you were only uh, if you were yeah, it's not web dev, right? Yeah, web dev seems to be okay, so it depends on your definition of one thing. Even the even the scene system works when I load a different world. Holy crap. Guys, we did a good job. I was a jack of all trades, a master of none. Yeah, yeah, that can be a problem in and of itself. Backend is becoming just the platform like AWS or DigitalOcean or Cloudflare. It is, yeah, yeah. Let me update the player here. Yeah, I think a lot of these problems um, have been carried somehow smuggled into backend and like low level stuff. What am I doing for the player tile? How am I determining that? Type 3? No. This is the default. Okay. How am I determining whether or not you are the player? Let me go over here and have a look at this. Um value 1. Value 1. Oh, I see. It's at the NPC layer about for a value of okay. Okay. Got it. So I'll go like this. NPC layer. That's probably gonna look weird, but that is a good way to test this. Yeah, that's right. And if we go, I don't know, 20? Yeah, okay. The other way around. I want this to be 20 and I want this to be 33. Yeah. There it is. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Um, oh, we have to reset the camera too. Okay. I didn't even think of that. Um, if I go over here, we need to, no, it's down here at the end that I want to write this. Okay, layer data, world NPC data. Yeah, I think it would be like G world NPC data, inventory, global world data, reset camera. Maybe I should make it so that default camera positions for worlds. I guess just default to 0, 0 for now. Um, set camera. Do I even have a camera? Move camera. Okay. So if I'm gonna do that, then I need to have a like let's call it a reset camera function. We'll go camera offset X and camera offset Y. And then we'll do reset camera. I'll deal with that later. Let's go reset camera here. Oh no, wait. Up here. That's where we want it. We're going to start putting these functions in the right place. There it is. Camera's reset. Nice. Okay. We can start doing things like adding in okay, there's an MPC layer, there's a block layer. I don't really care about that. I want layer 1. Like this, and move this up there. Probably right after this guy. One. Just like that. 0036. No, I want to do let's go 1 1. Then we're going to go world Dingisland layer 1 dot value, sure, 36, and four, maybe like that. I think that should work. That should work. Let's just give it a try. No, it didn't. It didn't work. I feel like I'm missing something. What might I be missing? Layer 1, 136. Let me make sure that it's not actually loading. This would be layer 1, value 1. Yeah. Layer 1. Background layer. So I need to update the value's not coming through. So something's up here. Hmm. NPC data, it's not here. I'm not doing anything bad here. There, back to this. Value, okay. Do I need to do anything at the end? Nope. Nope, that looks good. That looks good. Am I doing something with layer data maybe down here? I don't think so. Set up the NPCs. Yeah, all good. Yeah. Maybe it's my rendering. Let's go look. Here is... Oh no, that's scene stuff. NPC layer, layer 2, layer 1. Background layer works. layer 1 works. We don't have a layer 2, and that's what we're seeing. We have the NPC layer, that works. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be a rendering issue. One and one. Only thing that's being rendered is the background layer. I'm definitely missing something. Let's go look for. No, 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 not here, not here. Layer 1. Okay. That's one reference. Yeah. Okay. That's it? How about initialize game when we create the world? Total layers. Get current world total layers. Let's see what value this tells us. We gotta go worlds. Some exports. 3. Yeah. Background layer, NPC layer, layer 1. So far, so good. Value at coordinates. Get layer data by coordinates. Am I doing something weird here? No. No. Okay, so it's got to be the way that I'm generating the layer. Okay. Global world data. Cool. Our layer data, global world data iterator is. Well, that's going to be a problem. My iterator is not being initialized properly. Okay, that still didn't do anything. What am I doing for Athens? Nothing. Clear global. Get layer. Um, create layer would go into layer global layer data. Is that the problem? I doubt that. Is there global? There is global layer data, which we're probably not clearing. That could be it. Global layer data. We're not clearing that, are we? Yeah. All right, let's clear that. Clear data. Global layer data. Global layer data size. Nope. Somehow we've made it even worse. All right. Why would layer ID, layer ID? It's layer one. World width, world height, those are all available values. We're good there. Yeah, good there. Create the layer. Okay. Increment total layers. Okay. Add value. Okay. Good. We're going to look at this. What is our layer ID? I guess just start debugging. There we go. Oh, someone on LinkedIn. Hey, man. Uh, it's multiple platforms. Um, Yasu. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. I'm on X. Yeah, I'm everywhere. Doesn't tell me who you are, but whoever you are, hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Layer one is 7. Okay, cool. This layer one is 7. Probably because create layer. Let's go look at our macro. Macro, jeez, our macro. G layer data. Yeah. Yeah. So it's weird that if I clear this data, it doesn't do anything. It's so strange. It renders nothing. Let's move this up. Trying to get a string beyond what the system holds. So sure, buddy, whatever you say. That's a really bad error message. That's on me. Global world data. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Let's log format. We'll go, I don't know, some sample layer value. We're gonna figure out if there's any data in our layer array. 95. Yeah. Let's pass again. Layer element world Dinksland. So Can I? Layer 1. Hey, okay. So it is indeed working. There's a rendering issue. Sweet. All right. So something about the way that we're rendering. Value 36. World, Dingus Land. Layer 1. Value 36. Yeah, 36 and 4. Is it is it positioning? Like what? What on earth? No, it's none of these things. Huh, then it renders proper. Okay, I have to go look at generating tiles, I guess. It's probably the first place to start. There's definitely like a rendering issue. Opening titles should render tiles. Layer elements. Um this is functioning correctly. We're absolutely doing layer 1. Yeah, layer 2. NPC layer. Yeah, that's all right. What about when we render the initial tiles? Do we need to change that? No, this is just viewport stuff. Yeah. What if I did take that out? What if I do force redraw? Does that change anything? Nope, changes nothing. Man, that is so strange. We've got a weird bug. This looks correct. But then layer 1 is not like it doesn't exist in the world. So we set up our layer data array. We create the background layer. It matches the world size, world width, world height. All good. It's the same value, okay. Not a blocker layer. That's fine. We Yeah, I mean, we could remove that just to see if it makes a difference. No, doesn't make a difference. Can I see layer 1? No, makes no difference. Let me just make sure. Nothing. All right. Um, we set its index value in the big array of layer data. We create the layer and the background layer works. And so then we iterate our offset. Okay, I have an idea. What if we're adding to the global layer data and it's just not big enough? Typical. World data, X worlds. Yeah. What's the value of max layers? Max layers. Okay. 100. Where's max worlds? No. Okay, how about if I look at anything that says 1,000, max scene data size. Yeah, no, nothing here. How about uh, worlds, worlds and layers? Anything in here? No, nothing in here. Yeah, that's weird. Clear data, layer data. Yeah. Then we set layer one. Okay, so let's follow it through. We keep going. World width, world height, world data iterator. Yeah, because we've already incremented it. Yeah. We get the layer ID. That looks good. We set total layers. We increase it by 1. And then we set a value. And that is correct. Let's yeah. G layer data, data size is max layers. 100. That should be like that should be plenty. We should have lots of room. Absolutely. Should be like no issues. All right. Clear data G. I gotta look at what is going on. Data. Global world data size, global world data iterator. Whoa, chill. Chill. Sublime. Chill out. All right, let's try. Let's try this. Nope. It's not the world data size. It's something else going on. Layer one. Okay, let's add in the NPC layer, wherever that is. Would be here. NPC layer all the way down to there, right before the block layer. Let's go back up here, and so right before, we're gonna go NPC layer like right before layer one. Oh, I need to. Yeah, no, I did it. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so at least we're doing that much. So it's just why on earth is this not rendering correctly? Reveal in elements. Just have a look. It's got a background position. It's set to absolute true. Is it? Is that why? So it was working this whole time. I just didn't have a proper value. I must have fixed something while I was playing around with this, and I just don't realize what I fixed. That's all. Yeah, there we go. This error message is weird, but yeah, that's it. So the entire sweet, it's working. Okay, so then I can do things like where is my function for set? Yeah, there we go. Um, editor set layer coordinates value, and I guess the layer would be, let's go 7, be say 3 and 3, and if we add 36, global world data not big enough for layer data. Okay, so we're gonna have to deal with our array stuff. That's a problem. That is a problem. What if I did 1? Okay, 2. Oh, I was okay. I was right. Cool. Okay, we could start building a little bit of a second world then, just like that. Hey, Battle Gnome. Yeah, Battle. I'm like building a game or something. I know you know that. Okay, you can't fool me. I'm not one to be fooled. Okay. I might take a break and refill my coffee. But we've got a second world running, which is pretty cool. So now we can go back and forth between worlds. You were doing work? What work were you doing, Battle? Okay. Using an engine or DIY? DIY, no engine. Um, I am. It's just C, literally C lang, compiled to WebAssembly, running on the browser, and then vanilla everything on the browser. Vanilla JS, vanilla CSS. No Canvas, no WebGPU, no WebGL, nothing like that. Just regular old web browser stuff. Not even I'm not even using a standard library. It's like it's nothing. Just I'm doing what needs to be done by hand. Okay, I'm gonna refill my coffee because we we have some work to do before my last call of the day. It's about 3 hours or so from now. So see how much cleanup we can do. It's really not exciting stuff. It really isn't. But yeah, there's quite a bit of stuff to get through. So we'll just try. Feel free to ask questions about what I'm up to while I go refill my coffee, and I'll answer when I'm back. One sec. No, I'm not using web components either, Vibrant. Just DOM elements with a background image, which is offset based on what I want to display at any given moment. That's it. So it's just one big background image file. ADV Ender, thank you for the follow. A few minutes ago, I appreciate it. I was refreshing my coffee, but thank you. Um, all right. I think what I'm gonna do is just kind of lay this out like this, and interesting that everybody asks about Canvas. Like rid of sprites is something so out of the box. Yeah, it's the default way. It's the default way to do something like this. You pump out a canvas, and yeah, I'm kind of doing it non-default, right? I'm not doing it the way people would expect this to be done, which is by any 2D is canvas by default. Because and I think part of it, I think a lot of people don't realize that part of the reason why they think that way by default is because they think the DOM is too slow or they can't handle anything somewhat reasonable in the DOM. They have to go to canvas. Not always, as we're proving. um Okay, doesn't WebAssembly using JS to interact with the DOM? What's the reason for writing this way? No judgment. Yeah, so WebAssembly can interact with JS. It does not have to interact with JS. It can interact bidirectionally where JS asks WebAssembly for stuff and WebAssembly asks for JS for stuff, but you have to glue that together. So if I go up to right about here, you can get out of here. You can see here I'm literally reaching into WebAssembly from the JS side. And I'll do things like read a block of memory from within the block of memory that is WebAssembly. Or I'll run a WebAssembly function, which is what I build on the C side, right? On the C side or WebAssembly side, they're one and the same. I can reach back into JavaScript and do JavaScript stuff. The only thing I do on the C WebAssembly side is reach into JavaScript in order to spit out console logs, which is what you see. No, just a sec. Let me put that back. Let's go like this. It's what you see here. These console logs, a lot of them come from WebAssembly. And WebAssembly calls JavaScript console.log and passes in a string. That's it though. I purposefully limit WebAssembly to only do that one thing. Ultimately, it's one-sided. JavaScript only reaches into WebAssembly and asks questions about the state of the game. And the reason why I do that is because I'd like to take my C code in the future, or even my WebAssembly, because WebAssembly is also portable, and run it on in a different context and render the game with a different client. but use the same code, the exact same C code, the exact same WebAssembly output. So that way, my WebAssembly or C is literally just a game state manager with inputs and outputs like numerical. It's just like what lives here, what lives there. Just give me a number, run a function, things like that. It's a black box. If I decide that I want to take the rendering portion out of the browser and instead render it on a desktop client, publish it on Steam, I don't know, do it in terminal, whatever it is, I don't have to change my C code. It stays the same. So by limiting the amount of things that WebAssembly reaches out to do, all I can easily say anything can reach in and I don't have to worry about reaching out because I never will, which means you can do whatever you want. And as long as you have a way to render it by reaching into WebAssembly, you can render it in any kind of way you want. You could change the art on this, you could change the text, all that kind of stuff. Okay. Um all right. Clean up on this. I have a lot of repetitive code. Feel free to ask more questions, Vibrant, or anyone. I'm just doing like boring cleanup code, so it would be a welcome change to chat about stuff that I'm doing here. This needs to go up here. So these are all initialization functions. Yeah. I think most people ask that because every web-based game engine uses Canvas that I know of. It's an interesting way to go about it for sure. Yeah, I mean, if you look at like Phaser.js, Phaser does this, right? There's another one that's like this. I can't remember what it's called. Um, it's purely web based, but Phaser.js will do it. If you're doing it, you could do a web game in React 3 Fiber, a 3D game, and that will use a canvas and go up to WebGL, WebGPU. Like they all do this. The reason why they do it is because, of course, hardware acceleration. So Canvas, WebGL, WebGPU, um, yeah, last React mentioned, they will all trigger hardware acceleration. So your GPU will kick in and make the entire thing run a lot faster off your GPU, essentially, which benefits the player, obviously, right? The game runs faster. That's fine. There's actually nothing like I'm not doing this because I think there's something wrong with that. I'm doing this to demonstrate that um, it's a default way of doing things, and the default way we do things does not have to be the default way we do things. Like, or at the very least, I'm trying to ask the question: why is it the default? How far could you push things if you're doing it like non-traditional, quote unquote, non-traditional methods? Why do these other things exist? And I think very few people actually ask these questions and try and push the boundaries of simpler approaches to the same problems. The fact that I've made it this far, um, with like just literally DOM elements, and not just that, but I mean we have some animations too. Like look, yes, it'll move, and then I'll fire a cannon, and it might be hard to tell on stream, but like things are animated, and if I click the 3D mode, it, it's we're just using vanilla CSS for 3D here. You know, That's it. Like, so there's a lot you can do with very little, and it just seems like a lot of people have forgotten that that's the case. There's one called Pigeon that's made by another streamer. I definitely think doing things a bit outside the box can definitely expose new meta. I agree. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm hoping to do. Um, Even with the C code that I have here, typically you'd have a lot of like you'd be using structs, you'd be using a lot of pointers. You would be using dynamic memory allocation and like tricks on like shorter lived memory versus longer lived memory, things like that. But I've made it this whole way with just flat arrays. I don't do any of that. It's just flat arrays, and I just offset into the array. I'm going to be changing that because we've discovered that using structs is has like no performance drop, and as opposed to flat arrays. But the point isn't that. The point is that like how far did we push such a simple brain dead caveman style method? And the typical reasons why you would be pushed to use a framework or a library or like a system, um, uh, maybe you should be asking why, right? Like we have. It's incredible what you can do with very, very little, especially these days when hardware is so plenty. Um, the stuff like this should be, yeah, it should be easy to do. I didn't finish that sentence. What is if I wrote my next web app in Univac assembly? What the hell is Univac assembly? What is this? The Universal Automatic Computer was the first general purpose electronic digital computer designed for business applications produced in the US. No, bro. If you did this, you would most certainly be like if this is what you're talking about, you're probably the best programmer out of all of us. Univac assembly. I don't know if this is. I don't actually think this is right. Assembler Univac assembler programmers reference. What the heck? What have you done? Univac Sperry Rand Corporation. Hey, what's up, Lawler? How you doing? Good to see you. Embrace antiquity, revert to 4chan. Yeah, after that Casey video with Prime, yeah. You would need a punch tape drive. They're hard to buy, but it would be fun. Vacuum tubes, Rand Corp. Interesting. No way. The assembly program recognizes the set of mnemonic instructions representing the machine code instructions listed in Appendix A of this manual. Damn, the format of these machine code instructions is as follows. Function, yeah, indicates partial word designator or minor function code. A indicates the control register or input output. X indicates the index register. H indicates index modification. I indicates direct address, indirect addressing, and U indicates the address field. Damn. Yeah, Lawler. Doing well, man. Thanks. Glad you're all right. Is that a 35-bit word? Or you could use EJS, yeah, or 36. I don't know. We're deep into old school punch card programming, Lawler. You probably walked in at the wrong time. Index registers, arithmetic registers, R registers, partial word designation. Yeah, it's like showing you which bits. Yeah, like you'd have, yeah, you have like your, yeah, label, operation, and operand. And you'd have to make sure that your, yeah, you'd essentially have to make sure your punch cards had the right wait. Subscripted labels. The assembler permits usage of subscripted labels. A subscript may be any legitimate assembler item, an expression, or another subscripted label. A label may not be used as its own subscript. A subscript is enclosed in parentheses immediately following the label, with no intervening spaces between the label and subscript. If more than one subscript is used, each subscript is separated by a comma. A series of subscripts is enclosed in parentheses. Examples: L3, L41. I guess this would be, it looks like that thing was showing you which bits mean which thing. Yeah. You've heard of punch cards. I haven't we all. I learned assembly 68K once. I could build a calculator count seconds from 1970. Nice. Then you're good, Battle. Then you're good. So I guess this would be like functions, perhaps, and then like sub functions, functions inside of sub functions. Um, Location counter, data word generator. Holy crap. Octal. Let's go. Octal. Here, octal values, decimal values, alphabetic items, line items, and it'll tell you exactly. Damn. Oh, hey, Den. Good to see you. It's been a while, man. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream, Den. Let's, yeah, we'll make sure we'll give a shout out to Den. Yeah, I mean, you caught us looking at this. Caught us red-handed, Den. Some jerk in chat brought up assembly language for the VAC system, and now we're here. Subscriptive labels made things so much easier, like Tailwind CSS for layout. Battle, you bastard. Binary, floating. That jerk would be me. That's right. You just started streaming again. Well, I hope it's been going well, Dan. I touched assembly last time like 25 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, could you imagine? Procedures and functions, okay? A procedure sample must begin with a proc directive and end with an end directive. The proc and end directives are the delineators of the procedure. The format of the proc directive is as follows: label, proc, operand. All right. And so label, proc, operand. And then the end directive is we're done. And then you can reference it. Hot damn. Could you imagine programming like this? Yes, it is an anti-tailwind crowd. Absolutely. I mean, not like in all cases, but in most cases. This is a fancy assembler, yeah. An anti-everything crowd. A rewrite of UNH and punch cards, yeah. Oh, that might actually be fun. This seems like the kind of thing C was invented to replace. It does, right? Because you do have a lot of um stuff that would easily be hoisted up into the C lang space out of here. Like let me see. Implied or logical nesting, right? So they even have a procedure which is called upon within another is an implied procedure if the procedure referenced is not nested physically within another procedure. Only the call line is located within the higher procedure. Implied nesting may be nested at a maximum of 62 levels. That's actually like, that's crazy. Actually, 62 levels of nesting? That's not bad, yo. So you'd call it, you'd start another procedure, then you'd end. Then you'd go to the next procedure and it would start a nested procedure. Then it would start yet another nested procedure, and then you'd go into that procedure XY and you'd end that. And then you'd have to end WZ, and then you'd have to go back to WZ, and then you'd have to end AB. The proc sample must appear physically before its reference in the main program. Forward declarations. Like C, forward declare your procedures in this. Like C, you can't use a procedure you have not yet declared or defined. If a go statement transfers control to an entrance label of another procedure, this is not considered nesting, but is a lateral transfer and does not change levels. What? They had go jumps? They had go jumping. Um, okay. Levels of procedures with a hierarchy. Yeah, so you'd start the there you go. You'd start the main program. So here's C int main. Circuit boards that were sent into space were hand woven NASA contracted textile workers. That's crazy. End main. Here's the start of AB, and then you jump in. And so this is I guess this is what they mean by lateral. Maybe. Well, I don't know about that actually. And both of these can call XY, but at different nested levels. Yeah. Yeah. An asterisk immediately following a label makes that label available for reference from a procedure one level higher. What? A label at the main program level having an asterisk is externalized and may be referenced by any other program? What sorcery is this? Below is a diagrammatic representation of labels appearing in procedures. Start the main program, call one major. Major has a star, and so it's a proc. Yeah, okay, laugh. Check it. An asterisk immediately following a label makes that label available for reference from a procedure one level higher. A label at the main program level having an asterisk is externalized and may be referenced by any other program. A label in a nested procedure may be referenced by one procedure level higher for each asterisk appended to the label. Yeah, yeah. Dark magic. Yeah. So label star is kind of like export. Yes, exactly. And not just that. A label in a nested procedure may be referenced by one procedure level higher for each asterisk appended to the label. Yeah, it's like early import, right? Like, right? And so major proc goes up one, mid proc goes up one, but M1A, yeah, macros, M1A, M1B, because they have double triple asterisk, are available higher up the chain, as many asterisks as needed to go up that many number of chains. As a rule, lower level labels are available only after a call is made on the proc in which that label appears. See, and so M1b has triple stars, and so it's available to all of procs and the main program. Right? Not here, sorry, here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And yeah. That's crazy, bro. Bro, what is this? If spaghetti lasagna, declaration spaghetti was mind fudge, but it was efficient. Yeah, I mean, imagine how fast this thing ran. And that's back when you had to account for every bit. Storage hardware was prohibitively expensive. No kidding. Check this out. Look at this. Look at this. The user is cautioned. Guys, hang on. We're putting the game on hold. Hang on. This is bonkers. Yeah, kids these days, yeah? The user is cautioned against basing the generation of code within a procedure sample on a condition involving a forward reference. Have a good night, Lawler. Consider a hypothetical move procedure. The programmer may check if the move from and move to addresses are the same. On the first pass through the source data, the labels of the from and to areas may or may not have been defined. On the second pass of the assembler, the labels will have been defined. The values reached on each pass of the assembler can be different. If the procedure sample does choose an error exit on pass 1, that is no generation of code, and does produce code on pass 2, the labels following the call on the sample are assigned a location counter value on pass 1 that is different in pass 2. The result is a multiple definition of those labels. Whenever the assembler gets a different line count on the first or second pass, multiple definitions of succeeding labels occur, and D-error flag is set. The user is admonished to take great care when using forward references. What? What is this? This is crazy. This is bonkers. If the card stack submitted into the take up was out of order, all your purgatory time was exonerated. Yeah, this is pre-structured programming. This kind of thing is exactly why structured programming became a thing. That's hierarchy of label definition. Warning labels, bros. We're only halfway through. Complex procedures. Should we? Should we read complex procedures? The do directive. Do. The do directive in the assembler is a powerful tool which, when used within procedures, provides great flexibility and power. The format of a do line is label 1, do, expression, label 2, operation, operand. The comma divides the do line in two parts: the determinant, label 1 do expression, and the do item, label 2 operation operand. The expression following the do directive determines how many times the do item is generated. Label 1 is optional. If used, label 1 serves as a counter reference, reflecting the current number of times the do item has been executed. What? The do item may be any symbolic line of coding. The do item may contain another do directive nested down to 8 levels. Example of a simple do: number. A do, 5, A. As each A plus A is generated, the value of the label A is increased by +1 until 5 new items are generated. This is a freaking. We figured out a for loop in assembler code in punch card. What? We've got a for loop. You guys are staring at a for loop. All expressions appearing in the determinant must be defined. All undefined expressions are 0 until they are defined. If, for example, the determinant a do tag is written and tag has not been defined, the assembler reads a do 0. There's default values, bros. A line count is not assigned, and the do is not executed. The do count must be defined before the do directive is encountered. Punch, hey, Ant, how's it going, man? Back in the day, we had to assemble code by atoms. There's conditional do, bros. Conditional do. Hang on, hang on. I gotta have some coffee for this. Hang on. Have you heard of Vanilla JS web components? I sure have, ALS. I sure have. Yeah, imagine spilling all the cards on the floor. Okay, so the operators, well, less than, equals, greater than are relational operators and generate the value 0 or 1. If the relationship between two expressions is true, the value of the expression is 1. If false, the value is 0. You just saw Vanilla JS web components for the first time? Bro, you need to dig into that. Web components are really good, a lot better than people make them out to be. They can be annoying, um, and you know, they don't solve every problem, but yeah, it's deprecated. There's web components still exist today. Yeah, they're still in the browser. Look them up. They're more powerful than you'd think. That's why Baby Jesus gave us IC surface chips. Yeah. The expressions employed in the determinant have, to this point, been simple. A more complex expression would be a conditional to. Sorry, I meant my projects I work with are deprecated. Oh, I see. Got it. Yeah. Hang on, folks. Hang on. Let me just make sure. Okay. I'm sure if I learn web components, try to use it at work, I would have to delete the code and write what they're used. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Okay, so Q is the label. Do A equals 1. So you set A to 1, and then you add 4 to minor. If A is 1, then by substitution, 1 equals 1. Since the relation is true, the value 1 is substituted for the expression. The result is equivalent to Q do 1, add 4 to minor. The do item would be executed once. The Right, because 1 equals 1. Right, and so you'd only do this one time. The following move procedure illustrates the conditional do. The procedure will move data from one area to another or initialize any given area with any given constant. Call line from move proc has 5 fields. The 5th field has 2 subfields. What the hell is this? Move 12 words to right from input to. Bro. Check this out. Check it out. Can can anybody even read this? Is it even possible to read this? I don't know if it's possible. Hey Mackle72, thanks for the follow just now. I appreciate it. I, I I'm not sure anyone can read this. Move proc. move. Okay, so we have a star, which means that this is available to the parent. So name one, that's the operation. Zero is name zero. Much easier to read than APL or yeah. Hey Mackle, what's up, man? How are you doing? You caught us at a weird time. Usually I'm programming a game, but we just got into assembler code. Here, Mackle. Normally, just real quick, just so you know what I'm doing. Normally, I'm writing a game in C, compiled to WebAssembly and rendered on the browser with vanilla JS, CSS, and DOM elements. No Canvas, no WebGPU, no WebGL, anything like that. This is what I've been working on today. Um, Vanilla C, like no structs, no pointers, like hard mode. Just to kind of prove a point that um, there's a lot you can do with very little, and we seem to have forgotten that in the industry. So I'm just leading by example, trying to do something crazy here with a video game. But then we got into this assembler stuff, and now we're here right now. LA A01 move 3-1. Do move 3-2 greater than 0. Not any assembler, Univac no less. I used to use a Univac. Damn, you've been around for a while then, right? AA120 MV3214. I'm starting to get lost right around here. I'm not gonna lie. AA1 move 00, move 5-1. Do move 5-2 greater than 0. AA13. Oh, okay. Wait. 0 move 5-2 14. It's once you reach the do lines 5 and 7, check to see if a parameter was supplied. In this case, the parameter specifies an index. The procedure is checking to see if the address was indexed. If it was, it would add the value to the index to the address to achieve the proper effective address. The paraform MV01 references the subfield attached to the operation. Okay, that does help explain that a bit better. Note that unspecified subfields of a given field are automatically assigned a value of 0. In this example, the third field right is such a case. Right. In such a case, yeah, therefore, in line 5 of the coding, move 3-2 greater 0 is false because lack of the subfield for right reduces the value to 0, and 0 is not greater than 0. Uh, Wait, what? Unspecified subfields of I see, because it's unspecified, right? And so it would collapse down to 0, and then when you do the 0 check here, it's like, well, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. And so what? Right? Yeah. Okay. And so the third field 3-2 doesn't have a value, and so when you say what is in 3-2, this this MV32 collapses down to 0 because there's no value in it. And then when you do 0 is greater than um, 0, nothing happens, right? Because 0 is not greater than 0, so nothing happens. But so you can see 3-1 has a value of 1 in it. That would, so if you switched this 3-2 to 3-1, it would run. Then the subsequent things would run. But because we don't set a value for 3-2, nope, we ain't coming down here, right? And so then you'd run to the next operation, and it would be 0-0. Whatever the value of 0-0 is would get put into 5-1. But do we set 5-2? So this wouldn't run either, would it? I've just confused myself. I'm actually not sure. What the hell? They have do arrays? This example cannot be executed. The value for e is initially 0, and the item array10 does not exist. If written as follows, however, e do 1, then do array1e greater than 0, a to 12, whatever this represents, min. This line of coding can be executed since array11 is referenced. Guys, I'm going to be honest. Seesaw calls what? I'm going to be honest. I'm a little lost. Uh, I'm a little lost. This should be basic. It should be basic, and I'm a little lost. Um, uh, hang on, we're smart, right? Aren't we smart? We should be able to figure this out. C proc 4 saw name 2 LAC11120001 TLEC2131 go to I. I is down here, referencing name, which I think is 2. Do C41, but I don't think 41 does anything, plus 3. Then we keep going. Name, ear name 4. Saw C110001, which is an incomplete array, I guess. Call 1C, 16 cat, 17 dog times 43. Call 2 saw, 5, 16 cat, 17 dog, 43. Call 3 ear, 6, 7, and 16. Explanation. What is happening? Line 13 calls C proc. Right here. Okay, so 13 call C. And we go jump up here. The subfields in the operand field are C11. How? Where? Oh, I see. I didn't finish reading it because I'm a dummy. C11, C12, 2131 for 1. Okay, yeah, because they're set up here. The subfields refer to 16, cat, 17, dog, star 43 respectively. These values are substituted for corresponding paraforms in the procedure, and lines 3 and 4, lines 3 here and 4 become LA16, cat00, that's where that comes from, okay? And then TLE17 dog. TLE17 dog. C00 and C01 equal 0 since the entrance was not made at the name line. Lines 6 and 7 are not processed. Line 14 calls the saw proc the value C01, C, etc., etc. Refer to 5, 16, cat, 17, dog, and 43, respectively. The paraform C01 is 5 as 5 is the second subfield of the 0th value. C00 references the name line and its value is 2. Lines 3 and 4 become 16 cat 25, 17 dog. Lines 6 and 7 are not processed. Never happens because you never enter this. Line 15 calls the ear proc. This causes entrance at the name line labeled ear. C00 is 4, C01 is 6, C02 is 7, C11 is 16. Line 7 becomes SA 16, 4, 6. SA 16, 4, and 6. Oh, I think I'm starting to get it. Right. The do statement generates no coding. Right. So it's function calls that, yeah, so down here, you're calling functions up here and you're passing parameters. And then if you pass in the correct values in the like the right format and structure, it will fill up essentially like an array of values which you can index. And then when you if ear was to work, for example, it would collapse the array values to the values you passed in when you made these calls, and then you could like read the values out. That holy crap. Come on, we have it so easy these days. Can you like imagine doing this? Like actually imagine that you had to do a simple function call like this, right? So it'd be like this would be kind of like the equivalent of something like we could just do it in C here. So it'd be like U32 C and it'd be like 4, right? And then you'd go I don't know, void saw and maybe like something along those lines. But imagine that you had to take a function like this and then you'd have to go like U32 param 1, U32, param 2, etc., whatever it is you want to do. And then you have to take each one and go C4 equals param 1, C or C0, whatever it is, right? And then you have to read it out. Well, what's wrong with just call and ret? Well, maybe it's just to demonstrate what you could do if you needed this level of complexity. This code can be referenced by the current procedure and AB procedure. I mean, now we're talking about code comments in punch cards. We're talking about code comments in punch cards. Seems like a nuts abstraction over ASM. Maybe you, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you had to for like maybe this was required. Dear Lord. Maybe they had to do like backwards compatibility or some like I don't know. Like I'm not sure. Th- what jQuery mentioned $sign plus two PHP mentioned padding instructions, blank lines. Oh, this is crazy, yo. What have you done to me, Battle? This is kind of cool. And then we've got our appendix, which is probably full of all kinds of awesome stuff. Not gonna lie, it's science run amok. Yeah, it's fun to read though. Mnemonic with codes, assembler error flags and messages. Yeah. Abort cannot read proc from drum. Imagine. Imagine. Can you imagine? Cannot read from drum. Bro, you're done. You're so done. It's over. If you cannot read proc from drum, it's over. Wow. Add exception like that to your game. Cannot read proc from drum. Yeah, I should. Sleuth card. What? Wait, what? Sleuth card? Bop internal. Wait, drum error on drum procedure read. Yeah, okay, okay. An end of file condition was detected on the source input file. This comment appears in the comment field of an end card supplied by the assembler. Processing continues, but the error exit will be used to terminate the assembly. Sleuth card. write a drum memory emulator and use it. So crazy. Damn, that was actually a fun read. I just found a PDF for Sleuth. Did you? Um, what, laugh. You can't do this, bro. You can't do this. You can't make us go look at Sleuth. You can't do this to us. Um, I can just kind of close this. Why is this taking so long? Oh, it's the host. Yeah, it's not loading up. Uh, it loaded instantly for you. Maybe it's on. Maybe it's something on my end though. I don't know. Even on my other machine, it's doing the same thing. Let me try. No, not Chrome Remote Desktop. Yeah, yeah. What, what are you? Here, let's try this. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm still on Bell Internet System, first edition. So what's Sleuth here? Okay, programs. Yeah, system flowchart. Source code goes through the Sleuth assembler, library, corrections, listing, corrected source code, advent of code, clamp advent of code, load routine, run the program, redirect rocks, exec rocks, memory and IO allocation input. I'm not sure what this thing. It so is it meant to fix issues? Tag, label, subfields, yeah, comments, numbers, and symbols. Following the colon. It's the next big thing. It's just as esoteric. I'm not even sure what this is supposed to do. Oh, you know what this is? Bro, do you know what we're looking at right now? This is uh it's a linter. Yeah. It makes sure that you have structured your program correctly. Like you've used the right like words and stuff and structured it correctly. And it also lints against the hardware. Like it ensures that depending on what you're using, like depending on what you're going to operate this on, in this case the UNIVAC systems, it will lint whatever you're pumping in to say like, hey, this won't run. Check out page 5. It's a freaking linter, bro. General description. It's an advanced symbolic assembly system which provides the programmer with a powerful and efficient tool for writing programs for the 1107. It accepts instructions containing mnemonic function codes and designators and symbolic operand addresses and translates these instructions to an absolute or relative form ready for loading and execution. Sleuth is a two-pass assembly system. The first pass is devoted to merging corrections with the source code input, so it links your code, developing a dictionary of symbolic assignments, and doing a major portion of decoding each symbolic instruction. So a little bit of transpiling as well. The second pass uses the output of the first pass and the dictionary to complete every instruction. It produces the desired binary output, a listing, and a corrected source code if requested. A set of declarative functions is provided to instruct the assembler in the special details of assembly, which include definition and generation of macros. Bro, macros mentioned. Let's go. Insertion of library routines from a library tape, equation of symbols, protection against a duplication of symbols, corrections to the source code, deletion of any predetermined set of instructions, which is primarily designed for but not limited to deletion of debugging aids at the completion of code checking. So it will literally do, like, if you have a debugger aid, this guy will just like rip it out for you. So it's not even just a linter, it's like a multifaceted thing that will literally go through your code and like pre-compile, land, check for like ensuring that you've structured everything correctly, and then like remove debugging operations if you have them, get everything ready. Like it's crazy. Yeah, if def debug. Three types of binary output can be produced by the assembler, of which two are in relocatable binary form or relative object code, that's ROC. Absolute output, AOC, can also be obtained for a completely defined program. Programs which perform input-output operations internally and which are to be run serially may be in the direct I/O form of ROC, direct ROC. Relocation or reassignment of addresses and modification of peripheral facilities is possible at load time. That's crazy. Damn. So in some cases, if you have a well-formed program that is like essentially complete, it can just check that for that. It can check, like, it can produce that like an absolute version of that complete program. But in other cases where you might need to do processing as part of the program, and so it's technically not complete because you have to run operations to complete it, it will also check for that. But then collapse that program down to like an executable that you can run wherever you need to run. Yeah, Battle, this is all your fault. Does this mean that there was a machine that took in a card and had an output with cards and a hole puncher? That's what it looks like, yeah. Because if you look at it, you're going to pump in the source code. You're going to pump in any corrections that you might have, which might actually come out of the sleuth assembler. By the way, sometimes you might have like a set of corrections that need to be that this it's like a self-feeding system. So you might run source code and library, pump it into sleuth assembler. The linter portion might be like, hey, no, you haven't structured this correctly. You need to make these corrections. You create the corrections, you pump it in with your original, so you don't have to go recreate these two things. Because imagine having to recreate the source code and the library punch cards in order to re-up them, right? And so essentially, when you're done, it will compile everything into the corrected source code, and then it will figure out, is this a complete program, is this a portable incomplete program, or is this whatever the exact rock, I'm not entirely sure what that means, right? And it'll just pump you out whatever it is you need, and then you just go pump that into the machine, and run it. I think probably at a conveyor belt. Yeah, that's crazy. That's also very cool. That is also very, very cool. Hey, Cyber Crystal City. Sorry I missed your follow from like 15 minutes ago. I appreciate it. Yeah. Damn. That's so cool. Battle. Never do that again. Never, ever, ever bring up esoteric, really cool stuff like that ever again. Don't ever do it again. Never. Because if you do, we might spend an entire hour reading the documentation on old school assembler stuff. But just imagine if you had to do this. Just imagine. Just imagine yourself. The drum fails, and you get that drum exception error, and then you have to go figure out what the hell happened. Just imagine. You're gonna do it, yeah? What are you gonna do, ALS? Eh, I imagine the job security if you programmed this. I know. I know. You're probably employable to this day. Um, there is a part of me that wonders. They even have const, yeah. There is a part of me that wonders if they have variable substitutions. Do they literally have regex? Wait, do they have regex or are those just dividers? Oh, they're just dividers. Okay. Okay. Yeah. They're just dividers. Like, would you regex? How would you even do that? There's a part of me that wonders if you could make a video game based on this. If I rewrite a code base that work with web components whenever JS is used, is that also job security? Yes. 100%. 100% that's job security. You should absolutely be doing that. There's no reason why you shouldn't be doing that. Like a Zachtronic style game? Yeah, like a Zachtronic style game. Yeah, like it would just I don't know, there's something about this that might be fun to play in video game format. Absolute binary programs and rock type. Yeah, this would be absolute because it's a complete program. This would be rock type because something has to happen as a processing thing. It's a niche. Yeah, it's niche, but it's fun. You doubt you would love it. You haven't had me make it. That's why. Okay, I gotta stop staring at this. This is like it's. I'm sucked in. That was fun. Thanks, Battle. Okay, we're back. We're back to this. All right. Jeez, the heck! Never again. Never do that to me again. Make a factory game, but its mom's making sandwiches. Yeah, I should. I actually should. That would be fun. Not everyone would play that though, based on based on stuff that happened yesterday. But yeah, Spiro's Kitchen, the game. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Back to the game. Um, I think the sleuth thing has me thinking now. I'm gonna be doing cleanup on code now, right? It's like it's boring work until I've got a couple hours before my call, my interview that it looks like I'm gonna be streaming it on this side too. Um, if I'm gonna be if I'm gonna be doing this, um, cleaning up code because there's a bunch of code to clean up. I might just want to add in a few like debug options so I can kind of see at a quick glance if there are any particular issues. And I probably don't need very many. I actually probably only need maybe just some coordinates and What's another thing I could do? I'm just trying to think what would be handy to have while I'm so that I can kind of like easily check if I've broken something. It would probably be oh, you know what? I almost forgot. This is bad. Yeah. 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 There we go. Okay. Cuz the tiles were kind of weird. That's better. It's hard for you guys to see on screen, but there's like a little line, whatever that was. Yeah. Um. Okay. Debugging. I probably want a button to show coordinates, so I could do something like. Um. Okay, I got an idea. I have an idea. It would be viewport X, viewport Y, and then world X and world Y, something like this. No, keep it here. Do this, world X and world Y. And the idea would be when I hover over when I hover my mouse over a particular area of the viewport, these values would just get updated. And that font size is really, geez, maybe no. No, I guess I'm using just straight up font size. I don't have a CSS variable for that. Okay, I'll just uh, yeah. Now mouse hover on viewport. Let's go viewport here. You wish you knew about web components before EJS. Yeah, well, what can I say? You suck. EJS is not bad. Listen, EJS is like it's the devil's work, okay? I should have said something. No, no, you don't get to blame me. This is all on you. I accept no responsibility. It's all on you. Mm, wait. Yeah, add event listener. Mouse move. Yeah, you should say. That's right. You should apologize. That's right, ALS. ALS has the right idea. Okay. So we just need to go look at it's probably just layer, right? It's either layer or offset. I think offset makes more sense. And so we'd go e offset x is equal to tile size scaled. I think it would be this divided by tile size scale. I think. Actually, yeah, we need to do var offset x. I'm not sure. We're going to find out. No. What is tile size scaled? 32. Okay, so that's probably not right because offset. Yeah, this ain't right. 18. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right. Page or client? Let's try client. One of these is going to give us the right. We just have to figure out which one. 12. That's correct because it's 12 by 12. That's probably it then. 12 by 12 viewport. Whoops. 12 and 12. And if I go up to the top, I should see 0, 0, 0. There it is. 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect. That's great. Then if I could get this back, then what I can do is I can go, let's go document query selector, and it's going to be, nope, wait, I have a helper. I have a helper for this. Somewhere in here, I have a get tile. Yeah, look at that. Okay. UIH get tile, offset X, offset Y, and that's going to give us the tile element in question, and then we're going to be able to go like this. It's going to be viewport X, offset X, viewport Y, offset Y, world X, tile element dot get attribute, I think, world X. I think, if I remember correctly. Get attribute is not a function. Why? Get tile. World X, world Y. Oh, because it's world. Oh, okay. We want get viewport tile. Yeah, that's what we want. That's what. All right. Okay. Okay. Just chill out. Viewport X and viewport Y, and that's not spelled correctly. And get tile. Go down to this and go get viewport tile. But viewport X, viewport Y. Yeah. What's your problem? Get viewport tile. Okay. Viewport X, viewport Y, X, Y. Does how about I just use it? What happens when I just use it? I go UIH dot get viewport tile 0, 0. What is your problem? If tile element? Go like that. Uh-huh. It does seem to be working. Okay. I don't know what the hell that was about. I guess in some cases the value of x and y from the mouse coordinates are well, kind of weird. Sure. All right. Um in that case then what we can do, go down here, give these an ID, debug, viewport x, viewport y. No, just do this. And then this would be world x, and this would be world y. It's kind of annoying, but we'll do document get element by ID, debug viewport x, inner HTML, viewport x, offset x. Then copy that over. Want to go y. And then world. It shouldn't have built that. That was dumb. Yeah, and we'll just copy this over y. Debug world y. Okay. Now will it do it? Yeah, look at that. And if I move the camera around, what should happen? What should happen? Ah, it's not happening. Why? These are not the right world coordinates. Why don't we go uh just manually figure out the world coordinates by just to see if we can get it right. Plus equals uh get camera, no, camera offset. I don't think there's a get function for getting the camera offset. All right, so we're gonna have to do it. U32 get camera offset x. It's literally just gonna return camera offset x, y. Okay, cool. Then we just add get camera offset x. We shouldn't have to do this manually like this on the client side. We should be updating the tile system to automatically do that, but let's just see if this works. Doesn't seem to. Wonder why. Camera offset X. This isn't right. And I'm worried about the camera positioning now. Console. Yeah. Oh, I it would help. Damn it. Sometimes, it would help if I actually like printed the thing to screen. Okay, let's try this again now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that works. Why are the tiles not updating their world coordinates based on camera offset? And by tiles, I mean the actual div tiles that contain coordinates for viewport world. Okay, that's something I have to fix, but not something I have to fix right now. So at the very least, this is going to help me do coordinate stuff with world XY. That's good. What I should also do is uh, maybe get the value of something. That's going to be a harder one because I'd have to pick the layer that I want to get the value for. Um, that's not as easily. I'd have to do like a whole thing with picking a layer with like a drop down. I really don't want to do that. Um, at least not right now. I can always just run a function to get it. As long as I have the coordinates, I can just run a function and grab the layer that I want. So I guess for now, I'll just leave that be. Let's not get too carried away with debugging. But at some point, we'll just be building an engine. Um, this is good enough. Is there anything else I might want to see? Oh, yeah. Right. To. I want to render. I want to turn on the ability to render entities and render um, block tiles. Crap. The idea would be you push a button, it'd be like render entities or toggle entity rendering or like toggle block render. Okay, let's add the buttons. Uh, button ID toggle blocks. Let's just call it toggle blocks, and we'll do on click toggle blocks. Button ID toggle entities on click. Nope, that was done. And we'll have to write those functions. So we should go. Well, we can do it right here. So we'll just go debug blocks false function toggle blocks And we'll just go debug blocks is equal to not. What am I doing? There we go. Not debug blocks. That's our starting point for that. And then we can do the exact same thing for entities, toggle entities. Yeah. Okay. Any issues so far? No. Nah. Good, good, good. Okay. To toggle these. Oh, that now this is kind of a little bit tricky. No, not here. Where's my rendering here? Okay. Sometimes I'm rendering some stuff and sometimes I'm not. Like, is this block layer even being rendered? It's this one? Is it this square? Yeah, I'm not even putting anything here. I guess what I could do is put maybe at the parent level some weird thing, possibly. Mm. Oh, I know what to do. Okay. We're going to add, we're going to start with the block layer. Yeah, I know what to do. If we're, yeah, what I want to do avoid is doing a bunch of redraws. I want to let the rendering mechanism just render. Okay, I got it. So what we'll do is if there's a layer value and debug blocks, we're gonna go tile class list add debug. Maybe I want to do something very specific. Debug block like that. And then here, debug entities, we will do exactly the same thing, which means we can get rid of this. Debug entity. And then we'll go otherwise. Remove. This is probably better served up here, but just auto remove maybe. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Kind of one half dozen or the other, and then we're gonna go and put in a CSS style to render it. So it's gonna be debug entity, and we'll just do some. Oh, I got it now. Background color, uh, purple, and then debug block, background color, red. I have no idea what this is gonna do, but we're about to find out. Anything? No? No? Did it even? No, I didn't do anything. Oh, there it is. Debug block. Yeah, okay. So the background color is not showing up. Probably because it's layered and it's got a mixed blend mode. So maybe background color is not a good way to do this. Maybe out of order. That could be one thing we could do. We could change the. Could we change the mixed blend mode? Difference, exclusion. I don't know if I would like that idea. What else could we do to make this kind of stand out? We could do. That's really it. Yeah, why don't we just do that for now? So we'll go border top, purple and red. And there it is. There it is. And if I do it again, it goes away. It goes away. Okay. Definitely causes a bit of a weird issue because it pushes the development down. So it's kind of weird. Also, this doesn't go away. I'm gonna have to resolve that. Okay, that's pretty much all I want for debugging. For now, that's all I really need. I wonder how it works in 3D mode. Is there still? Oh yeah, there's still a mouse over. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 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 I kind of want to. Kind of want to change the this stuff a little bit. It's not a great example if I. Yeah, like this. And um the rotation does work. I want them to sit above. This is interesting. I'm gonna have to move them. So is there CSS 3D Transform position. Let's just have a look at our options here. Just rotate, perspective, style, matrix. Oh, translate. Yeah, that's what we want. We want translate. Right. And if we're going to do that, then we can go translate. Translate 3D. No, I'm stupid. It's trans. Yeah, I have to attach it to this. It goes after rotate. Yeah, translate. There we go. We could do 3D, sure. And then 0, 0, 0. But because it's 32, then 16 would set them up like that. So I want to copy this and I want to do layer NPC layer and copy it over here. So like this. Oh man, come on. This is the new transform. Just like that. Refresh, and then we're going to find out if we did this right. Ha. We kind of it I did it the wrong way. Did I or didn't I? Yeah. No, that's right. I guess I have to flip them. I have to rotate them differently. Um yeah, let me see if I can figure that out. Frickety frick. So instead of rotating them there, what if I did minus? No, that's not gonna work. Yeah. Okay. Let's have a look around here. Um, Not that way. Not that way. So maybe -1. No. No. Okay. So I would go turn these guys around. Let's just be super specific about it. 90. And then we'll go like, what would it be? Y, maybe? Z? Something like that, and then minus. Okay, so it'd be like this. But there's probably a better way to do this, but yeah. And then update the transform. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but yeah, that's one way. The other way I could do it is maybe just flip them so I don't have to do it backwards. That work? No. There we go. And then when we spin up, yeah, when we spin up the, yeah, I wonder what the cannonballs look like. Damn, that's super cool. Yeah, there we go. That's awesome. All right. If I do it here, it's going to do the exact same thing, and it works no matter which world I'm in. Sweet. Okay. All right. Boring cleanup time then. Now I can kind of clean up the code here and worry less about breaking things because I have debug and stuff running. Freaking hell. Take a coffee break. Okay, I'm going to be right back. And we'll keep going until my last call. It's about an hour from now, and then I'll probably end the stream because the rest of this is pretty boring. Unless we want to read more assembly stuff, should we go back to reading the assembler instruction manual? BRB. All right, I'm back. There is one annoying thing that I would like to try and solve here. The mouse movements. Uh, here. What I want to do, only do mouse movements when you do control down on the keyboard. Should be easy. Code control left, key control, whichever one I'm using. Code, all right. Key down, switch code, if, no, switch case, uh, control left. And that means control down. It's true. That means it's false. Of course. I need to close it. There we go. So now if I toggle 3D, oh right, I have to actually implement it. Toggle it and then get it like set up and then let go. And now I can use the mouse again and perfect. That was easy. The other thing that I could do, can I take the viewport and uh translate? Yeah, okay. That's crazy. I could zoom in real nice if I really wanted to. That's so cool though. Yeah, very cool. and then just do translations on that. I suppose one thing well, I don't know if I want to be doing this with mouse, maybe. I do like Shift Plus. Does it do anything? No. I'm not sure how I want to deal with zooming that in. Um, yeah, I don't know. Um, that's kind of a yeah. I don't know if I don't even need to be playing with the camera really. I suppose if I want to zoom in, I could always just do that. I could always just like go like this and then just like literally zoom in. Yeah, okay. So I'm not gonna worry about the camera. Good enough. Doesn't have to be fancy, just to be able to test it. Yeah, cool, cool. That's actually pretty fun. The back face thing might be a bit weird, but that's fine. Okay, let's zoom out here and back to the boring code. So the the world generation stuff is indeed working. I have to pick. Um, I kind of have to pick. Not pick. I have to make sure that I am loading and offloading the appropriate world data. It's like there's some cleanup that I want to do there. This is weird. G world data. What am I trying to do here? A world name ID. Find the world by the name ID. Uh, sure. I guess that's I guess that's one way to do it. Why do I care about the world name ID? Does it matter? Am I doing anything with it? No. I'm doing literally nothing with it. So let me turn that into a function, and should I need it, I have it. Get world name ID. No. Get world ID by name ID. I wonder. Get world ID by machine name. Machine name, I think. So I think it would be like this. Let me check by machine name. Yeah, there we go. Machine name. Yep. Current world. Default the century value. Might as well just update these because I've type def them. And world ID. Return world ID. That means if I really wanted to, I could just yeah, I could now go like this, but I don't even need to. No, I do. That's right. I do because I need to set the current world. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that is why I had it. Good thing I checked. And we want Dingus Land for this. All right, nothing broke. Sweet. Good. Okay, we cleaned up that portion. Now, do I want to make the world a struct? And I kind of think I do. Where's world data? Where are you hiding? Here, I think this should be a struct because it's a one-time thing. It's based on the current world, so I don't need to be doing array offsets on this. Width, height. You know what I miss? Total NPCs. I miss physical game cartridges. I really do miss it. Like the hefty ones. Not like the little USB things that you get these days or like the CDs or whatever. Like the actual cartridges. That feeling of sliding that thing into the slot. Hell yeah. That felt nice. Oh, I see. I have a global array of worlds. So I would have to create a struct of worlds. Okay. Got it. So it'd be like this. And anywhere I use gworld data, I'd have to update to gworld structs. And I probably need to come up with another macro to iterate over struct members and set them to a sentinel value. Um, I go okay. How could I do a? I want to take the crap. Struct. Where's my struct? Here. Um, trying to think how I'm going to do this. I'm going to have to write a macro or two. What would my macro look like? Hmm. Set. No. Clear struct. I would need. No, it's got to be. I got to do this a different way. Um, clear. No, this is right. Clear struct, and then you would go struct name. Man, value. The value. That's century. I don't even need this. So it'd be like struct name. I don't think this is right. Clear struct. Okay, what if I did? What if I? Okay, what if I pass? What if I dealt with this as a function? I would want a pointer to the struct. I'd want to maybe set a value, maybe. Oh, okay. I need to do looping through all members, and I know I can do that if I do a size of. Um, but I don't know if oh, I might need string, which I can't pull in from the standard library. All right, let's try this. Let's go. Do while 0, and then it'd be a pointer to it'd be a pointer to it would be this, and then can I even use size? How would I just go like count of members would just be the size of pointer to that, pointer to the struct I'm passing in, divided by size of u32. And then I could loop through that. I 0 I is less than count, yeah, plus plus I, and do this. And then I would have to go pointer of the thing that we're pointing to here. Um, value. Maybe. I have no idea. Let's test it. So what we're gonna do is test clear struct. So we're gonna create a new world. It's gonna be struct world, and it's gonna be some world. We'll go console log format world before, and maybe we'll go world before name ID digit here some world name ID. Clear struct some world. Name ID 33 after. All right. Incompatible integer to pointer conversion initializing u32 star unsigned int with an expression of type u32. Clear struct expanded from that. Um, that's because I think I need this to be a pointer as well. Yeah, that's it. All right. Exports and then it'd be test world test test clear struct. Holy crap, it worked. Sweet. We should put it at the very top right here. We're gonna use this for a lot. Okay, cool. Yeah, awesome. Um, so now that we have a macro to deal with clearing a struct, hey Thelonus Laia, thanks for the follow 10 minutes ago or so. I apologize, I didn't hear it, but thank you. Um, if we have a macro to clear our struct by just grabbing the size of the struct and then iterating over that size, and that just clears all the member values. And since we're using uniform U32 values for every member in the struct, it's really easy. You just pass in the struct by pointer, and then um, just set the sentinel value on it. You're good to go. So, hang on. I need to drink some more coffee. So what I can do is just start slowly replacing the world data with structs. Coffee driven development. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That is how all code is generated. I wonder what the actual numbers would be of coffee generated code versus non coffee generated code. We'll go game world. We'll go clear struct. No. There's a second way to do things. Soda driven development. How about pizza driven development? I need you to work over the weekend driven development. Oof. That one hits hard. That one hits a little too hard. All right. Let's see if this is good enough. Hopefully nothing breaks. It compiles. Yeah. And we're good. Memory went up a bit, of course, because we're setting aside more memory. All right. I think we're off to a good start. Oh, crap. Clicked the wrong thing. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. So I think what I want to do is just start differentiating. So this would be a struct based world. And it might. Gotta think about how I want to do this. I would like to add, or maybe just say like create world. Oh man, I'm gonna have to do like a. I'm trying to do a soft replacement where I do it one step at a time. But if I do create world, I'm gonna have to remove all the macros for all the create stuff. Or at least for the world stuff, and then the worlds are all busted until I completely fix it. Uh, okay, well it's just a to do for now. It be create world, add to world structs iterator maybe, and then clear struct. That's what I want that to do, so that I always have a clear struct at the end. I need Dingus land and there compiles, runs. There we go. Let me make sure I'm not like yeah good. The worlds are all right. Perfect. Okay. G world data. Where else are we using this? Yep. Initialization. Yep. Clear. Okay. So here. Uh, these these would get updated so that current world, it would be what would this be? It'd be G world structs current world dot height. Be like that. Where else? Same with this. Would be exactly the same. Same with this. Yep. Same with this. Just track down all the places. Okay, this would be it'd be G world structs index dot name ID. Be like that. And then essentially all this stuff. Well, I guess just these. Width and so on and so forth. Yep. Same with all this stuff. Yep. Okay. Okay. So I think we can just start replacing these. And as long as we do it all in one shot, then it should all work all in one shot. Okay. I have to. I need to take a break. I need to read more assembler code. Okay. Um. What is this thing that I just noticed here? Let me just check for a second. Um. Wait, what? Wait, Tetris in a PDF? There's no way that this works. No way. It works. Uh, 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 that was a terrible mistake. How the hell did. What? How did they get Tetris working in PDF? yeah, we're back. Sure. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. That's pretty dope. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm really in trouble now. Score is 8. Type here for keyboard controls, WASD. Is that? Oh. Let me zoom right out. Oh, so you. uh, oh, I see. Up is. Got it. Sure. Yeah, I think I'm done for. Yeah. Game over. Score 8. That's cool. Um, I'm curious if there's like a. Here, I just want to read about this. This is interesting. I realized that PDF engines of modern desktop browsers, PDFM and PDFJS, support JavaScript with enough I/O primitives to make a basic game like Tetris. It was a bit tricky to find a union of features that work in both engines, but in the end, it turns out that showing hiding annotation fields works well to make monochrome pixels. And keyboard input can be achieved by typing in a text input box. All in all, it's quite janky, but a nice reminder of how general purpose PDF scripting can be done. The linked PDF is all ASCII, so you can just open it in a text editor or have a look at the source code here. Can your PDF run an AI agent? Yeah, that's the question. Um, Damn, we did a calculator in a PDF? Atari Breakout for PDF? There's no way. Move your mouse down here. Also, no way. Oh, man. That's very cool. Um, and not just web browsers, Acrobat and probably other PDF readers have supported executing JavaScript in PDFs for decades. This preview, which makes sense. Why would browsers randomly add JS to PDF if it wasn't already part of the standard? Dear Lord. They also support iframes? That's crazy. Collision Flappy Bird. Let's do it. Um, I'd have to go. I have to go raw mode, right? Oh no, wait, no. Uh, I I guess, and then open, and then start the game. Ugh, that's terrible. But yeah, it works. Damn. Yeah, I guess you could do a lot. Sup Cryptozite on YouTube. Yeah, Ghost. I'm downloading a new collection of viruses. That's crazy what you can do. I barely looked at Adobe Reader. It definitely does not work with this, likely because it's compliant. Um, it might work on Foxit. Yeah, this is a good reminder of why not to download random PDFs. One of the mechanisms of the Pegasus spyware was emulating a computer inside a PDF. Friggin' hell. Friggin' hell. Emulating a computer inside of the PDF. Come on. Would it work on a Kindle? I doubt it, bro. Does not work on events. Yeah, I mean, what do you. So it's possible to port C compiler to PDF? What? We can run DOS in PDF? Wait, what the frick? Hang on. TSC compiler. Multipass portable C-line compiler toolkit with our code generator, including backend, front end, etc. But that's not for. This won't do PDFs. Oh, the compiler is already done. It's just that you just compile it and run it on. Oh, I see. I see. I wonder what this thing does. I'm just out of curiosity. And since I have to hop on that call in a bit. Interesting. It's even got the jumps and everything. Cool. Yeah, cool. Okay. That was interesting. It was an interesting little side quest, if you will. Um okay. Do I need to worry about anything else just before I get on this call. No. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna kill a little bit more time, so let's do a little bit more cleanup. Um, one thing at a time. I really wish. Yeah, current world. What heights? And we'll do the oops exact same thing. You just go like this. Data. Go like that. Yeah. G world structs index name ID. See if it's world name ID. Layers name ID. Anything else? Yeah, this. It would be world width and world height. Get rid of that. Just like that. G world data. Do the exact same thing. Do the exact same thing. And then, yeah, do the exact same thing again. And current world, total layers. Okay. Does this work first try? 4 errors. Why? Oh, there it is. All right. See if it's a first try thing. Holy crap. First try. First try. Except I can't find the world Dinkus land. Yeah, but other than that, first try. Um, Let me just see what this is. Generating world could not find world. Um, get world ID by machine name. Is this function not right? String ID by machine name, yeah. World name ID, yeah. World structs of max worlds. Index. Oh yeah, this can't do this. It's I. Like that. There we go. Sweet. Yeah. Okay. That's nice. That actually didn't take very much to do. That means I can get rid of all these references to this old stuff. Oh, that makes the code a lot more readable. I'm not sure if we're using world count. Are we? Gee, world counts. Okay, we are for that, but then we can get rid of this. Anything else in world data? This, 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 that. Like a, it's like a good colon cleanse. Get rid of that. G, world data. That's it. Init data world can go and create world can go. Okay. Init data world. Uh, that can go. And create world can also go because we now have struct base thing. Oh, first try. Yeah, and that makes the code a lot more readable. Um, I should also do anything that's like this. I should just do like a function call. Um, like get current world height because yeah, that's a lot more. It's easier to type out at least. It's essentially the same thing, anyways. Um, struct curl, okay, and then just yeah, width same thing. And then if I ever need to make a change to the structure of the worlds, then it's going to be way easier because I just have an entry point. This is fine. Um, and these are fine. Yeah, that's okay. I'm incrementing a specific thing, sure. Come on. Yeah, incrementing the layers, I think that's fine. There we go. Could I do layer increment maybe? I mean, that would be kind of weird. Yeah, current world increment total layers. It's essentially the same thing. I might do that. Maybe we'll see. Okay, yeah, that was a good cleanup. Yeah, okay. Is there anything else I want to do here? I don't think so. I think I'm good. Um, that's worlds done. Struct it up. Layer data should be also a struct. That's the next thing we can do. This right here. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to get set up for this call. So just give me a minute here. Mm, yeah. And then if I'm gonna do this, and you guys are gonna hear it. Um, all right, let's take this down here. We can put me kind of over there. And I think if I do, if I share my screen, let me go over to that. I'll do that. Okay. Share my screen over here, like that. Okay, and then we'll get the ads out of the way on the Twitch side. And then the last thing I need to do is make it so you guys can hear what's going on. So if I did that, it would have to be audio capture. Be like that. Move over. Okay. I'm not sure how loud that's going to be, but we're going to figure it out. Okay, so I've got that set up. The ads are playing. I'm going to take a quick break, make sure I'm good to go, and then I'm going to take this call. And we're going to talk about the H1b visa stuff, I guess. I think that's what the call's about. And then I'll probably end the stream. Okay. I'll be right back, folks. Be right back. We're gonna do this call in a minute. All right. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready for this call. We'll just wait for the call to start and then we'll go for it. Let me do this. You know, it'd be kind of cool if the PlayStation rebranded their entire user interface using nothing but React. And React 3 Fiber for 3D. That'd be pretty cool. Just go all in on React, PlayStation. Okay. Do 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 do. Let's see. Okay. There it is. So now I'm going to turn it on. Okay. And hopefully, if I request mic, hello. Okay, we'll just wait. Hello. Hopefully this works.
Hello, Spiro. Can you hear me?
Um, Hang on, because
Hello?
apparently
Okay,
I
Callie, can you hear
can't
me?
hear you.
Hello, guys. Hey, Fernand. Hey, Spiro. Yeah, I can hear you, both of you.
Just
Okay, I can
one
hear
second.
you,
Okay, try
Callie.
talk.
You can hear us. So
I
we
now
just
I can
gotta
hear you.
find out if Spiro can hear us. I can hear you, Spiro,
We're good. I can hear you now. I'm
and
good.
Callie, and so can Callie. Okay, so we can all hear each other. We got a little mic check, sound check. We're good. You're
Good,
good,
good.
Spiro?
I'm good. Yep.
How you doing? Good
I'm
evening.
good evening. Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you?
Wonderful.
Good.
Callie, it's been a while since we collab. How you been?
All good. Really glad to be back, Fernand. Thank you for having me as your co host. And Spiro, can't wait to talk more with you and about your ideas. Fernand told me a little bit, but I don't want to spoil it.
That's fair. Yeah, no problem. Happy to be here. I appreciate you guys inviting me on. Um, Yeah, this is good. Thank you.
Excellent. Spiro, I want to make sure I pronounce your last name correctly. I'm gonna try to say it with a Spanish accent
Good
because
luck.
English is not my first language. So okay,
Uh,
so I'm gonna try. It's Spiro Floropoulos.
oh, that's pretty good. You can break it up into basically two parts. It's Floropolis, and then put them together, and that's it.
Floropoulos.
That's it. You got it. Nailed it.
Okay, well I think that's a little bit easier for me.
Yeah.
Let me try it this time. Okay. So Spiro Floro my bad. Spiro Floropoulos.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Okay. So I got this introduction. We're gonna nail it here. Okay. Meet Spiro Floropoulos. Architect, software developer, entrepreneur, and content creator. He's a self-taught programmer with 25 years of experience in the tech industry. Spiro is vocal and critical on the ongoing practices and policies being exercised in the industrial technological complex, as well as advocating for in depth technical understanding over reliance on high level abstractions. His approach towards WASMs, six Linux, and flat arrays has led him to become proficient in software development and video game creation. Good evening, Spiro. Welcome to Let's Say My Friend podcast. How you doing?
I'm good. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate you guys taking the time to invite me and hear me jibber jabber about my crazy takes, whatever they may be.
Well, I have Kali here as well. She's my lovely co-host. She's my best friend here on X, and pretty much, she's an artist. She's a writer, and she's awesome.
Nice.
And she's all over the place. So
Welcome, welcome. And Spiro, let me just say a quick hi to Mir. We got a couple listeners here. Ross Bowl, welcome, welcome. Good evening. Yeah, we're here on Eastern Standard Time. So Ali's here where I'm at in Florida. Cali's in Romania. And Spiro, what is your time zone?
Pacific, PST.
Pacific. Okay. Are you in California?
I'm not in California. I'm in Vancouver, British Columbia,
Oh, okay, okay. Wow.
which is
This
essentially
is
Canada's California.
okay, okay. Wow, because I know there's like a lot of fires right now in California. So I don't know if you were in LA, but yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
Fortunately, we're okay over here for whatever that's worth.
yeah, to anybody that's listening to this podcast, like if you're in California, particularly in LA area, if you haven't evacuated, like my heart goes out to you. I know it's terrible right there, and stay safe. Find shelter and do whatever you can to keep yourself safe and your friends too,
Yep.
your friends and your family. So where you grew up, Spiro?
I was born and raised in Athens, Greece, and then later on, close to around when I was around 7, so 91 ish. My family and I moved to where I am now in Canada.
And like, do you have like a memorable childhood memory growing up in Greece, in Athens, Greece?
Memorable childhood memory. In Greece in particular, yeah. I mean, there are definitely a few memories I have of yeah, some good ones, some bad ones. Because we grew up poor a lot. And when I mean poor, I mean like we would sometimes go days without food. And some of the small stuff was like the stuff that was small was usually the best stuff. So it would be something simple like I remember just going out for ice cream with my uncle. That didn't, as far as I remember, that didn't happen very often. We couldn't do that very often, so when we did, it was nice. Um, I remember we took a trip to one of the islands. I can't remember which one, but that was fun. I remember the island. I remember the place we stayed in. It wasn't like a hotel. It was kind of like a home. You would stay in other people's home, kind of like a um, what do you call it? Not the Uber, the other one, Airbnb, before Airbnb was a thing. And like sleeping at night, hearing the ocean outside. Um, Spending time with my sister, just like throwing rocks into the ocean at the beach in Athens, things like that. You know, usually the simple stuff is the stuff that stands out when you don't have a lot in life.
And tell me, like, through all these moments, like, who's been someone influential in
Um,
your?
Very easily my dad. I would that he's the first person that comes to mind immediately. Because of mostly because of how like he was a very hardworking person. He was very proud of his family, and so we didn't have much, like I said. But what we did have, like, he was proud of it. He was proud of his kids and the family that he got a chance to build. So such as it was, I appreciated that about him, and I try and kind of replicate that sense of uh, what would you call it? Um, Appreciation, I guess, not taking things for granted. And I learned a lot about that from him.
And Spiro, like, how do you became like a developer? Like, how did like how like what inspired you? What prompted you to become a programmer?
That's easy. Video games. I remember my my mother brought home Nintendo, the original Nintendo Entertainment System, and she would play like Legend of Zelda on it, and and then I think she bought me a few smaller games. Like there was a cartridge. It used to be that you could buy a cartridge and it would have four games in one in a single cartridge. And so I just like cycle through the games. I think there was like a Robin Hood game and some other stuff. And man, once I got onto that, I'm like, I want to build my own. How do I do this? So I well, as soon as we got a computer in the house, which didn't come until a few years after the gaming system, I just started looking online and trying to like figure out going to the library and reading books and stuff and just trying to figure out how I might possibly be able to make my own game. And then it just went from there.
And like how like the process. Oh, Kelly, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I was curious. So, did you manage to create your own game, and how was it called?
So I tried several times. I'm doing it right now on my streams, like my you know, YouTube and Twitch and all that, and I know X and everything. I am streaming, actually building the game that I've been wanting to build since I was a kid. I never got the chance to finish it because I had to leave home at 17 and just kind of like find my own way through life. And so life got in the way of me having any amount of sensible time to finish the game that I wanted to build. So I don't even have a name for it right now. And the last year and some months, I've been using the game I wanted to build as a kid as a way to kind of like uh, advertise my stance on the tech industry. So it's kind of been nice to bring that into current events. The thing I wanted to do as a kid with current events.
Wow, that's interesting. So, how do you feel it translates into the current events? I suppose it had the game it has a theme, or what exactly is translated in the current event?
Yeah, it's not the game itself. There's nothing about the content of the game that fits into current events. The game in a vacuum is just the game, and whatever it is, whatever content it has, is whatever content it has. The actual thing that matters is how I'm making the game. So essentially, the concept is be, because I have not finished high school even, so I have no secondary education. I'm completely self-taught. The highest level of high school I have is grade 11, or whatever the equivalent would be around the world of grade 11. Um, but I taught myself how to get to the point where I am here, and using what I taught myself, I am now building this game in what is considered to be one of the either the weirdest or the most constrained technical ways to do a game like this, because um, you if you can imagine by comparison, it would be something like uh, you get you could order a meal that comes with a lot of prep done for you and delivered to your door, or you could go farm. You could like run your own farm and like handcraft every element of your meal. And I'm essentially doing more or less the I'm farming my own game, so to speak, right? That's kind of like how I would compare it, and on purpose. So the point is, like, someone like me can do something in this way in this day and age, when we have so many tools and things that would make making a game like this way easier, and I'm choosing to do it in a very constrained and difficult way, or at least a way that makes people go like, why would you do that? And it's to demonstrate that point that it is doable, and there's like a benefit to doing these things, which ties into the whole concept of my complaints about the tech industry.
Interesting, like painting in Excel.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually, we actually know someone who does that, right, Fernand? Alsan?
yeah, Alsan, she does amazing artwork, and yeah, we did a podcast, we did a collab a while back. She's great. She's a sweetheart, and
That's cool.
she's obsessed. Excuse me. No, she's exceptionally talented and
Yeah.
just a lovely individual. Spiro, I want to ask you, you being, of course, you've been vocal about the tech industry, and like tell me about like your thoughts on like the current h1b. I know that Elon Musk was proposing like a way to be more inclusive with like people from like outsourcing talent from different, from different parts of the world region. But like, what are your thoughts? And like, you've been vocal about it, and like there's a lot of intricacies. I mean, it's a little bit of a controversial subject, but I want to like to hear your thoughts and like provide you a panel to speak on it if
Sure.
you like.
Yeah, yeah. So the whole thing kind of started from um, Elon and Vivek saying something along the lines of, "We do not have enough talent in the industry, STEM in general." But I believe the word tech was used, which kind of narrows down to the tech version of, like, to the tech portion of STEM. But even if that's not what they meant, or I misread or something, or my memory, whatever. It's generally like a more technical scientific field. In that field, there's not enough talent, so it's difficult. The idea is that it's difficult domestically to find people who have a lot of skill and maybe even experience, that although that's not necessarily a requirement for skill, and the capability to execute on complex aspects of whatever problems are trying to be solved. And so the visa program, it was brought up as like, well, we have to go reach out. We need to go and get people from outside, beyond domestic, right, external, where however that may be, and bring some talented people in so that we can boost our own domestic ability to produce quality things, or move the needle forward in terms of tech and science and things like this. And that's fine. I'm actually like, I don't really have a problem with that idea at all, with as in the portion where we ask people to come in and help us out. um Anything, I mean, I'm Canadian, so I don't have like, the biggest dog in the race, but anything that helps the US, well, it bleeds over here. And because the tech industry, it can be globalized, due to the fact that you can just have a call like this and talk to anyone and work on code with anybody else around the world. There is a little bit of overlap between what the US decides to do and how it impacts what happens up here in Canada as well, or wherever you may be. So that's fine. There's like, there's nothing wrong with that concept of, hey, we need to bring more talent in from external. Okay, that's totally cool. Where my problem lies is in the idea that we don't have anybody in house, or that we don't have enough people in house. That's a more accurate way to say it. So domestically, we don't have enough people who can handle the, like, who have the experience. And I would argue that's not true. The My contention with that is that we probably have way more people who are capable of doing a lot more than they currently are, but we're failing to nurture that, or we're failing to encourage that, or we're failing to open up the doors for people to do that. And I have seen this particularly in tech, because that's what I've been doing my whole life. And I know that there are similar, if not um, principally similar, problems in other aspects of STEM beyond tech. So like the people in labs, for example, who do like the chemists, the neuroscientists, things like this. They suffer from similar problems to tech, if not the same principled problems, which would be something along the lines of, we actually do have people who, under the right circumstances, could do a lot more than they're doing. But we have managed to completely ruin all of these fields, and not completely ruined, but we've neutered our ability to fundamentally reach in and utilize the brain power that's available. And so that is really my point of contention, which is, no, I don't agree that we don't have enough domestic capability. I just don't think it's been appropriately cultivated. And I could go deeper into like the reasons why and whatnot if you like.
What would you propose? Like, what would be a better way that this program could be redirected or refocused or reemphasized?
So the issue would, for me, would be, even if we go and pull in talent from outside, that's fine. But once we bring them in, we're going to do exactly the same to them as we're doing with our internal talent, which is essentially neuter them. So if you don't look at the process by which you're currently cultivating any talent you have, if you just think that like we're at peak ability, anybody who's anybody can just do anything at maximum level, and there are absolutely no barriers to someone uh, doing the best that they can possibly do in any STEM field at all. So let's go bring in external talent. If that's your viewpoint, then I think you're dead wrong. It doesn't matter whether it's domestic or external or a mixture of both. Anybody who you put into this pool to work in this pool is going to suffer from the same penalties that we've self-imposed. And as an example, something that we've done a lot is we've obfuscated underlying principles that people should know when they're working in these fields. I see this a lot in tech. So over time, we have created indirect ways to do things that are happening on the hardware that you're running, so that programmers who are like, just for example, just getting into the field, don't have to understand as much about the hardware. They just have to do a set of things in terms of like, write this set of code, make sure you meet this criteria or that criteria, check off these boxes. And as long as you do that, then you don't really have to understand why the thing works. Somebody else has figured it out for you. Just go with it. And that does essentially what that does is it discourages anybody from understanding fundamental principles about like why you're doing something, how you're doing it, what it means to do this thing. And that level of indirection takes away the ability for I speak about programmers because that's what I know best. It takes away their ability to even be able to comprehend to begin to explore how things work. And it leaves these people in kind of like a childish state, not because they're dumb or they have like low IQs, or they're stupid or something, but just because somebody's come along and said, don't worry about it, we got you. Somebody smarter than you has already figured out how to do X, Y, and Z, and all you have to do is follow these simple steps, and off you go. That's one element. There's bad hiring practices that also um, fall under the same problem, where companies are hiring for programmers um, who are able to like work in this paradigm but not work outside of the paradigm. So like businesses themselves are not helping this at all. It's already bad enough that programmers are doing this to each other, but businesses not being able to comprehend that they're also encouraging this is also bad. And that also could be expanded into the entire field of STEM. There's always some kind of if monetary entity behind bad management of talent in the entire STEM field at almost every level. If you just look at the whole gamut of top to bottom, you you're taking away the massively taking away the opportunities for people to fully see what their own capabilities are, and therefore fully see how much talent you truly have, whether it's domestic or external.
So, Spiro, I just want to make sure that I get this right, because maybe I don't know as good as you do. What are exactly the requirements or the conditions that someone has to basically get by to get a H1b visa? I pulled up on Grok out of curiosity, and it basically says so there are 6 qualifications, and one is specialty occupation. Job must be in a specialty occupation which requires theoretical and practical application of a highly specialized body of knowledge. Second would be educational qualification. The applicant must possess at least U.S. bachelor's degree or an equivalent foreign degree. Uh, the third one would be license or certification. For occupations requiring licensure or other professional credentials like doctors, lawyers. Fourth would be employer sponsorship. Fifth would be job offer, and sixth would be the cap subject or exempt. Here, meaning that there would be like 65,000 visas per fiscal year, plus an additional 20,000 for those with US master degree or higher. Is there any other requirement that Grok is not helping me with? Do you have any idea?
As far as I know, no. And in fact, even those requirements are heavily gamified. So, for example, you could, for me, I don't have a degree, right? So the requirement for like a bachelor's or whatever uh, is strictly applied, I would immediately fail. However, I have got through this before with a company in the US when I was much younger, and they tried to uh, uh, put me through the H1b visa program, and they succeeded. Well, they were told that it would succeed because of the way that they structured how they applied against my experience. And so what they did was things like well, if he were to take the bachelor's program test for a particular niche thing in the programming field, he would pass it because his number of hours of experience in the field are equivalent to or greater than someone who would have a bachelor's degree working in the industry. And so when they can present like uh these workarounds for the qualifications of an H1B visa, it's like at that point, what do the restrictions even mean? They don't, like, who cares then? You can just work around them. There's all kinds of ways to game that system. It's almost meaningless. At least from my experience in the past and from having heard stories from other people in the tech industry about the H1B visa program. It's extremely gamified. It's really not that hard even.
Someone debated that maybe it would be a good idea to only allow uh, people, citizens, immigrants to get H1B visas if they have like a master or MBA, or like they would occupy like certain key positions, to which I disagreed. But I'm obviously now you're one of the cases exactly that would help me as an example, because basically you have the knowledge and you have the skills, and but you don't have the diploma, right? Like the uh, whatever, the
Yeah,
certification from a from a university or whatever. So
yeah.
but I feel like you are a very do you believe that you are among the few cases, or do you believe you're among the majority of the cases?
The the ability for someone to enter into the tech industry in particular as a programmer and not have a degree is probably higher by comparison to people who might enter other STEM fields and would require them to have a degree just to enter. You could get away it is easier to get away with entering into the programming field without a degree than it is in most other fields, because usually ever since I started, most people, even though some of them boldly proclaimed for several years that all they looked at was degrees and where your degree came from, most hiring practices do not care about your degrees and where it came from, or if you even have them. Most look at things like, what projects have you worked on before, how many years of experience do you have in X, Y, or Z, and can you demonstrate practical ability in using it. And so you could have someone, it's entirely possible you could have someone who has gone through a computer science degree or computer engineering degree, and someone who's self-taught might know a lot more than they do. And businesses and hiring practices are aware of this and they hire like this. So just in the tech version of this, like in the tech portion of the STEM field, that one is like it's one where these things don't really have as much impact as they are claimed to have.
Okay, so supposedly, let's create a scenario. So let's say the H1B visas are gonna have to have different qualifications, different requirements, but would not be based on any certain diploma or degree. How would you envision that this process would actually ensue?
What you'd have to do is so you can start by removing the ability for the current set of qualifications for H1B to not be gamified. That would be a good starting point. So even if you kept all the same things that you're required to do in order to achieve a visa through this process, at least do things like actual checks on whether a company has properly put out a job posting in good faith locally. And whatever that means. So what some companies will do is they'll put out an ad in like a dinky little local newspaper, and they'll say, yeah, we did it. Yeah, we tried to find someone, we couldn't find someone. We checked locally, right? That's an easy gamified thing. So have better checks on that. Make it so that you can't post false jobs because sometimes that happens too, which is kind of like a variation on what I just described, where you either post a real job, but you do it in a way that's like you're just doing it to say that you did it, or you post a fake job again just to say that you did it. This is the first step. Before you start making wide sweeping changes, how about just like coming up with ways to prevent the current system from being gamified? Then after that, depending on what field you're entering, take into account what's actually going on in the field in terms of hiring. So as an example, if you're going to look at like let's say, I don't know, like a laboratory work, how do laboratories actually hire? And so have some honest conversations with people who hire for scientific laboratory research, whatever it is. Talk to them and be like, okay, so let's put all the BS aside. What do you look for when you're hiring someone? Is it the degree, or is it something else? Is it a bunch of stuff? What are these things? And then update the visa program so that depending on which field you're entering, you've taken into account the people who actually hire for that field. So if you go and talk to businesses that hire programmers, you're going to get a very different set of criteria than what the H1B visa program sets as criteria for someone who's a programmer. And then you can start adding in those contextual qualifications. Oh, is this visa program for someone who's like a biochemist? Okay, well, there's going to be certain things that you're going to have to jump through in order to do that. Is this for a programmer? You want to find a programmer? Well, then we'll have to adjust the criteria a bit because it's a different set of things you're looking for. Is it annoying? Yeah. But is it going to give you a much more accurate representation of who's actually going to fit the positions being filled? At the very least, it increases the likelihood that it will make an improvement. Yes. The current system, just leaving it as is or doing a complete upend, I'm not sure either one of those are going to carry the visa program very far or do anybody any favors.
Spiro, I have to, while you were saying about these practices, about, like posting a little ad in a little newspaper that no one cares about in the city and pretending that the job was posted, I feel like at this moment, everyone is on, the internet, and especially IT uh, people. And regardless of their job, they would be looking for jobs online, and that basically opens, uh, you know, the job for position for everyone, right? So we can't say that locally it hasn't been done proper, or like we're using the local tactic to bypass the possible candidates, since it's online, since everything's online. Everyone can see the job postings, right?
That's not always the case. There are small papers, even in the United States, depending on like the city, which are never posted online. You never see those job postings online. It's literally just on print, and it's good enough. It's a good enough pass to say that you did. And what's more, we have a huge issue right now with online tech jobs. I think there was an actual scientific study that was done on, I could be wrong about this, so don't quote me. But I think there was a study done on the number of tech jobs that were posted online but were false. They were not even real jobs, and a lot of these jobs have stayed up for, it must be up to a year now. The concept that a company cannot find a programmer to fill a certain role on an online job posting that is accessible to everyone for up to a year is, it's just ludicrous. Like, that's a straight up lie. It's not real. But that is the point. It's a fake job in order to bypass other requirements or other things, in order to puff up, um, the idea that like you're expanding, and so like, an investor might be willing to invest in you because it looks like you're expanding, things like this. So there's all kinds of ways that either in either direction, um, this gets abused and goes wrong.
Oh, I definitely agree with the fake joke postings. I definitely had my fair share with that. They have either for this, as you said, for like pretending to be better, and not near like going down the drain with their company, or they're literally gathering, they're brainstorming works from other people, and so yeah, definitely I agree with you on that. But so basically what you're suggesting would be to have like a personalized uh specific job requirements, qualifications for H1B visas, right?
Yeah, at least consider, like, if you look at any job, pretty much any job of any level of complication, um, they're going to be like tiers or niches or avenues where you might have the same title, or you might have the same like career title, but you're doing something that's a bit more specific, in like a niche in that career. That's fine. I'm not saying that we have to get to that level of granularity, but I am saying that, depending on, um, maybe one or two levels deeper into a career for the visa program, have a bit of awareness of what it really means to hire someone for that position, and provide some contextual restrictions to the visa program so that it's at least somewhat harder to game it, and at least somewhat more consistent with how you would actually hire domestically for that same position.
I think generally you want to bring the best talent. Ideally, but you also want to be inclusive. And it's like if you do something where you like people that have the experience already, have the background, the knowledge, the expertise, the portfolio, the resumes, like you don't want to disregard those folks. I mean, even though like you, for instance, you may not have the degree, right? But you have years of experience. I mean, you have a lot of, you have a trajectory. It's like I did a podcast recently where we talk about like, what is what carries more weight, like your portfolio or your resume. And at the end, like she told me, like, yeah, basically the portfolio, like basically your work is gonna speak for you a lot much louder. So you like you as a developer, what has been your biggest challenge?
You mean like what's been the best like presentation of
No,
my
no, no. What has been your biggest challenge as a developer?
the challenge. Sorry, I misheard you. The My biggest challenge as a developer, maybe if I could ask for a little bit more specificity, do you mean like in finding a job, like getting a job? Is that what you mean?
Like in general.
In general, the biggest challenge would be, um, well, I can think of a couple, but okay, so you might think it's education. For me personally, so this is purely anecdotal. It hasn't been education. Generally, people can look at my work and kind of make a judgment call whether I fit or not, regardless of whether I have any degree whatsoever or all the degrees in the world. So I I'm shocked at how often education has not been a factor, which is kind of a good thing in a way. If you're, if you put your head down and you work real hard at something, it means that it doesn't have to be a limiting factor. Something that is a limiting factor is the um, the amount of it kind of ties into what I'm talking about. The amount of churn. I'm trying to think of a good word for it, and I can't really think of one. But it's how much we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot, and it can be really frustrating when you see a problem with like the way that it could be hiring practices. It doesn't matter whether it's visa or not, just regular, just the regular old hiring practices in tech. It could be the way programmers are taught or encouraged to think or not think. It could be the way that people think particular types of programming paradigms or infrastructures solve problems. It could be the way that executives make decisions about who they hire and why and when. Um, I- so, sometimes it's like the miscommunication between the technical aspect of a business and the executive aspect of a business. There's if I could boil it down to a word, it would be a lack of good communication in tech, because that communication comes in different forms, like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be like doing xyz programmatically, or hey, maybe you shouldn't be making these decisions as an executive, or hey, maybe we should be structuring our team different. But those are all communication things, and just like a good relationship, you need to have good communication, and we have terrible communication in tech. And that is the biggest frustration I have, the biggest challenge I have. It is extremely difficult. And then, just to add a little bit of icing to the cake, the common trope that programmers are, introverted, right? They don't like to kind of like talk a lot, perhaps, or they kind of keep to themselves. They do a lot of thinking in their head. They're not going to be like social creatures, things like this. So good luck getting a lot of these people out, being outspoken about like, hey, I have an idea that this should be better, that should be better. A lot of them just don't. They just don't have the interest in doing that, and it's part of their personality. So you put all these things together, and it's like the communication between all the relevant parties in tech is just it's awful. And that's been my biggest challenge, learning how I want to communicate or how I should communicate my own ideas. And part of communication is also learning how to listen to other people or encouraging other people to communicate to me. uh that's like it's the biggest challenge in life, I would actually say.
I think the best thing, that's the cool thing about having platforms like social media platforms, particularly like X, where you can share and ideas and question and like just share your struggles sometimes. Like if you're dealing with an issue, I have reached out on Discord sometimes, like and Discord is a great platform to find people that can help you solve a problem. It's helped me out a couple times. I'll find like a completely random stranger and they'll help me solve troubleshoot something on my computer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But let me ask you, Spiro, like have you ever, like, when you're trying to solve an issue, or like when you like, do you ever feel burnt out, like if you when you're developing, like how do you decompress, like?
Um, well, video games are a good way. Yeah, because I enjoy playing video games. It allows me to turn a portion of my brain off that other activities don't allow me to do. That's just personal. It's different for everyone. Hanging out with my family, going out for a nice meal or something with them. You know, watching a show or something like things like that. It's like just getting away from the thing that's burning me out. Um, I will say that found it I found I suffer from burnout a lot, from constant burnout. I can't think of a time that I've appropriately dealt with burnout. Usually what happens is a programmer will get burned out and then they have to like take a break for a little while, like, take a few days off or something. Um, I don't really I've never really had that luxury for a vast majority of my life. Uh, when you're like a contractor, which I have been for at least half of my career, and you're burnt out, but rent is due, uh, y work is going to take precedence. So there's an aspect of that that's kind of been ingrained in me where it's like it doesn't matter how bad things are, you just have to work through it. Like just keep working. That's it. That there is actually no other choice. The only other choice is adding more suffering to your existing suffering, because the consequences of not continuing to push through that are worse than if you give into it. Um, so that's a personal thing, but I know, there. I'm not saying that that's what everybody should do. Um, but it's a tough one because particularly in the tech industry, I can say pretty confidently that there's a high burnout rate for a number of reasons. And some of it is self-induced. We kind of do it to each other as programmers, unknowingly, and it's a big problem. But for me, I'm wired differently just because of the way I grew up, and kind of had to fend for myself. So I deal with it differently than I think a lot of other people do.
Has your family, your friends, have they been supportive of your endeavors?
Yeah, the ones that are good, yeah. There's there's a gee, I'm trying to think. There's probably a handful of friends I have who are not family members. One of them who's known me since I was a kid. He's a solid guy. Um, and yeah, it's been good to have that kind of support. I have some family that still supports me, but not all of them do. And part of that is because I used to be a Jehovah's Witness. I was a JW for about 30 some odd years, and then left when my daughter was, well, just before my daughter was born, basically, because I didn't want her to be raised in that. And when you leave Jehovah's Witnesses, you are to be treated as dead. If you're fully in and you're baptized, you've made the oath, you've taken the branding. Uh, you cannot leave freely. It is not a choice. So, for example, it used to be, up until a few years ago, that if I was to walk down the street and see, like, my aunt, who's still a Jehovah's Witness, she couldn't even say hi to me. It would be a form of like blasphemy, if you will. It's not exactly the right word, but it's like that. Um, so I've definitely lost a good chunk of my family to that, and even more friends, because it's a Jehovah's Witnesses are a very uh, like friendly bunch. They like to meet and greet each other, and you get to have a lot of friends. I've known thousands of people throughout my life. I mean, like thousands. I can think of at least probably hundreds. I couldn't name them. You know, it would take me a while to name them in a few minutes, but I can think of them. I like immediately recall them. Times I've hung out with them, their families, their kids' names, things like that. All gone. Like just you know, they would never talk to me now. So there, I've definitely had my moments where it's been most people in my life have left me behind. It's been it makes the people who've stuck around worth way more. If that makes sense.
Spiro, I'm actually curious. When it's, I suppose your family it's of Greek descent, right?
Yeah,
Since your name and everything,
yeah,
and find it quite interesting that you're saying that your family is, part of Jehovah Witnesses. Was this did this start in Greece or
yeah.
like how was it?
The story that I have been told, as far as I remember, because I can't talk to the family members um who would correct me if I'm wrong. Um, Apparently, my grandmother was some kind of revolutionary person, involved in a revolutionary movement, I should say, to be clear, in Greece, just shortly after the Second World War. So after the Nazis left, there was some kind of underground communist movement, I believe. That's I'm going off memory here. And as she participated in that, somehow she got introduced to Jehovah's Witnesses, and she, for one reason or another, she started studying the Bible with them, and then she gave up all her political and underground activities and joined them, and then ever since then she raised her children and then their children's children. So like my mother and her siblings, and their children and so on. And so I'm third generation, technically speaking. So I was born and raised in it.
Wow, that's really interesting, and thank you so much for sharing that. I only asked because, as I said, I know that usually Greeks are Christian Orthodox, and it's unusual when I'm hearing of something else, and that's why I asked. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. I remember being a kid and we do the door to door thing in Greece, and it was not an unusual activity to go out with whoever I was out with, um, and having Orthodox priests follow you as you're doing your door to door activity. And on occasion, they would just loudly call you out and just like call you like, I can't remember the exact name, but it's like a heretic, I guess. Like in Greek, they just shout it out loud in the streets, so everybody would like look at you and you'd feel ashamed. Every once in a while they might throw rocks at you. I remember stories of like people getting a little bit hurt, having to go to the hospital from that. But because the Greek Orthodox is like the primary religious center of Greece, that was something that happened to us a lot. I remember that very vividly. And you're absolutely right. That is like that if you're going to be, if you're Greek and you're in some kind of religion, it's probably Greek Orthodox. Yeah.
You know, I I have to ask you this because you because you mentioned you do the door to door and like has have you ever managed to like convert someone or did you ever met like someone that impacted you?
Yes. Um, there was one person in particular that I remember um, helping to convert. It's so what typically happens is if somebody begins a Bible study with you, you kind of take the credit if it was you at the door who initiated and got the ball rolling. But once you get the ball rolling, it's a team effort. Yeah, you go in at least a group, two people, and you continue the Bible study with two people and the person who's interested, and the you're always going to be if you initiated the call, you're always going to be the primary person, but someone else is there with you. And then eventually when it gets more serious, you'll have like an elder come with you, in order to make sure that like the things are progressing well and whatnot. So there is one person in particular, and it's kind of an interesting story because you might think, it's kind of a positive thing for Jehovah's Witnesses. This person, I remember they were living in a in a house, but it was not very well kept. It was in a reasonably nice neighborhood, like probably kind of like middle class, lower middle class. But this person's house, when they opened the door, it was just full of like all kinds of stuff. There was like narcotics everywhere. There was like it's like grunge heavy metal music in the background, smoke filled the air from like the cigarette smoke, tattoos everywhere, like disheveled hair. I remember so distinctly. And I can't remember what I said. It was like a prepared, here's what we're offering today. Have you ever thought about like the state of world affairs, and have you ever thought that wondered whether things will get better? And we're going door to door to talk to your neighbors because the Bible holds out a promise for a better time, and here's where, and so on. And then you'd show like a magazine or something, and he was like interested, and I was taken aback because a person like this to be interested in any religious thing at all, it was shocking. And throughout the course of about a year, probably a year, I think it was a year and a few months, maybe a year and 3 months, he 180'd so hard. It was wild to see. I mean, he cleaned himself up. He cleaned his house up. He mended some fences. I think he had a daughter that he fell out of contact with because of the way that he lived. He went and reached out to her again. He apologized, I believe, to his ex-girlfriend whom he had the daughter with. The way he dressed, he like started wearing like clothes that you would normally associate with someone who's like just like a regular uh middle class person, like and nothing that stood out. He took off all his chains, cleaned up his hair, stopped smoking. He quit smoking. He was coming to meetings at it's what we call the Kingdom Hall. It's just the church. And then eventually he got, as far as I know, he got baptized. He moved somewhere else, I think, to be closer to his daughter, if I remember the story correctly. Yeah, that's right. He moved to a different city nearby to be closer to his daughter, and he kept going and got baptized, and that was that. And then it was wild. It was a wild transformation. It was definitely one of the most impactful things I ever experienced as in practice as a J Dub.
Well, that's actually amazing that you were able to, your influence was able to spark like a pivotal moment, like in this in this person's life. So I think, yeah, I think by it just an act of good faith, a gesture that you just wanted to see this person, you know, change for the better.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good. It was definitely heartwarming. And looking back, you can feel bad that uh, that you introduce someone to essentially a cult. Uh, but at the same time, not everything is as black and white as it seems, right? You can make generalizations and whatnot, but sometimes people need particular things in order to make the changes that they need to make, and I don't know, just the right storm of things, I suppose. And he had to want it too. That's a thing. I could talk till I'm blue in the face, but unless he wanted to have a reason to make a change and take the action to do it, it wouldn't have ever worked. So in reality, he deserves all the credit, not anybody else.
Spiro, what advice would you give to an aspiring developer?
The best advice that I can give to someone who's either getting started or has started or just generally just wants to improve,
All the above.
all of the above, is in the current landscape of where we're at with tech, ask questions. Never take for granted that your favorite tech streamer influence is doing something or is encouraging you to do something. Never take for granted that a senior developer above you has made some kind of decision, and because they're senior, you just accept it as is. Never take for granted that a business has structured itself around particular technical paradigms, and hey, it just is what it is. I don't need to worry about it, etc., etc. Everybody started somewhere, and they often started where you, and I'm using the generalized you term, are right now. They had to learn some way, and I want programmers to stop accepting the idea that they're not intelligent enough to push back a little bit. And I'm not talking about be a jerk and be like, you're wrong, and I'm right, and like, really, you want to do it this way? That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is when somebody tells you, like, hey, this problem is solved, just go ahead and use XYZ or whatever. Or, hey, you don't need to worry about, learning something, learning this thing or that thing. You just have to follow this path and you're good to go. That should be an immediate red flag. And here's, in that scope, this is the best piece of advice I can give. Anytime, and you know what? Actually, I'm gonna go one level higher. This is the best life advice I can give for anybody in life. The second that you find an easy button to anything you're doing in life, before you push that button, you better be aware of any consequences, any and all consequences, as much as you are possibly capable of being aware of these things before you push that button. Because an easy button often comes with unforeseen consequences, and they are almost always hidden from you, either on purpose or not on purpose. Doesn't matter. You're going to pay a price for that easy button. It doesn't mean we should all sit around and have to farm our own food and whatever, and live in poverty or live in difficulty or whatever. You can accept that there are things that are good and easy and we benefit from them, but at the very least you should be asking yourself, why has this been made so easy for me, and what might be hidden around the corner before I take this easy route. And so to bring it back into tech, that goes exactly in line with things like, if you want to build a website, just use this framework. Okay, why? Because it's easy. Makes life easy for you. Ask why. Ask why something was chosen to be done wherever you work. Ask why teams are structured in the way that they're structured. Ask why. That is going to carry you extremely far, both within the tech industry and I would argue in life in general.
Spiro, actually, I have a question. One of our listeners was curious if you could share a little bit about you working with Leo Laporte. Do I say it? Did I say
Yeah,
it right? The name?
yeah, yeah. That was about a year. I guess about a year of contract work, and it just started off with some remote work where I was helping with a few things internally. I'm trying to remember everything I did, but the two things that I remember vividly, I helped out with the website that they have running, which I think they've updated since I was there, but it was built in I want to say Drupal at the time, and they hired a third party contractor to do it, and I helped to kind of oversee that and jump in for a little bit. The biggest thing I did for them was build a system internally. I have no idea how long they used it for after I left. It was an automated um it was an automated publishing system for their uh videos that they were recording for all their podcasts and stuff. So an editor would essentially take the raw video and audio of episodes that they recorded. It would put it into a particular folder which lived on a server in their office, and I my system would automatically detect that, and then it would break it up into the appropriate chunks and like reconvert it into different sizes and formats, and publish it to the different areas that they would publish it. So like Spotify and Apple and YouTube, I think, the website with all the titles and description and all of that. And then I got to go down there a few times, and I literally just drove down straight from Vancouver, just did an entire drive over. I think it was like a day, because you could do it in a day if you just drive, if you hustle. And I would go in their office and help them out with like some of the like they were doing like uh rewiring some of their like hardware, if I remember correctly, or moving servers around or something like that, and I helped out with like odds and ends there. Then we'd like brainstorm on some things that they needed, and go during their episodes, I would watch some things and kind of come up with like technical ideas that we could implement to like make the production process a bit smoother, things like that. That was a fun time.
Wow, that sounds awesome. Thank you so much for that, Spiro and Mayor. If you have any more questions, please grab a mic and ask them, because I feel like there's no need for an intermediary here. Thank you so much, Spiro, for sharing that. And I feel like I didn't get the end of the story regarding the Jehovah Witnesses, and I have to go back to this and ask you what determined for you to actually leave uh, the cult, as you called it.
Yeah. Um. I want to be careful for a
I mean,
particular.
if you can share it, it's
I
fine. If
can.
it's not a problem. If it's too much, no worries. It's just my curiosity, and I'm sure other people had this question in mind. If anyone would be listening, they would be like, "Well, come on, ask the question."
Yeah, yeah. No, I can't. I can talk about it. There's just one particular element that I can't talk about, so I'm just gonna. I will. I'll talk about it abstractly. Okay, so it actually is very much in line with the reason why I'm dissatisfied with the state of tech. Um, because it's essentially what you're told as a Jehovah's Witness is uh, it's like this. It goes like this. Hey, bro, is religion hard? Is the Bible hard? It's hard to understand, right? Like, who wants to read that big book and like, translate all those words? And God is like a hard concept to understand. Like, do you actually think that you're capable of translating what you think God wants from you? Or that you can like properly even engage with like his existence? Don't worry, man. We got you. So we have a few men at the top of our organization, and they have a direct line to God. And as long as you listen to what these men tell you to do, you can essentially take it as if God himself is telling you what to do. And that means that things in your life are generally going to go well. God will take care of you, he'll protect you, he'll look out for you. Essentially, you will have, you might not be rich or things like that, but your life will generally have like happiness and success. Your family life will generally be good. Your work life will generally be good. You will have problems like everyone else, but at the very least, you can be satisfied knowing that you are making God happy. And all you have to do is follow these rules, and rules like, uh, if you uh, you cannot dress in particular ways. Your skirts have to be of particular length. You can't wear like tight fitting clothes. You can't watch certain movies. You can't celebrate certain holidays. You make sure that you do your daily prayers, that you're reading the Bible at least once a day. You come to the meetings, like, and the list, it's a huge list, which gets beaten into you several times a week, because you don't just go to church once a week, you actually go to church 2 or 3 times a week. So as long as you do all these things, you will generally be happy. And just to explain like how that relates to the tech industry, this is what I find is also being told to people in the tech industry. And if you actually break down how a cult operates, you will see cults everywhere. So in the tech industry, it's very much the same kind of thing. It's like, hey man, hey bro, is programming hard? Like, like, how do you wrangle those bits around, right? Who wants to do that? Like, who wants to understand exactly how your CPU works, or how your graphics card works, and things like that? Like, do you really want to know all these things? Don't worry, bro, we got you. All you got to do is use this framework, or use this library, or use this language. And some people, usually men, have a direct line to whatever programming god you want to insert here. And as long as you do what these people are telling you to do in line with the thing you're using, you're going to be fine. You're going to have a job. You're going to get hired. You're going to be able to provide business value and ship those products, and your programming career, your programming life will be happy. So as it turns out, that's not the case. And certain things were happening to me in my life, with my family life in particular. And what I was told shouldn't be happening to me was happening to me. And the only answer that the elders in the church could give me as to why it was happening to me was that I didn't have enough faith. And so I took it seriously, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe they're right. And I like doubled down and then tripled down, and I started really, really researching, because I took it for granted that I have an entire family as a third generation Jehovah's Witness. I could kind of coast and not really understand what I believed in or why. And when the elders would come back to me and say, well, you're having this problem that you shouldn't be having because you don't have enough faith. I'm like, okay, yeah, like, sure, I'm coasting. So let me not coast. Let me go and actually go dig into what Jehovah's Witnesses believe and why. And that opened the door to all kinds of stuff. The concept of not receiving blood transfusions based on a at most shaky translation of particular scriptures. The idea that certain holidays are like an affront to God, based on, again, at best shaky interpretations of particular scriptures. There are other belief systems that are not based on scriptures at all, but are somehow made to represented as if they come from the Bible, and they in whole do not, which was shocking. But then the worst thing that I noticed was their willingness to cover up child sexual abuse, and they would they would be there were people I was shocked who were quite willing to allow children near previous convicted abusers, because the abusers showed enough repentance to come back to the church, and that was that was the last straw for me, especially with a kid on the way. And at that point, I'm like, no, I'm out of here. That was that.
Oh wow. Well, I have to commend you for making that decision and taking it upon yourself. It's tough because once you've been pretty much, you know, you've been involved with them, and then like essentially like influencing others as well. It's like you have to think for yourself at some point. You have to make that decision in your own regard, at your own judgment, and it's like it takes a lot of will to do that.
It was not easy, I'll say that much. Um, I'm glad I did, looking back. And that's it's just another aspect of my life where, instead of, I could have taken the easy button and continued, and I would have an entire support network, of all kinds of people. I would, I would be more than okay. But that easy button comes at a high price. And yeah, it was not easy. I'll just say that. Yeah.
It's like you gotta weigh it out. Like, do you want to be part of a community, or do you want to be a nomad? And it's like your risk, by being a nomad, you have more liberty, you have more freedom. But by being part of a community, yes, you have a safe space, but you're limited.
Yes. Yeah, because there's a social, at the very least, there's a social contract. And the social contract is, if you're going to participate in our community, you have to abide by certain rules, which are at least socially constructed, regardless of what community you're a part of. And you, yeah, you have to take that into consideration. Um, and it can be extremely appealing to be okay with certain social constructs when they provide you an easy route through anything. So you have to be careful.
Mir, welcome. Mir,
Hello.
hi there.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting and awesome interview.
Well, we got a great guest. We got a lovely co-host, and we have you here, and we got Larky. What would you like
Yeah,
to?
Larky was participating with replies in to our space. Really appreciate that, Larky.
Mir, what would you like to share, my friend?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to follow a serious topic like that. It almost feels like it's been two shows in one. You got like the tech,
Well, we're talking
and then you
about
got the,
tech, and we're talking about faith and religion,
and
and
they're both equally interesting and very detailed. So it's like I'm watching two movies at once.
well, we talked about policies and refocusing. I mean, there's just so much that is embedded in these topics. but definitely Spiro has an amazing story himself, like his trajectory and what influenced to what led him to be here with us. So Spiro, like I think it was in a space a while back. I think it was like a week ago where I heard you share like your story, how about like how you were struggling and out of basically nothing you make quite of a name for yourself as a developer. And I figure like, hey, this is someone that I would like to talk to more in depth about like what led you to become the developer that you are right now. But now I realize like you're much more than a developer. Like you're really an influential figure. Like you really have uh, like you really hold people at their highest interest, and you want to, you're vocal about things that, issues that mean a lot to you, particularly the h1b visas, like how that could be, it could be delivered in a more structured way where it could be more inclusive, you know to people not just like yourself but others that, not necessarily have the means, the resources to, be in that position. Like you mentioned, like it's like, you have all these cult like, you know communities in the tech industry as well that kind of like misguide or mislead individuals into believing that, it's good to be vocal about everything, like everything that you see, for better or for worse. So I appreciate you, just putting yourself out there. Like even though like it can be saturating at times to, explain these things in full detail like you do, but I appreciate you for being, for elaborating and just being so concise.
I do my best, but I fail constantly every day. Thank you for the kind words. And definitely the H1B visa thing got the most attention, and I think it's because I kind of got lucky with talking about it with Eric Weinstein on his space, and that garnered that's the most attention I've ever had. And brought like tens of thousands of views on like all the platforms that I have. Um, so it was good in a way because I did get to have that exposure and like kind of shed a different perspective, I guess. Um,
That
but
was here on Spaces. You got to speak to Eric Weinstein.
yes, yeah,
I got to. Are you familiar with Dr. Andrew Hooverman?
yeah, yeah,
Kali.
yeah,
Well, it was thanks to Kali that I really got to talk to him. I mean, but yeah, it was like pretty crazy. You get to meet influential figures on these spaces.
yeah, yeah. It's the internet. The internet can be a wild place. You never know. You never know when it's your 15 minutes of fame. Mine may have come and gone.
I don't think our 15 minutes are haven't even started. Like
Yeah,
I think like we have a long way to go before we even like look at me. Like this is number 382
yeah,
and counting. And yeah, like it's like this, you become the platform. At some point you're gonna stop counting and you're just
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
think about like the next person, that because everybody's relevant.
yeah.
Every minute, every conversation is relevant. So yeah, I can't speak for all of them though, but yeah, for the most part they're quite relevant.
Yeah, it's better to have it's better to have the conversations even if they're arguments, honestly. It's better to have the arguments than not. Because at least you get the ideas out there. And part of the process of communication is that you're going to fail at it. And that's okay. And that's why I said earlier that communication is like the biggest problem in life general, but in tech as well. It's just like what kind of communication is the problem? You, you have to be able to wrestle that out. If you can't, then you're never gonna talk about anything. Nothing's ever gonna get solved. So, but it's tough. It sure is tough.
What did Eric Weinstein told you, if you recall,
From
like your
memory,
conversation?
yeah, from it's still up on his spaces, so you can always confirm it. But from memory, he had myself and like four other people or three other people on, and when I was talking about like that the problem isn't even the visa program itself, but more about like how we can't even take care of what we have in house, let alone bringing anybody else on. He wanted to kind of expand outside of tech and talk about STEM in general because that's more of like where he lives. In his world, he mingles with like more than just tech people, like mathematicians and chemists and biochemists and like all kinds of people in STEM. So he wanted to talk about that at a higher level, and he didn't really have much to add at first about like what I was saying. And so I was kind of like kind of like on the side burner, right, of attention in terms of his attention. But but the funny thing is, if you hear him talk at the end of the space, it got cut up into two pieces because I think you dropped out. The At the end of the space on the second one, he went back into talking about tech, and I'm pretty sure he said what I've been saying this whole time about the fact that we've lost our ability to, for example, I believe he said like, we no longer care about like that Wild West a lone gunman, so to speak, who pushes the boundaries of things. We care more about like how these people fit into the group of people for everyone's like vibes and comfort. We vastly underutilize people who are willing and capable, or we neuter them in some respect, who are willing and capable to like do the crazy stuff that like really pushes the boundaries forward. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what's happening in tech. That's exactly what I'm saying. But I didn't get the chance to like jump in at the end. But it was good to know that even if I am misrepresenting his view, because obviously he's not here to say it, so I'm kind of like going off of what I took from it. Um, he, at the very least, I think he touched on exactly what I feel is the problem, and that's good enough for me, because if someone like him can understand that concept, then he's going to go and spread that concept to like very important people that I'll never have the chance to talk to. So the whole thing was good overall.
He really has a way to like explain things in a very poetic way. Like I just like listening to him on podcasts. Like I listen to him as a guest, or like even on his podcast. I see him on Spaces because he frequents here
Yeah.
every now and then. But it's cool. Like I just this is why I love Spaces here on X. Like you really, really, the conversations that you can have here. Sometimes you just couldn't have it in any other way. Like
Yeah.
it's very I don't know, it's convenient to
Yeah.
say the least. But Spiro, like for short term, long term, what are your plans? Like what do you see yourself like? What's current? What are you developing right now?
Right now, I'm just doing the contract work that I have available to me. I um I was laid off, I guess, or let go last year. That was like must be 7 or 8 months ago now, or something like that. That's a different story. I don't need to go into that right now, but I've talked about it before, and I've been just running off contracts ever since, which is not unusual for me. So hopefully, but the downside is that they're not like the most stable. Like they'll go up and down. They can come and go. So my primary goal is I've got to take care of my family. So I need to like whether that becomes like I find land somewhere and from an employee fully employed perspective, or land a more solid contract at some point. That's my primary focus in life right now. My family's depending on me. Everything else is pretty much secondary. So I'm trying to use this time, since I have more time available to me than I normally would, to work on this game, stream more, to do more content, and present the message that I, presented here to as many people as are willing to listen. And talk to people like Larky in chat. I talked to him today, and we talked about, our perspectives on exactly, the state of tech, kind of at a higher level. So I'm just going to do my best to keep, presenting this message and encouraging programmers to keep going, because if high school dropout me can do what I do, then a lot of you can do a lot more than you think. That's kind of the message I want to present. So that's about what's on my radar. There's not much else on my radar right now, aside from I got to focus on these things.
Well, Spiro, I appreciate you again for being vocal. Kali, is anything you want to share or ask before I wrap this up?
Yeah, I actually wanna thank Mayor for coming up here. Awesome Mayor Nostrum for coming up. He doesn't usually come up and speak, but yeah, that was a surprise. So thank you. And Spiro, when are we supposed to, wait for your, what's the deadline that you set up for yourself for the game? Is there a deadline?
There's no deadline. And the problem is that I'm trying to do this as more of a, I'm learning and so is everyone else, and it's hard to set a deadline on that. So I'm using it more of like, questioning typical like status quo paradigms. So we'll get into nitty-gritty details about like whether I should implement the something in the video game in one way or another, or a third, or whatever it is. And like I'll sit down with my viewers, and sometimes we'll hop on a call, or we will just chat it out. It'll be like 10 hours, just like the fine details of whether like something has like a negligible impact in performance, or exactly how the hardware runs if we do this like one specific thing in this one specific area of the game. That's more of the goal. Having said that, it's I have just got all the big mechanical portions of the video game done, so it's looking like in the next few months, depending on time, I should have some kind of like alpha version, something out there that's like in an alpha state of some kind. It's probably going to be buggy and not working 100%, but that is now looking quite realistic, because at this point I'm just putting in artwork. I have to put in some story. We have like all the battle mechanics sorted out, things like that. So I'm thinking months, not years. How about that?
That sounds amazing. And honestly, I have no idea how a game, what takes to build a game. So I was expecting longer than that anyway. I'm definitely looking forward to see what you're going to be doing, because it sounds really interesting.
I'm looking forward to it too. It's been a long time coming. Yeah, but thank you.
Spiro, I got one last question for you. In the last 5 years, what's the most important lesson you have learned?
Um, yeah, I can quite easily say the most important lesson I have learned myself is that, the more I know, the less I know. Um, the the amount of things that you think you know are vastly outweighed by the things you definitely don't know. And it's like the older I get, the more I realize that. Watching my kid grow up, the experiences with like with my wife, experiences in the industry, things like that. Um, it's I'm like, oh, I'm beginning to realize just exactly how stupid I am, and I don't even think I've started scraping, the surface. But that's because that's a good thing. So I take that in like in a constructive way. It's exciting for me to realize how stupid I am and how much I don't know, because it means that there is a huge landscape of things that I get to dig into so long as life permits me to. That to me is exciting. And so in a way it's kind of like a bittersweet knowledge that there's more out there to know, but there's more out there you don't know.
And it's like the more you know, the more you realize that you don't know nothing. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
it's
yeah,
great. I kind of like that. That there's really no end to that journey.
yeah,
You're just gonna keep going, moving forward.
yeah.
Mia,
That's right.
anything you would like to say to us, to everyone?
Oh, I was just gonna say, nice to meet you, Spiro, and I was the one who brought up Leo Laporte because during my college years, I had Leo and Tech TV playing like every day, and I loved all those shows that he was
Classic.
part of.
Classic.
Those,
Yeah.
those are like good memories for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember growing up with that too. It was quite the yeah. Well, sometimes never meet your heroes, right? It wasn't exactly like that, but it's different. So I still cherish the memories of like they're still good memories. Nothing was ruined. It was good. But definitely a different experience getting to like see what goes on under behind the scenes. But yeah, man, those Tech TV days, good times. Good times.
Well, this has been really an insightful conversation, and we talked about tech, but we also talked about many other things as well. And I'm very happy that we got to speak about faith. We talk about like just our, changing your own mindset and like thinking for yourself and like taking accountability for mistakes. We all can like be, you know, we gotta be more conscious of like our time, because our time is very valuable. It's actually invaluable. It's when you realize that there's so much you can do with just being on these spaces and like having a conversation and reaching out to people. It can really extend you to many opportunities. So like, back to that, like just having people to reach out to is very important.
Hmm.
So, Bill, thank you so much for your time and
Thank
for
you.
sharing your story, your views, just for being vocal. I appreciate you for just putting yourself out there. I know not everybody might share your same views, but that's the whole thing. Like just to have the conversation, because it's important to bring it up, and it's very, you know, it's important.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks for having me on. This was great. I appreciate the questions and all of your time and um listen to me listening to me go on about this. Yeah.
No, it's
Definitely grateful to have met you, Spiro. And cheers to revelations, but more to transformations, right? You're definitely part of the both of the categories. And thank you so much for sharing your perspective on everything.
Thanks for letting me share it. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, everyone. You know what to do: like, share, repost, and subscribe, and follow everybody here. And much love. I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Good night.
Much love, guys.
Good
Bye
night.
bye.
Okay. Let me make sure. I wasn't sure what would happen if I left the space. I didn't want to like dock someone or something. All right, there we go. Okay, that's that. Did a great job. Yeah, like they were fine. Yeah, there was is it the same level as interviewing as you're gonna get it with like the, the heavy duty, well edited people who do it day in and day out. It's not gonna be the same. But I think what's more important than than who is talking to you on the other end is that the talk is happening. So it doesn't matter who it is or who wants to whoever wants to come on and talk to me and push back on me or have a good conversation or a bad conversation or whatever. It's welcome, and whoever wants me to come on their platform and do the same. Doesn't matter how small you are or how big you are, how experienced you are at doing these things or not. um I'll do it because it's there. It's more important that you do talk, and they were willing to sit down. Yeah, exactly. Laugh. They were willing to sit down and talk to me, and I think they did fine. Like, it's not going to win like some kind of award of the year or anything, but it was fine. It was good. Like and they seemed interested in what I had to say. That's great. That always feels good when you have somebody who's interested in what you're saying and they ask good questions and just, uh, yeah, yeah. I'd rather have the conversation than not. And hopefully there's more like that. That's what I hope. Okay. Um, I'm tired. It's been almost 10 hours. Okay, this is back to normal. Yeah. You know what, Laugh? Shut up. Shut up, Laugh. Okay. No one asked your opinion. Okay. Um, so I'm gonna I'm gonna end the stream because I'm dead tired. Um, and I have work to do. Um, but it was overall it was a good day. I know huge chunks of the day were boring with me doing like this boring code, but I'm gonna try and get a bunch of this stuff done off stream so that next time I come on stream, we're working on more fun stuff like putting in story and things like that. Um, so I'll try and do that. I'm not sure when I'm gonna be streaming again, but I'm gonna try. Oh no, I do know. Um, at the bare minimum on Monday morning around 5 a.m. PST. You know what, Laugh? I'm gonna remove mod status from you just to ban you and then then bring you back. 5 a.m. PST. I'm gonna be on Ironclad Devs stream. I'll see if I can just load up here. Yeah, I'll be on his stream. Because I told him that I could go on his stream and rant about React. And he's like, "Yeah, come on." um, so I'll go on his stream for a couple hours and rant about React and see what he has to say about it. Yeah, so at the very least, Monday morning, my time, I'll be on that. I'm gonna see if I can pull off doing a few hours on stream tomorrow. Um, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I have to get some work done. There's people counting on me to get some work done, and a bunch of other stuff I have to do. So we'll see, and then I'll just take it from there. See what happens. Um. Okay. Ask him if he's ever coded CSS. Yeah. How many follow? Yeah. Yeah. He's decent sized following. Yeah. That should be the first question to ever React dev. Have you ever coded CSS? He probably has. That's the thing, is he probably has. Yeah. And vanilla. It's got to be vanilla. It can't be Tailwind, right? It cannot be Tailwind. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to return the favor to Travis. And we are going to raid the living hell out of Travis on the Twitch side. Listen, to everybody who came on all the different platforms today and said hi and watched me do boring stuff. And for Larky, if he's still listening at all, thank you for the conversation earlier. I'm going to go talk to him offline and just thank him one-on-one because that was great. Yeah, all 12 of us. How will you recover? I know. My viewer counts are up. You know, it's not about quantity, it's about quality. And I have a really good chat. I really do. So yeah, I appreciate the stream today. 10 hours almost, 9.5. It was good. It was a solid stream, seriously. Thanks everybody for watching me and putting up with me and all that. Okay, I'm going to set up this raid. Make sure you call him a dingus. That's absolutely right. You have to call him a dingus. Let me make sure that I don't have anything weird in my sound settings. Otherwise, we're going to raid him and you're all going to get ear blasted. I think that's all right. Everybody on the YouTube side, I mean, there's only like 1 or 2 of you, so I'm not going to do a raid over there, but thanks for watching anyways. Okay, let me start this raid. And if you are on the YouTube side, Travis, okay, Travis Roman, right here, you can just look him up straight up on YouTube. Go watch him. If you want to learn from a master, you go watch this guy. Seriously. Okay, so we're going to go over there. I'm going to end the stream. Call him a dingus. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it. Have a good day. Have a good night. I will see you soon.